Orsinian Tales, a collection of short stories, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Copyright 1976 by Ursula K. Le Guin. Narrated by Richard Braun.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Ursula K. Le Guin is a native of California. She graduated from Radcliffe College and obtained her master's degree at Columbia University. An award-winning author of numerous short stories and novels, perhaps her best-known novels are The Left Hand of Darkness and The Dispossessed, both winners of the Nebula Award for Best Novel. For the past year, she has been living in London with her husband and 3 children. In this enchanting collection of short stories, Ursula K. Le Guin brings to mainstream fiction the same virtuosity that won her a high place in the realm of science fiction. In these stories, she casts a romantic spell of imaginary countries inhabited by imaginary people with real problems. Her writing, laced with wit and restraint, can be compared to the work of Isak Dinesen. While the stories glide back and forth in time, constant themes appear: the insatiable urge for human freedom, the terrors of governmental tyranny and persecution, and the essential need for love. All the richness of her imagination is at play in Orsinian Tales, and the collection demonstrates that Ursula K. Le Guin is one of the most distinguished writers of our time. Table of Contents: The Fountains, Side 1. The Barrow, Side 1. Ile Forest, Side 1. Conversations at Night, Side 1 and 2. The Road East, Side 2. Brothers and Sisters, Side 2 and 3. A Week in the Country, Side 3 and 4. Musik, Side 4. The House, Side 4 and 5. The Lady of Moge, Side 5. Imaginary Countries, Side 5. The Fountains. They knew, having given him cause, that Dr. Kereth might attempt to seek political asylum in Paris. Therefore, on the plane flying west, in the hotel, on the streets, at the meetings, even while he read his paper to the cytology section, he was distantly accompanied at all times by obscure figures who might be explained as graduate students or Croatian microbiologists, but who had no names or faces. Since his presence lent not only distinction to his country's delegation, but also a certain luster to his government. See, we let even him come. They had wanted him there, but they kept him in sight. He was used to being in sight. In his small country, a man could get out of sight only by not moving at all, by keeping voice, body, brain, all quiet. He had always been a restless, visible man. Thus, when all at once on the 6th day in the middle of a guided tour in broad daylight, he found himself gone, he was confused for a time. Only by walking down a path could one achieve one's absence. It was in a very strange place that he did so. A great, desolate, terrible house stood behind him, yellow in the yellow sunlight of afternoon. Thousands of many-colored dwarfs milled on terraces, beyond which a pale blue canal ran straight away into the unreal distance of September. The lawns ended in groves of chestnut trees 100 feet high, noble, somber, shot through with gold. Under the trees they had walked in shadow on the riding paths of dead kings, but the guide led them out again to sunlight on lawns and marble pavements, and ahead, straight ahead, towering and shining up into the air, fountains ran. They sprang and sang high above their marble basins in the light, the petty, pretty rooms of the palace as big as a city where no one lived, the indifference of the noble trees that were the only fit inhabitants of a garden too large for men, the dominance of autumn and the past, all this was brought into proportion by the running of water. The phonograph voices of the guides fell silent. The camera eyes of the guided saw. The fountains leapt up, crashed down exulting, and washed death away. They ran for 40 minutes. Then they ceased. Only kings could afford to run the great fountains of Versailles and live forever. Republics must keep their own proportion. So the high white jets shrank, stuttering. The breasts of nymphs ran dry. The mouths of river gods gaped black. The tremendous voice of uprushing and downfalling water became a rattling, coughing sigh. It was all through, and everyone stood for a moment alone. Adam Careth turned, and seeing a path before him, went down it away from the marble terraces under the trees. Nobody followed him, and it was at this moment, though he was unaware of it, that he defected. Late afternoon light lay warm across the path between shadows, and through the light and shadows a young man and a young woman walked hand in hand. A long way behind them, Adam Careth walked by himself, tears running down his cheeks. Presently the shadows fell away from him, and he looked up to see no path, no lovers, only a vast tender light, and below him many little round trees in tubs. He had come to the terrace above the orangerie. Southward, from this high place, one saw only forest. France, a broad forest in the autumn evening. Horns blew no longer, rousing wolf or wild boar for the king's hunt. There was no great game left. The only tracks in that forest would be the footprints of young lovers who had come out from Paris on the bus and walked among the trees and vanished. With no intent, unconscious still of his defection, Careth roamed back along wide walks towards the palace, which stood now in the sinking light, no longer yellow but colorless, like a sea cliff over a beach when the last bathers are leaving. From beyond it came a dim roar like surf, engines of tourist buses starting back to Paris. Careth stood still. A few small figures hurried on the terraces between silent fountains. A woman's voice far off called to a child, plaintive as a gull's cry. Careth turned around, and without looking back, intent now, conscious, erect as one who has just stolen something, a pineapple, a purse, a loaf, from a counter, and has got it hidden under his coat, he strode back into the dusk among the trees. "This is mine," he said aloud to the high chestnuts and the oaks, like a thief among policemen. "This is mine." The oaks and chestnuts, French, planted for aristocrats, did not answer his fierce republican claim made in a foreign language. But all the same, their darkness, the taciturn, complicit darkness of all forests where fugitives have hidden, gathered around him. He was not long in the groves, an hour or less. There were gates to be locked, and he did not want to be locked in. That was not what he was here for. So before nightfall, he came up the terraces, still walking erect and calm as any king or kleptomaniac, and went around the huge, pale, many-windowed sea cliff and across its cobbled beach. One bus still chuffed there, a blue bus, not the gray one he dreaded. His bus was gone. Gone, washed out to sea, with the guide, the colleagues, the fellow countrymen, the microbiologists, the spies. Gone, and left him in possession of Versailles. Above him, Louis XIV, foreshortened on a prodigious horse, asserted the existence of absolute privilege. Careth looked up at the bronze face, the big bronze bourbon nose, as a child looks up at his older brother, loving and derisive. He went on through the gates, and in a cafe across the Paris road, his sister served him vermouth at a dusty green table under sycamores. The wind of night and autumn blew from the south, from the forests, and like the vermouth, its scent was a little bitter. an odor of dry leaves. A free man, he took his own way in his own time to the suburban station, bought his own ticket, returned to Paris by himself. Where he came up out of the metro, nobody knows, perhaps not himself, nor where he wandered in the city while defecting. At 11 o'clock at night, he was standing at the parapet of the Solferino Bridge, a short man of 47 in a shoddy suit, a free man. He watched the lights of the bridge and of farther bridges tremble on the black river running quietly. Up and down the river on either bank stood the asylums, the government of France, the embassies of America and England. He had walked past them all. Perhaps it was too late at night to enter them. Standing on the bridge there in the middle, between the left bank and the right bank, he thought, there are no hiding places left. There are no thrones, no wolves, no boars. Even the lions of Africa are dying out. The only safe place is the zoo. But he had never cared much about being safe, and now thought that he did not care much about hiding either, having found something better: his family, his inheritance. Here he had at last walked in the garden larger than life, on paths where his older brothers had gone before him, crowned. After that he really could not take refuge in the zoo. He went on across the bridge and under the dark arches of the Louvre, returning to his hotel. Knowing now that he was both a king and a thief, and so was at home anywhere, what turned him to his own land was mere fidelity. For what else should move a man these days? Kingly, he strode past the secret police agent in the hotel lobby, hiding under his coat the stolen, inexhaustible fountains. 1960. The Barrow. The Barrow first appeared in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1976. Night came down along the snowy road from the mountains. Darkness ate the village, the stone tower of Vermeer Keep, the barrow by the road. Darkness stood in the corners of the rooms of the keep, sat under the great table and on every rafter, waited behind the shoulders of each man at the hearth. The guest sat in the best place, a corner seat projecting from one side of the 12-foot fireplace. The host, Frege, lord of the keep, count of the Montana, sat with everybody else on the hearthstones, though nearer the fire than some. Cross-legged, his big hands on his knees, he watched the fire steadily. He was thinking of the worst hour he had known in his 23 years. A hunting trip, 3 autumns ago, to the mountain lake Malafrina. He thought of how the thin barbarian arrow had stuck up straight from his father's throat. He remembered how the cold mud had oozed against his knees as he knelt by his father's body in the reeds, in the circle of the dark mountains. His father's hair had stirred a little in the lake water, and there had been a strange taste in his own mouth, the taste of death, like licking bronze. He tasted bronze now. He listened for the women's voices in the room overhead. The guest, a traveling priest, was talking about his travels. He came from Solari, down in the southern plains. Even merchants had stone houses there, he said. Barons had palaces and silver platters and ate roast beef. Count Frege's liege men and servants listened open-mouthed. Frege, listening to make the minutes pass, scowled. The guest had already complained of the stables, of the cold, of mutton for breakfast, dinner, and supper, of the dilapidated condition of Vermeer Chapel, and the way Mass was said there. Arianism, he had muttered, sucking in his breath and crossing himself. He told old Father Aegeus that every soul in Vermeer was damned. They had received heretical baptism. Arianism! Arianism! He shouted. Father Aegeus, cowering, thought Arianism was a devil, and tried to explain that no one in his parish had ever been possessed, except one of the Count's rams, who had one yellow eye and one blue one, and had butted a pregnant girl so that she miscarried her child. But they had sprinkled holy water on the ram, and it made no more trouble. Indeed, was a fine breeder, and the girl, who had been pregnant out of wedlock, had married a good peasant from Barrow, and borne him 5 little Christians, 1 a year. Heresy, adultery, ignorance, the foreign priest had railed. Now he prayed for 20 minutes before he ate his mutton, slaughtered, cooked, and served by the hands of heretics. What did he want? Thought Frege. Did he expect comfort in winter? Did he think they were heathens with his Arianism? No doubt he had never seen a heathen, the little dark, terrible people of Malafrina and the farther hills. No doubt he had never had a pagan arrow shot at him. That would teach him the difference between heathens and Christian men, thought Frege. When the guest seemed to have finished boasting for the time being, Frege spoke to a boy who lay beside him, chin in hand. "Give us a song, Gilbert." The boy smiled and sat up and began at once in a high, sweet voice. "King Alexander, forth he came. Armored in gold was Alexander. Golden his greaves and great helmet, his hauberk all of hammered gold. Clad in gold came the king. Christ he called on, crossing himself in the hills at evening. Forward the army of King Alexander rode on their horses, a great host, down to the plains of Persia to kill and conquer. They followed the king in the hills at evening." The long chant droned on. Gilbert had begun in the middle and stopped in the middle, long before the death of Alexander, in the hills at evening. It did not matter, they all knew it from beginning to end. "Why do you have the boy sing of pagan kings?" said the guest. Frege raised his head. Alexander was a great king of Christendom. He was a Greek, a heathen idolater. "No doubt you know the song differently than we do," Frege said politely. "As we sing it, it says, 'Christ he called on, crossing himself.'" Some of his men grinned. "Maybe your servant would sing us a better song," Frege added, for his politeness was genuine. And the priest's servant, without much urging, began to sing in a nasal voice a canticle about a saint who lived for 20 years in his father's house, unrecognized, fed on scraps. Frege and his household listened in fascination. New songs rarely came their way, but the singer stopped short, interrupted by a strange, shrieking howl from somewhere outside the room. Frege leapt to his feet, staring into the darkness of the hall. Then he saw that his men had not moved, that they sat silently looking up at him. Again the faint howl came from the room overhead. The young count sat down. "Finish your song," he said. The priest's servant gabbled out the rest of the song. Silence closed down upon its ending. "Wind's coming up," a man said softly. "An evil winter it's been. Snow to your thighs, coming through the pass from Malafrina yesterday. It's their doing." "Who, the mountain folk? Remember the gutted sheep we found last autumn?" Cass said then it was an evil sign. They'd been killing to Odney, he meant. What else would it mean? "What are you talking about?" the foreign priest demanded. "The mountain folk, Sir Priest. The heathen. What is Odney?" A pause. "What do you mean, killing to Odney?" "Well, sir, maybe it's better not to talk about it." "Why?" "Well, sir, as you said of the singing, holy things are better tonight." Cass the blacksmith spoke with dignity, only glancing up to indicate the room overhead. But another man, a young fellow with sores around his eyes, murmured, "The Barrow has ears. The Barrow hears." "Barrow? That hillock by the road, you mean?" Silence. Frege turned to face the priest. "They kill to Odney," he said in his soft voice. "On stones beside the barrows in the mountains. What's inside the barrows no man knows." "Poor heathen men, unholy men," old Father Aegis murmured sorrowfully. "The altar stone of our chapel came from the barrow," said the boy Gilbert. "What?" "Shut your mouth," the blacksmith said. "He means, sir, that we took the top stone from the stones beside the barrow, a big marble stone. Father Aegis blessed it, and there's no harm in it." "A fine altar stone," Father Aegis agreed, nodding and smiling. But on the end of his words another howl rang out from overhead. He bent his head and muttered prayers. "You pray too," said Frege, looking at the stranger. He ducked his head and began to mumble, glancing at Frege now and then from the corner of his eye. There was little warmth in the keep, except at the hearth, and dawn found most of them still there. Father Aegis curled up like an aged dormouse in the rushes, the stranger slumped in his chimney corner, hands clasped across his belly. Frege sprawled out on his back like a man cut down in battle. His men snored around him, started in their sleep, made unfinished gestures. Frege woke first. He stepped over the sleeping bodies and climbed the stone stairs to the floor above. Ranny, the midwife, met him in the anteroom, where several girls and dogs were sleeping in a heap on a pile of sheepskins. "Not yet, Count. But it's been 2 nights now." She's hardly begun," the midwife said with contempt. "Has to rest, hasn't she?" Frege turned and went heavily down the twisted stairs. The woman's contempt weighed upon him. All the women, all yesterday, their faces were stern, preoccupied. They paid no attention to him. He was outside, out in the cold, insignificant. He could not do anything. He sat down at the oaken table and put his head in his hands, trying to think of Galla, his wife. She was 17. They had been married 10 months. He thought of her round white belly. He tried to think of her face, but there was nothing but the taste of bronze on his tongue. "Get me something to eat!" he shouted, bringing his fist down on the board. And the tower keep of Vermeer woke with a jump from the gray paralysis of dawn. Boys ran about, dogs yelped, bellows roared in the kitchen, men stretched and spat by the fire. Frege sat with his head buried in his hands. The women came down, 1 or 2 at a time, to rest by the great hearth and have a bite of food. Their faces were stern. They spoke to each other, not to the men. The snow had ceased, and a wind blew from the mountains, piling snowdrifts against the walls and byres, a wind so cold it cut off breath in the throat like a knife. "Why has God's word not been brought to these mountain folk of yours, these sacrificers of sheep?" That was the pot-bellied priest, speaking to Father Aegis and the man with sores around his eyes, Stephen. They hesitated, not sure what sacrificers meant. "It's not just sheep they kill," said Father Aegis, tentatively. Stephen smiled. No, he said, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" The stranger's voice was sharp, and Father Aegis, cowering slightly, said, They kill goats, too." "Sheep or goats, what's that to me? Where do they come from, these pagans? Why are they permitted to live in a Christian land?" "They've always lived here," the old priest said, puzzled. "And you've never tried to bring the Holy Church among them?" "Me?" It was a good joke. The idea of the little old priest going up into the mountains. There was a good deal of laughter for quite a while. Father Aegis, though without vanity, was perhaps a little hurt, for he finally said in a rather stiff tone, "They have their gods, sir. Their idols, their devils, their, what do you call it, Odni." "Be quiet, priest," Frege said suddenly. "Must you say that name? Do you know no prayers?" After that the stranger was less haughty. Since the Count had spoken harshly to him, the charm of hospitality was broken. The faces that looked at him were hard. That night he was again given the corner seat by the fire, but he sat huddled up there, not spreading his knees to the warmth. There was no singing at the hearth that night. The men talked low, silenced by Frega's silence. The darkness weighted at their shoulders. There was no sound but the howling of the wind outside the walls and the howling of the woman upstairs. She had been still all day, but now the hoarse, dull yell came again and again. It seemed impossible to Frega that she could still cry out. She was thin and small. A girl. She could not carry so much pain in her. "What good are they up there?" he broke out. His men looked at him, saying nothing. "Father Aegis, there is some evil in this house." "I can only pray, my son," the old man said, frightened. "Then pray, at the altar." He hurried Father Aegis before him, out into the black cold, across the courtyard, where dry snow whirled invisible on the wind, to the chapel. After some while he returned alone. The old priest had promised to spend the night on his knees by the fire in his little cell behind the chapel. At the great hearth, only the foreign priest was still awake. Frega sat down on the hearthstone, and for a long time said nothing. The stranger looked up and winced, seeing the Count's blue eyes staring straight at him. "Why don't you sleep?" "I'm not sleepy, Count." "It would be better if you slept." The stranger blinked nervously, then closed his eyes and tried to look asleep. He peered now and then under half-closed lids at Frega, and tried to repeat, without moving his lips, a prayer to his patron saint. To Frega, he looked like a fat black spider. Rays of darkness spread out from his body, enwebbing the room. The wind was sinking, leaving silence, in which Frega heard his wife moaning, a dry, weak sound. The fire died down. Ropes and webs of darkness tangled thicker and thicker around the man-spider in the corner of the hearth. A tiny glitter showed under his brows. The lower part of his face moved a little. He was casting his spells deeper, deeper. The wind had fallen. There was no sound at all. Frega stood up. The priest looked up at the broad, golden figure, looming against darkness, and when Frega said, "Come with me," he was too frightened to move. Frega took his arm and pulled him up. Count, what do you want?" he whispered, trying to free himself. "Come with me," Frega said, and led him over the stone floor through darkness to the door. Frega wore a sheepskin tunic, the priest only a woolen gown. "Count," he gasped, trotting beside Frega across the court. "It's cold. A man could freeze to death. There might be wolves." Frega shot the arm-thick bolts of the outer gates of the keep and swung one portal open. "Go on," he said, gesturing with his sheathed sword. The priest stopped short. "No," he said. Frega unsheathed his sword, a short, thick blade. Jabbing its point at the rump beneath the woolen gown, he drove the priest before him out the gate, down the village street, out onto the rising road that led to the mountains. They went slowly, for the snow was deep, and their feet broke through its crust at each step. The air was perfectly still now, as if frozen. Frega looked up at the sky. Overhead, between high, faint clouds, stood the star shape with a sword belt of 3 bright stars. Some called the figure the warrior. Others called it the silent one. Odni, the silent. The priest muttered one prayer after another, a steady pattering mumble, drawing breath with a whistling sound. Once he stumbled and fell face down in the snow. Frega pulled him to his feet. He looked up at the young man's face in the starlight, but said nothing. He shambled on, praying softly and steadily. The tower and village of Vermeer were dark behind them. Around them were empty hills and plains of snow, pale in the starlight. Beside the road was a hillock, less than a man's height, grave-shaped. Beside it, bared of snow by the wind, stood a short, thick pillar, or altar, built of uncut stones. Frege took the priest's shoulder, forcing him off the road and to the altar beside the barrow. "Count! Count!" the priest gasped when Frege seized his head and forced it back. His eyes looked white in the starlight. His mouth was open to scream, but the scream was only a bubbling wheeze as Frege slit his throat. Frege forced the corpse to bend over the altar and cut and tore the thick gown away till he could slash the belly open. Blood and entrails gushed out over the dry stones of the altar and smoked on the dry snow. The gutted corpse fell forward over the stones like an empty coat, the arms dangling. The living man sank down on the thin, wind-scoured snow beside the barrow, sword still in hand. The earth rocked and heaved, and voices went crying past him in the darkness. When he lifted his head and looked about him, everything had changed. The sky, starless, rose in a high, pale vault. Hills and far mountains stood distinct, unshadowed. The shapeless corpse slumped over the altar was black. The snow at the foot of the barrow was black. Frege's hands and sword blade were black. He tried to wash his hands with snow, and the sting of it woke him. He got up, his head swimming, and stumbled back to Vermeer on numb legs. As he went, he felt the west wind, soft and damp, rising with the day around him, bringing the thaw. Ranny was standing by the great hearth, while the boy Gilbert built up the fire. Her face was puffy and gray. She spoke to Frege with a sneer. "Well, Count, high time you're back." He stood breathing heavily, slack-faced, and did not speak. "Come along, then," said the midwife. He followed her up the twisting stairs. The straw that had covered the floor was swept aside into the fireplace. Gala lay again in the wide, box-like bed, the marriage bed. Her closed eyes were deep sunken. She was snoring faintly. "Shh," the midwife said, as he started to her. "Be quiet. Look here." She was holding up a tightly wrapped bundle. After some while, as he still said nothing, she whispered sharply, "A boy. Fine. Big." Frege put out one hand towards the bundle. His fingernails were caked and checked with brown. The midwife drew the bundle closer to herself. "You're cold," she said in the sharp, contemptuous whisper. "Here." She drew back a fold to show for a moment a very tiny, purplish human face in the bundle, then rewrapped it. Frege went to the foot of the bed and knelt on the floor there, bending till his head was on the stones of the floor. He murmured, "Lord Christ, be praised, be thanked." The Bishop of Solari never found out what had become of his envoy to the northwest. Probably, being a zealous man, he had ventured too far into the mountains, where heathen folk still lived, and had suffered martyrdom. Count Frege's name lived long in the history of his province. During his lifetime, the Benedictine monastery on the mountain above Lake Malafrina was established. Count Frege's flocks and Count Frege's sword fed and defended the monks in their first hard winters there. In the bad Latin of their chronicles, in black ink on the lasting vellum, he and his son after him are named with gratitude, staunch defenders of the Church of God. 1150. Ile Forest. "Surely," said the young doctor, "there are unpardonable crimes. Murder can't go unpunished." The senior partner shook his head. "There are unpardonable people, perhaps, but crimes, they depend." "On what? To take a human life, that's absolute. Self-defense aside, of course, the sacredness of human life is nothing the law can judge of," the older man said dryly. "I have a murder in the family, as a matter of fact. 2 murders." And, gazing mostly at the fire, he told his story. "My first practice was up north in the Valona. I went there with my sister in 1902. Even then it was a drab place. The old estates had sold out to the beetroot plantations, and collieries spread a murk on the hills to the south and west. It was just a big, dull plain. Only at the east end of it, Valona Alta, did you get any sense of being in the mountains. On the first day I drove to Valona Alta, I noticed a grove of trees. The trees in the valley had all been cut down. There were birches turning gold, and a house behind them, and behind it a stand of huge old oaks, turning dim red and brown. It was October. It was beautiful. When my sister and I drove out on Sunday, I went that way, and she said in her drowsy way that it was like the castle in the fairy tale, the castle of silver in a forest of gold. I had several patients in Valona Alta, and always drove that road. In winter, when the leaves were down, you could see the old house. In spring, you could hear the cuckoos calling, and in summer, the mourning doves. I didn't know if anyone lived there. I never asked. The year went round. I didn't have all the practice I'd hoped for, but Poma, my sister Pomona, was good at making ends meet. For all, she looked so sleepy and serene. So we got on. One evening I came in and found a call had been left from a place called Ile on the Valona Alta road. I asked Minna, the housekeeper, where it was. Why, in Ile Forest, she said, as if there was a forest the size of Siberia there. Past the old mill. The castle of silver, Poma said, smiling. I set right off. I was curious. You know how it is when you've built up your fancies about a place and then suddenly are called to go into it. The old trees stood round. The windows of the house reflected the last red of the west. As I tied up my horse, a man came out to meet me. He didn't come out of any fairy tale. He was about 40 and had that hatchet face you see up north, hard as flint. He took me straight in. The house was unlit. He carried a kerosene lamp. What I could see of the rooms looked bare, empty, no carpets, nothing. The upstairs room we came to had no rug either, bed, table, a few chairs, but a roaring hot fire in the hearth. It helps to have a forest when you need firewood. The patient was the owner of the forest, Ilskar, pneumonia, and he was a fighter. I was there on and off for 70 hours, and he never drew a breath in all that time that wasn't an act of pure willpower. The third night, I had a woman in labor at Mesaval, but I left her to the midwife. I was young, you know, and I said to myself that babies come into the world every day, but it's not every day a brave man leaves it. He fought, and I tried to help him. At dawn, the fever went down abruptly, the way it does now with these new drugs. But it wasn't any drug. He'd fought, and won. I drove home in a kind of exaltation, in a white, windy sunrise. And I dropped in daily while he convalesced. He drew me. The place drew me. That last night, it had been one of those nights you have only when you're young. Whole nights from sunset to sunrise, when life and death are present with you, and outside the windows there's the forest, and the winter, and the dark. I say forest just as Minna did, meaning that stand of a few hundred trees. It had been a forest once. It had covered all Valona Alta, and so had the Ilskar properties. For a century and a half it had all gone down and down. Nothing left now but the grove, and the house, and a share in the crave plantations, enough to keep one Ilskar alive. And Martin, the hatchet-faced fellow, his servant, technically, though they shared the work and ate together. Martin was a strange fellow, jealous, devoted to Ilskar. I felt that devotion as an actual force, not sexual, but possessive, defensive. It did not puzzle me too much. There was something about Galvin Ilskar that made it seem quite natural to admire him, and to protect him. I got his story from Minna, mostly. Her mother had worked for his mother. The father had spent what was left to spend, and then died of the pleurisy. Galvin went into the army at 20. At 30 he married, retired as a captain, and came back to Ile. After about 3 years, his wife deserted him, ran away with a man from Berlava. and about that I learned a little from Galvin himself. He was grateful to me for my visits. I suppose it was plain that I wanted his friendship. He felt he should not withhold himself. I'd rambled on about Poma and myself, so he felt obliged to tell me about his marriage. She was very weak, he said. He had a gentle, husky voice. I took her weakness for sweetness. A mistake. But it wasn't her fault. A mistake. You know she left me, with another man. I nodded, very embarrassed. I saw him whip a horse blind once, Galvin said in the same thoughtful, painful way. Stand and whip its eyes till they were open sores. When I got there, he'd just finished. He gave a big sigh of satisfaction, as if he'd just gotten up from dinner. It was his own horse. I didn't do anything. Told him to get off the place, clear out. Not enough. You and your wife are divorced, then? Yes, he said. And then he looked across the room at Martin, who was building up the fire. Martin nodded, and Galvin said, yes, again. He was only a week or so convalescent. He looked tired. It was a bit strange, but I already knew he was a strange fellow. He said, I'm sorry, I've forgotten how to talk to civilized people. It was really painful to have him apologizing to me, and so I just went on with the first thing that came to mind about Poma and myself and old Minna and my patients, and presently I wound up asking if I might bring Poma sometime when I came out to Ile. She's admired the place so much when we drive past. It would be a great pleasure to me, Galvin said, but you'll let me get on my feet again first. And it is a bit of a wolf's den, you know. I was deaf. She wouldn't notice that, I said. Her own room's like a thicket, scarves and shawls and little bottles and books and hairpins. She never puts anything away. She never gets her buttons into the right buttonholes, and she leaves everything around behind her, sort of like a ship's wake. I wasn't exaggerating. Poma loved soft clothes and gauzy things, and wherever she'd been there was a veil dripping off a chair arm, or a scarf fluttering on a rose bush, or some creamy, fluffy thing dropped by the door, as if she were some sort of little animal that left bits of its fur around, the way rabbits leave white plumes on the briars in the early morning in the fields. When she'd lost a scarf and left her neck bare, she'd catch up any sort of kerchief, and I'd ask her what she had on her shoulders now, the hearth rug, and she'd smile her sweet, embarrassed, lazy smile. She was a sweet one, my little sister. I got a bit of a shock when I told her I'd take her out to Ile one of these days. No, she said, like that. Why not? I was chagrined. I'd talked a lot about Ile Scar, and she had seemed interested. He doesn't want women and strangers around, she said. Let the poor fellow be. Nonsense, he's very lonely, and doesn't know how to break out of it. Then you're just what he needs, she said with a smile. I insisted. I was bent on doing Galvin good, you see. And finally she said, I have queer ideas about that place, Gil. When you talk about him, I keep thinking of the forest. The old forest, I mean. The way it must have been. A great, dim place, with glades no one ever sees, and places people have known but forgotten, and wild animals roaming in it, a place you get lost in. I think I'll stay home and tend my roses. I suppose I said something about feminine illogic and the rest. Anyhow, I trampled on, and she gave in to me. To yield was her grace, as not to yield was Galvin's. No day had been set for our visit, and that reassured her. In fact, it was a couple of months before she went to Ile. I remember the wide, heavy February sky hanging over the valley as we drove there. The house looked naked in that winter light among bare trees. You saw the shingles off the roof, the uncurtained windows, the weedy driveways. I had spent an uneasy night, dreaming that I was trying to track somebody, some little animal it seemed, through the woods and never finding it. Martin wasn't about. Galvin put up our pony and brought us into the house. He was wearing old officer's trousers with the stripe taken off, an old coat, and a coarse woolen muffler. I had never noticed, till I looked through Poma's eyes, how poor he was. Compared with him, we were wealthy. We had our coats, our coals, our cart and pony, our little treasures and possessions. He had an empty house. He or Martin had felled one of the oaks to feed the enormous fireplace downstairs. The chairs we sat in were from his room upstairs. We were cold. We were stiff. Galvin's good manners were frozen. I asked where Martin was. "Hunting," Galvin said, expressionless. "Do you hunt, Mr. Ilskar?" Poma asked. Her voice was easy. Her face looked rosy in the firelight. Galvin looked at her and thawed. "I used to go over to the marshes for duck, when my wife was alive," he said. "There aren't many birds left, but I liked it, wading out in the marshes as the sun came up." "Just the thing for a bad chest," I said. "Take it up again by all means." All at once we were all relaxed. Galvin got to telling us hunting stories that had been passed down in his family, tales of boar hunting. There'd been no wild boar in the Valone for 100 years, and that sent us to the tales that old villagers like Minna could still tell you in those days. Poma was fascinated with them, and Galvin told her one, a kind of crude, weird epic of avalanches and axe-armed heroes, which must have come down from hut to hut over the centuries from the high mountains above the valley. He spoke well in his dry, soft voice, and we listened well, there by the fire, with drafts and shadows at our back. I tried to write that tale down once, and found I could remember only fragments, all the poetry of it gone. But I heard Poma tell it to her children once, word for word, as Galvin told it that afternoon in Ile. As we drove away from the place, I thought I saw Martin come out of the forest towards the house, but it was too dark to be sure. At supper, Poma asked, "His wife is dead?" "Divorced." She poured some tea and dreamed over it a while. "Martin was avoiding us," I said. "Disapproves of my coming there. He's a dour one, all right. But you did like Galvin?" Poma nodded, and presently, as if by afterthought, smiled. And soon she drifted off to her room, leaving a filmy pink scarf clinging to her chair by a thread. After a few weeks, Galvin called on us. I was flattered and startled. I had never imagined him away from Ile, standing like anybody else in our 6x6 parlor. He had got himself a horse in Messoval. He was tremendously pleased and serious, explaining to us how it was a really fine mare, but old and overridden, and how you went about bringing back a ruined horse. "When she's fit again, perhaps you'd like to ride her, Miss Pomona," he said, for my sister had mentioned that she loved riding. "She's very gentle." Pomona accepted at once. She never could resist a ride. "It's my laziness," she always said. "The horse does the work, and I just sit there." While Galvin was there, Minna kept peering through the crack of the door. After he'd gone, she treated us with the first inkling of respect she'd shown us yet. We'd moved up a notch in the world. I took advantage of it to ask her about the man from Brelava. "He used to come to hunt. Mr. Ilskar used to entertain those days. Not like in his father's day, but still, there'd be ladies and gentlemen come. That one come for the hunting. They say he beat his horse blind, and then had an awful quarrel with Mr. Ilskar about it and was sent off. But he come back, I guess, and made a fool of Mr. Ilskar after all." So it was true about the horse. I hadn't been sure. Galvin did not lie, but I had a notion that in his loneliness he had not kept a firm hold on the varieties, the distinctions of truth. I don't know what gave me that impression, other than his having said once or twice that his wife was dead, and she was, for him, if not for others. At any rate, Minna's grin displeased me, her silly respect for Ilskar as a gentleman, and disrespect for him as a man. I said so. She shrugged her wide shoulders. "Well, doctor, then tell me why he didn't up and follow him. Why'd he let the fellow just walk off with his wife?" She had a point there. "She wasn't worth his chasing after," I said. Minna shrugged again, and no wonder. By her code and Galvin's, that was not how pride worked. In fact, it was inconceivable that he had simply given in. I had seen him fight a worse enemy than an adulterer. Had Martin somehow interfered? Martin was a strong Christian. He had a different code, but strong as he might be, he could not have held Galvin back from anything Galvin willed to do. It was all very curious, and I brooded over it at odd moments all that spring. It was the passiveness of Galvin's behavior that I simply could not fit into the proud, direct, intransigent man I thought I knew. Some step was missing. I took Poma out several times to ride at Ile that spring. The winter had left her a bit run down, and I prescribed the exercise. That gave Galvin great pleasure. It was a long time since he'd felt himself of use to another human being. Come June, he got a second horse, when his money from the crabbe plantations came in. It was called Martin's horse, and Martin rode it when he went to Messeval, but Galvin rode it when Poma came to ride the old black mare. They were a funny pair. Galvin every inch the cavalryman on the big raw-boned roan, Poma lazy and smiling, side saddle on the fat old mare. All summer he'd ride down on Sunday afternoon leading the mare, pick up Poma, and they'd ride out all afternoon. She came in bright-eyed from these rides, wind-flushed, and I laid it to the outdoor exercise. Oh, there's no fool like a young doctor. There came an evening of August, the evening of a hot day. I'd been on an obstetrics call, 5 hours, premature twins, stillborn, and I came home about 6 and lay down in my room. I was worn out. The stillbirth, the sickly, heavy heat, the sky gray with coal smoke over the flat, dull plain, it all pulled me down. Lying there, I heard horses' hooves on the road, soft on the dust, and after a while I heard Galvin's and Pomona's voices. They were in the little rose plot under my window. She was saying, "I don't know, Galvin. You cannot come there," he said. If she answered, I could not hear her. "When the roof leaks there," he said, "it leaks. We nail old shingles over the hole. It takes money to roof a house like that. I have no money. I have no profession. I was brought up not to have a profession. My kind of people have land, not money. I don't have land. I have an empty house. And it's where I live. It's what I am, Pomona. I can't leave it. But you can't live there. There's nothing there, nothing." "There's yourself," she said. Or I think that's what she said. She spoke very low. "It comes to the same thing." "Why?" There was a long pause. "I don't know," he said. "I started out all right. It was coming back, maybe, bringing her back to that house. I tried it. I tried to give Ile to her. It is what I am. But it wasn't any good. It isn't any good. It's no use, Pomona." That was said in anguish, and she answered only with his name. After that I couldn't hear what they said, only the murmur of their voices, unnerved and tender. Even in the shame of listening, it was a wonderful thing to hear, that tenderness. And still I was afraid. I felt the sickness, the weariness I had felt that afternoon, bringing the dead to birth. It was impossible that my sister should love Galvin Ilskar. It wasn't that he was poor. It wasn't that he chose to live in a half-ruined house at the end of nowhere. That was his heritage. That was his right. Singular men lead singular lives, and Poma had the right to choose all that if she loved him. It wasn't that made it impossible. It was the missing step. It was something more profoundly lacking in Galvin. There was a gap, a forgotten place, a break in his humanity. He was not quite my brother, as I had thought all men were. He was a stranger from a different land. That night I kept looking at Poma. She was a beautiful girl, as soft as sunlight. I damned myself for not ever having looked at her, for not having been a decent brother to her, taking her somewhere, anywhere, into company, where she'd have found a dozen men ready to love her and marry her. Instead, I had taken her to Ile. "I've been thinking," I said next morning at breakfast. "I'm fed up with this place. I'm ready to try Brelava." I thought I was being subtle till I saw the terror in her eyes. "Are you?" she said weakly. "All we'll ever do here is scrape by. It's not fair to you, Poma. I'm writing Cohen to ask him to look out for a partnership for me in the city." "Shouldn't you wait a while longer?" "Not here. It gets us nowhere." She nodded and left me as soon as she could. She didn't leave a scarf or handkerchief behind, not a trace. She hid in her room all day. I had only a couple of calls to make. God, that was a long day. I was watering the roses after supper, and she came to me there, where she and Galvin had talked the night before. "Gil," she said, "I want to talk with you. Your skirt's caught on the rose bush. Unhook me, I can't reach it." I broke the thorn and freed her. "I'm in love with Galvin," she said. "Oh, I see," said I. "We talked it over. He feels we can't marry. He's too poor. I wanted you to know about it, though, so you'd understand why I don't want to leave the Bologna." I was wordless, or rather, words strangled me. Finally, I got some out. "You mean you want to stay here, even though—" "Yes, at least I can see him." She was awake, my sleeping beauty. He had waked her. He had given her what she lacked, and what few men could have given her, the sense of peril, which is the root of love. Now she needed what she had always had and never needed, her serenity, her strength. I stared at her and finally said, "You mean to live with him?" She turned white, dead white. "I would if he asked me," she said. "Do you think he'd do that?" She was furious, and I was floored. I stood there with a watering can and apologized. "Poma, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "But what are you going to do?" "I don't know," she said, still angry. "You mean you just intend to go on living here and he there, and—" She already had me at the point of telling her to marry him. I got angry in my turn. "All right," I said. "I'll go speak to him." "What about?" she said, defensive of him at once. "About what he intends to do. If he wants to marry you, surely he can find some kind of work." "He has tried," she said. "He wasn't brought up to work. And he has been ill, you know." Her dignity, her vulnerable dignity, went to my heart. "Oh, Poma, I know that. And you know that I respect him, that I love him. He was my friend first, wasn't he? But the illness, what kind of illness? There are times I don't think I've ever really known him at all." I could not say any more, for she did not understand me. She was blind to the dark places in the forest, or they were all bright to her. She feared for him, but she did not fear him at all. And so I rode off that evening to Ile. Galvin was not there. Martin said he had taken out the mare to exercise her. Martin was cleaning harness in the stable by lantern light and moonlight, and I talked with him there while I waited for Galvin to come back. Moonlight enlarged the woods of Ile. The birches in the house looked silver. The oaks were a wall of black. Martin came to the stable door with me for a smoke. I looked at his face in the moonlight, and I thought I could trust him, if only he'd trust me. "Martin, I want to ask you something. I have good reason for asking it." He sucked at his pipe and waited. "Do you consider Galvin to be sane?" He was silent, sucked at his pipe, grinned a little. "Sane," he said. "I'm not one to judge. I chose to live here, too. Listen, Martin, you know that I'm his friend, but he and my sister, they're in love. They talk of marrying. I'm the only one to look after her. I want to know more about—" I hesitated and finally said, "about his first marriage." Martin was looking out into the yard, his light eyes full of moonlight. "No need to stir that up, Doctor. But you ought to take your sister away." "Why?" No answer. "I have a right to know." "Look at him," Martin broke out, fierce, turning on me. "Look at him. You know him well enough. though you'll never know what he was, what he should have been. What's done is done. There's no mending it. Let him be. What would she do here when he went into his black mood? I've lived day after day in this house with him when he never spoke a word, and there was nothing you could do for him. Nothing. Is that for a young girl to live with? He's not fit to live with people. He's not sane, if you want. Take her away from here. It was not wholly jealousy, but it was not logic either that led his argument. Galvin had argued against himself in the same way last night. I was sure Galvin had had no black mood since he had known Poma. The blackness lay further behind. Did he divorce his wife, Martin? She's dead. You know that for a fact? Martin nodded. All right, if she's dead, that story's closed. All I can do is speak to him. You won't do that. It wasn't either question or threat so much as it was terror, real terror in his voice. I was clinging to common sense by now, desperately, clutching at the straw. Somebody's got to face reality, I said angrily. If they marry, they've got to have something to live on. To live on, that's not what it's about. He can't marry anybody. Get her out of here. Why? All right, you asked if he was sane. I'll answer you. No. No, he isn't sane. He's done something he doesn't know about. He doesn't remember. If she comes here, it will happen again. How do I know it won't happen again? I felt very dizzy, there in the night wind under the high dark and silver of the trees. I finally said in a whisper, his wife? No answer. For the love of God, Martin. All right, the man whispered. Listen. He came on them in the woods, there, back in the oaks. He pointed to the great trees standing somber under moonlight. He'd been out hunting. It was the day after he'd sent off the man from Brelava, told him to get out and never come back. And she was in a rage with him for it. They'd quarreled half the night, and he went off to the marshes before dawn. He came back early, and he found them there. He took a shortcut through the woods. He found them there in broad daylight in the forest, and he shot her point blank, and clubbed the man with his rifle, beat his brains out. I heard the shot. So close to the house, I came out and found them. I took him home. There were a couple of other men staying here. I sent them away. I told them she'd run off. That night he tried to kill himself. I had to watch him. I had to tie him up. Martin's voice shook and broke again and again. For weeks he never said a word. He was like a dumb animal. I had to lock him in. And it wore off, but it would come back on him. I had to watch him night and day. It wasn't her. It wasn't that he'd come on them that way like dogs in heat. It was that he'd killed them. That's what broke him. He came out of it. He began to act like himself again, but only when he'd forgotten that. He forgot it. He doesn't remember it. He doesn't know it. I told him the same story. They'd run off, gone abroad, and he believed it. He believes it now. Now, will you bring your sister here? All I could say at first was, Martin, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Then, pulling myself together, what did you do? There where they died. Do you want to dig them up and make sure? He said in a cracked, savage voice. There in the forest. Go ahead, here's the manure shovel. It's what I dug a hole for them with. You're a doctor. You won't believe Galvin could do that to a man. There wasn't anything left of the head but... Martin put his face into his hands suddenly and rocked back and forth, crouching down on his heels, crouching and rocking and sobbing. I said what I could to him, but all he could say to me was, if I could just forget it, the way he has. When he began to get himself under control again, I left. Not waiting for Galvin. Not waiting, I say. I was running from him. I wanted to be out from under the shadow of those trees. I kept the pony at a trot all the way home, glad of the empty road and the wash of moonlight over the wide valley. And I came into our house out of breath and shaking, and found Galvin Ilskar standing there by the fire, alone. "Where's my sister?" I yelled, and he stared in bewilderment. "Upstairs," he stammered, and I went up the stairs 4 at a time. There she was in her room, sitting on her bed, among all the pretty odds and ends and bits and tatters that she never put away. She had been crying. "Gil," she said, with the same bewildered look. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I don't know." And I backed out, leaving her scared to death. Poor girl. But she waited up there while I came back down to Galvin. That's what they'd arranged. The custom of the times, you know. The men were to talk the matter over. He said the same thing. "What's wrong, Gil?" And what was I to say? There he stood, tense and gallant, with his clear eyes. My friend, ready to tell me he loved my sister, and had found some kind of job, and would stand by her all his life. And was I supposed to say, "Yes, there's something wrong, Galvin Ilskar," and tell him what it was? Oh, there was something wrong, all right. But it was a deeper wrong, and an older one, than any he had done. Was I to give in to it? "Galvin," I said, "Poma's spoken to me. I don't know what to say. I can't forbid you to marry, but I can't. And I stuck. I couldn't speak. Martin's tears blinded me. "Nothing could make me hurt her," he said very quietly, as if making a promise. I don't know whether he understood me. I don't know whether, as Martin believed, he did not know what he had done. In a way, it did not matter. The pain and the guilt of it were in him then and always. That he knew from end to end, and endured without complaint. Well, that wasn't quite the end of it. It should have been, but what he could endure, I couldn't. And finally, against every impulse of mercy, I told Poma what Martin had told me. I couldn't let her walk into the forest undefended. She listened to me, and as I spoke, I knew I'd lost her. She believed me, all right. God help her, I think she knew before I told her. Not the facts, but the truth. But my telling her forced her to take sides, and she did. She said she'd stay with Ilskar. They were married in October. The doctor cleared his throat and gazed a long time at the fire, not noticing his junior partner's impatience. "Well," the young man burst out at last like a firecracker, "what happened?" "What happened?" "Why, nothing much happened. They lived on at Ile. Galvin had got himself a job as an overseer for Crabbe. After a couple of years, he did pretty well at it. They had a son and a daughter. Galvin died when he was 50. Pneumonia again. His heart couldn't take it. My sister's still at Ile. I haven't seen her for a couple of years. I hope to spend Christmas there. Oh, but the reason I told you all this, you said there are unpardonable crimes, and I agree that murder ought to be one, and yet, among all men, it was the murderer whom I loved, who turned out, in fact, to be my brother. Do you see what I mean? 1920. Conversations at night. The best thing to do is get him married. Married? Shh. Who'd marry him? Plenty of girls. He's still a big, strong fellow, good-looking. Plenty of girls. When their sweating arms or thighs touched under the sheet, they moved apart with a jerk, then lay again staring at the dark. What about his pension? Albrecht asked at last. She'd get it. They'd stay here. Where else? Plenty of girls would jump at the chance. Rent-free. She'd help at the shop and look after him. Fat chance I'd give up his pension after all I've done. Not even my blood kin. They'd have your brother's room, and he'd sleep in the hall. This detail gave so much reality to the plan that only after a long time, during which he had scratched his sweaty arms to satisfaction, did Albrecht ask, "Do you think of anybody special?" In the hall outside their door, a bed creaked as the sleeper turned. Sarah was silent a minute, then whispered, "Alicia Bennet." "Huh?" Albrecht said in vague surprise. The silence lengthened, drew into uneasy hot-weather sleep. Sarah, not knowing she had slept, found herself sitting up, the sheet tangled about her legs. She got up and peered into the hall. Her nephew lay asleep. The skin of his bare arms and chest looked hard and pale, like stone in the first light. "Why'd you yell like that?" He sat up suddenly, his eyes wide. "What is it? You were talking, yelling. I need my sleep." He lay still. After Sarah had settled back into bed, it was silent. He lay listening to the silence. At last, something seemed to sigh deeply, outside in the dawn. A breath of cooler air brushed over him. He also sighed. He turned over on his face and sank into sleep, which was a whiteness to him, like the whitening day. Outside the dreams, outside the walls, the city Rakava stood still in daybreak. The streets, the old wall with its high gates and towers, the factories that bulked outside the wall, the gardens at the high south edge of town, the whole of the long tilted plain on which the city was built, lay pale, drained, unmoving. A few fountains clattered in deserted squares. The west was still cold where the great plain sloped off into the dark. A long cloud slowly dissolved into a pinkish mist in the eastern sky, and then the sun's rim, like the lip of a cauldron of liquid steel, tipped over the edge of the world, pouring out daylight. The sky turned blue. The air was streaked with the shadows of towers. Women began to gather at the fountains. The streets darkened with people going to work, and then the rising and falling howl of the siren at the Furman cloth factory went over the city, drowning out the slow striking of the cathedral bell. The door of the apartment slammed. Children were shrieking down in the courtyard. Sanzo sat up, sat on the edge of his bed for a while. After he had dressed, he went into Albrecht and Sarah's room and stood at the window. He could tell strong light from darkness, but the window faced the court and caught no sunlight. He stood with his hands on the sill, turning his head sometimes, trying to catch the contrast of dark and light, until he heard his father moving about and went into the kitchen to make the old man his coffee. His aunt had not left the matches in their usual place to the left of the sink. He felt about for the tin box along the counter and shelf, his hands stiff with caution and frustration. He finally located it, left out on the table in plain sight, if he'd been able to see. As he got the stove lighted, his father came shuffling in. "How goes it?" Sanzo said. The same. The old man was silent till the coffee was ready, then said, "You pour. I got no grip this morning." Sanzo located the cup with his left hand, brought the coffee pot over it with his right. "On the mark," Wolf said, touching his son's hand with his rigid, arthritic fingers to keep it in the right place. Between them they got their cups filled. They sat at the table in silence, the father chewing on a piece of bread. "Hot again," he mumbled. A bluebottle buzzed in the window, knocking against the glass. That sound and the sound of Wolf chewing his bread filled Sanzo's world. A knock on the door came like a gunshot. He jumped up. The old man went on chewing. He opened the door. "Who is it?" he said. "Hello, Sanzo." "Lisha." "Come on in." "Here's the flour Mother borrowed Sunday," she whispered. "The coffee's hot." The Bennet family lived across the courtyard. Sanzo had known them all since he was 10, when he and his father had come to live with Albrecht and Sarah. He had no clear picture of how Alicia looked, having seen her last when she was 14. Her voice was soft, thin, and childish. She still had not come in. He shrugged and held out his hands for the flour. She put the bag square in his hands so that he did not have to fumble for it. "Oh, come on in," he said. "I never see you any more." "Just for a minute. I have to get back to help Mother." With the laundry? Thought you were working at Rebolt's. They laid off 60 cutters at the end of last month. She sat with them at the kitchen table. They talked about the proposed strike at the Furman cloth factory. Though Wolf had not worked for 5 years, crippled by arthritis, he was full of information from his drinking companions, and Lish's father was a union section head. Sanzo said little. After a while there was a pause. "Well, what do you see in him?" said the old man's voice. Lish's chair creaked. She said nothing. "Look all you like," Sanzo said. "It's free." He stood up and felt for the cups and plates on the table. "I'd better go." "All right." Turning towards the sink, he misjudged her position and ran right into her. "Sorry," he said angrily, for he hated to blunder. He felt her hand, just for a moment, laid very lightly on his arm. He felt the movement of her breath as she said, "Thanks for the coffee, Sanzo." He turned his back, setting the cups down in the sink. She left, and Wolf left a minute later, working his way down the 4 flights of stairs to the courtyard, where he would sit most of the day, hobbling after the sunlight as it shifted from the west to the east wall, until the evening sirens howled, and he went to meet his old companions, off work at the corner tavern. Sanzo washed up the dishes and made the beds, then took his stick and went out. At the Veterans Hospital they had taught him a blind man's trade, chair caning, and Sarah had hunted and badgered the local used furniture sellers until one of them agreed to give Sanzo what caning work came his way. Often it was nothing, but this week there was a set of 8 chairs to be done. It was 11 blocks to the shop, but Sanzo knew his routes well. The work itself in the silent room behind the shop, in the smell of newly cut cane, varnish, mildew, and glue, was pleasant, hypnotic. It was past 4 when he knocked off, bought himself a sausage roll at the corner bakery, and followed another leg of his route to his uncle's shop, Cheeky Stationers, a hole in the wall where they sold paper, ink, astrological charts, string, dream books, pencils, tacks. He had been helping Albrecht, who had no head for figures, with the accounting, but there was very little accounting to be done these days, and there were no customers in the shop, and he could hear Sarah in the back room working herself up into a rage at Albrecht over something. He shut the shop door so the bell would jangle and bring her out to the front, hoping for a customer, and strode on the 3rd leg of his circuit to the park. It was fiercely hot, though the sun was getting lower. When he looked up at the sun, a grayish mist pressed on his eyes. He found his usual bench. Insects droned in the dry park grass. The city hummed heavily. Voices passed by near and far in the void. When he felt the shadows rising up around him, he started home. His head had begun to ache. A dog followed him for blocks. He could hear its panting and its nails scratching on the pavement. A couple of times he struck out at it with his stick, when he felt it crowding at his ankles, but he did not hit it. After supper, eaten in haste and silence in the hot kitchen, he sat out in the courtyard with his father and uncle and Cass Bennett. They spoke of the strike, of a new dyeing process that was going to cost a whole caste of workmen their jobs, of a foreman who had murdered his wife and children yesterday. The night was windless and sticky. At 10 they went to bed. Sanzo was tired, but it was too hot, too close for sleep. He lay thinking again and again that he would get up and go down and sit in the courtyard, where it would be cooler. There was a soft, interminable roll of thunder, seeming to die away, then muttering on, louder, then softer. The hot night gathered round him, swathing him in sticky folds, pressing on him, as the girl's body had pressed on him for a second that morning when he had run against her. A sudden chill breeze whacked at the windows, the air changed, the thunder grew loud. Rain began to patter. Sanzo lay still. He knew by a grayish movement inside his eyes when the lightning flashed. Thunder echoed deafening in the well of the courtyard. The rain increased, rattling on the windows. As the storm slackened, he relaxed. Languor came into him, a faint, sweet well-being. Without fear or shame, he began to pursue the memory of that moment, that touch, and following it, found sleep. Sarah had been polite to him for 3 days running. Distrustful, he sought to provoke her, but she saved her tantrums for Wolf and Albrecht, left the matches where Sanzo could find them, asked him if he didn't want a few kroner back from his pension so he could go to the tavern, and finally asked him if he wouldn't like somebody to come in and read to him now and then. Read what? The newspaper, anything you like. It wouldn't be so dull for you. One of the Benat children would do it. Lisha, maybe. She's always got a book. You used to read so much. I don't anymore, he said with stupid sarcasm. But Sarah sailed on, talking about Mrs. Benat's laundry business, Lisha's losing her job, where Sanzo's mother's old books might have got to. She had been a great reader, too, always with a book. Sanzo half listened, made no reply, and was not surprised when Lisha Benat turned up, late the next afternoon, to read to him. Sarah usually got her way. She had even dug out from the closet in Wolf's room 3 books that had belonged to Sanzo's mother, old novels in school editions. Lisha, who sounded very ill at ease, started in promptly to read one of them, Carante's The Young Man Liva. She was husky and fidgety at first, but then began to get interested in what she was reading. She left before Sarah and Albrecht came home, saying, "Shall I come back tomorrow?" "If you want," Sanzo said. "I like your voice." By the 3rd afternoon she was quite caught in the spell of the long, gentle, romantic story. Sanzo, bored and yet at peace, listened patiently. She came to read 2 or 3 afternoons a week, when her mother did not need her. He took to being at home by 4, in case she came. "You like that fellow Liva," he said one day, when she had closed the book. They sat at the kitchen table. It was close and quiet in the kitchen, evening of a long September day. "Oh, he's so unhappy," she said with such compassion that she then laughed at herself. Sanzo smiled. His face, handsome and rigidly intent, was broken by the smile, changed, brought alive. He reached out, found the book and her hand on it, and put his own hand over hers. "Why does that make you like him?" "I don't know." He got up abruptly and came round the table till he stood right by her chair, so that she could not get up. His face had returned to its usual intent look. "Is it dark?" "No, evening." "I wish I could see you," he said, and his left hand groped and touched her face. She started at the very gentle touch, then sat motionless. He took her by the arms, a groping touch again, but followed by a hard grip, and pulled her up to stand against him. He was shaking. She stood quiet in his arms, pressed against him. He kissed her mouth and face. His hand struggled with the buttons of her blouse. Then abruptly he let her go and turned away. She caught a deep breath, like a sob. The faint September wind stirred around them, blowing in from the open window in another room. He still did not turn, and she said softly, "Sanzo." "You'd better go on," he said. "I don't know. Sorry. Go on, Lisha." She stood a moment, then bent and put her lips against his hand, which rested on the table. She picked up her kerchief and went out. When she had closed the door behind her, she stopped on the landing outside. There was no sound for some while. Then she heard a chair scrape in the apartment, and then, so faint she was not certain it came from behind that door, a whistled tune. Somebody was coming up the stairs, and she ran down, but the tune stayed in her head. She knew the words. It was an old song. She hummed it as she crossed the courtyard. 2 tattered beggars met on the street. "Hey, little brother, give me bread to eat." After 2 days she came again. Neither of them had much to say, and she set to reading at once. They had got to the chapter where the poet Liva, ill in his garret, is visited by Countess Louisa, the chapter called The First Night. Lisha's mouth was dry, and several times her breath stuck in her throat. "I need a drink of water," she said. but she did not get it. When she stood up, he did, and when she saw him reach out his hand, she took it. This time, in her acceptance of him, there was one obscure moment, a movement suppressed before it was made, before she knew she had resisted anything. "All right," he whispered, and his hands grew gentler. Her eyes were closed, his were open. They stood there not in lamplight, but in darkness, and alone. The next day they had a go at reading, for they still could not talk to each other, but the reading ended sooner than before. Then for several days Lisha was needed in the laundry. As she worked, she kept singing the little song. "Go to the baker's house, ask him for the key. If he won't hand it over, say you were sent by me." Stooping over the laundry tub, her mother took up the song with her. Lisha stopped singing. "Can't I sing it too, since I've got it in my ears all day?" Mrs. Bennet plunged her red, soap-slick arms into the steaming tub. Lisha cranked the wringer on a stiff pair of overalls. "Take it easy. What's wrong?" "They won't go through." "Button caught, maybe." "Why are you so jumpy lately?" I'm not Sanzo cheeky. I can see you, my girl." Silence again, while Lisha struggled with the wringer. Mrs. Bennet lifted a basket of wet clothes to the table, bracing it against her chest with a grunt. "Where'd you get this idea of reading to him?" "His aunt, Sarah. She said it might cheer him up." "Cheer him up? Sarah? She'd have turned him and Wolf both out by now, if it wasn't for their pensions. And I don't know as I could blame her, though he looks after himself as well as you could expect." Mrs. Bennet hoisted another load onto the table, shook the suds off her swollen hands, and faced her daughter. "Now, see here, Alicia. Sarah Cheeky's a respectable woman, but you get your ideas from me, not from her, see?" "Yes, Mother." Lisha was free that afternoon, but did not go to the Cheekys' flat. She took her youngest sister to the park to see the puppet show, and did not come back till the windy autumn evening was growing dark. That night, in bed, she composed herself in a comfortable but formal position, flat on her back, legs straight, arms along her sides, and set herself to think out what her mother had been saying. It had to do with Sanzo. Did Sarah want her and Sanzo to be together? What for? Surely not for the same reason she herself wanted to be with Sanzo. Then what was wrong with it? Did her mother think she might fall in love with Sanzo? There was a slight pause in her mind, and then she thought, "But I am." Lisha had not really thought at all this last week, since the first time Sanzo had kissed her. Now her mind cleared, everything falling into place, as if it had been that way all along. Doesn't she know that? Lisha wondered, since it was now so obvious. Her mother must understand. She always understood things sooner than Lisha did. But she had not been warning Lisha against Sanzo. All she had said was to stay clear of Sarah. That was all right. Lisha did not like Sarah, and willingly agreed. She wouldn't listen to anything Sarah had to say. What had she to say, anyhow? It was nothing to do with her. "Sanzo," Lisha said with her lips only, not her voice, so that her sister Eva beside her in the bed wouldn't hear. Then, content, she turned on her side with her legs curled up and fell asleep. The next afternoon she went to the Cheekys' flat, and as they sat down as usual at the kitchen table, she looked at Sanzo, studying him. His eyes looked all right, only his intent expression gave away his blindness, but one side of his forehead had a crushed look, and you could follow the scarring even under his hair. How queasy did it make her? Did it make her want to get away, as from hydrocephalic children and beggars with 2 huge nostrils in place of a nose? No, she wanted to touch that scar very lightly, as he had first touched her face. She wanted to touch his hair, the corners of his mouth, his strong, beautiful, relaxed hands resting on the table as he waited for her to read or to speak. The only thing that bothered her was a passivity, an unconscious submissiveness in the way he sat there so quietly waiting. It was not a face or a body made for passivity. "I don't want to read today," she said. "All right." Do you want to walk? It's lovely out today. All right. He put on his jacket and followed her down the long, dark stairs. Out on the street he did not take her arm, though he had not brought his stick. She did not dare take his. The park? No, up the hill. There's a place I used to go to. Can't make it by myself. The hill was the top edge of Rakava. The houses there were old and large, standing in private parks and gardens. Lisha had never walked there before, though it was only about a mile from her own quarter. A broad wind blew from the south along the quiet, unfamiliar streets. She looked about with wonder and pleasure. They've all got trees on them, all the streets, like a park, she said. What are we on, Sobenskar Street? I didn't notice. We must be. Is there a gray wall with glass on top across the street ahead there? We ought to go on up past that. They reached thus a big unwalled garden gone wild at the end of an unpaved drive. Lisha was faintly anxious about trespassing on these silent domains of the wealthy, but Sanzo walked unhesitating as if he owned them. The drive became steep, and the garden widened on up the slope, its lawns and brambles following the contours of the formal park it had once been. At the end of the drive, built almost against the city wall, a square stone house with empty windows stood staring out over the city below. They sat down on a slope of uncut grass. The low sun was hot, striking through a grove of trees to their left. Smoke or haze overhung the plains beyond the city. All Rakava lay below them. Here and there among the roofs a column of smoke rose till the south wind sheared it off. The dull, heavy sound of the city underlay the stillness of the garden. Sometimes a dog barked far away, or they heard for a moment, caught by an echo off the house fronts, the clap of horse hooves or a calling voice. At the north and east of the city, where the wall was gone, the factories bulked like big blocks set down among toy houses. The place still empty? Lisha turned to look up at the house with its black, glassless windows. Looks like it's been empty forever. The gardener at one of the other places told me when I was a kid it's been empty for 50 years. Some foreigner built it. Come here and made a fortune with some machinery of his in the mills. Way back. Never sold the place, just left it. It's got 40 rooms, he said. Sanzo was lying back in the grass, his arms under his head and his eyes shut. He looked easy, lazy. The city's queer from up here. Half all gold and half dark. And all jammed up together, like stuff in a box. I wonder why it's all squeezed together with all the room around it. The plains go on forever, it looks like. I came up here a lot when I was a kid. Liked to look down on it like that. Filthy city. It does look beautiful, though, from up here. Krasnoy. Now, there's a beautiful city. He had lived a year in Krasnoy in the Veterans Hospital after the landmine had blinded him. You saw it before? She asked. And he, understanding, nodded. In 17, just after I was drafted. I wanted to go back. Krasnoy's big, it's alive, not dead like this place. The towers look queer. The courts and the old prison, all sticking up out of the shadows like somebody's fingers. What did you do when you used to come here? Nothing. Wandered around. Broke into the house a few times. Does it really have 40 rooms? I never counted. I got spooked in there. You know what's queer? I used to think it was like a blind man. All the black windows. His voice was quiet. So was his face, kindled with the strong reddish light of the low sun. Lisha watched him a while, then looked back at the city. You can tell that Countess Louisa is going to run out on Liva, she said dreamily. Sanzo laughed, a real laugh of amusement or pleasure, and reached out his hand towards her. When she took it, he pulled her back to lie beside him, her head on his shoulder. The weedy turf was as soft as a mattress. Lisha could see nothing over the curve of Sanzo's chest but the sky and the top of the chestnut grove. They lay quiet in the warm, dying sunlight, and Lisha was absolutely happy for almost the first time, and probably the last time in her life. She was not about to let that go until she had to. It was he who stirred at last and said, "Sun must be down. It's getting cold." They went back down the wide, calm streets, back into their world. There the streets were noisy and jammed with people coming home from the mills. Sanzo had kept hold of Lish's hand so she was able to guide him, but whenever somebody jostled him, no oftener in fact than they jostled her, she felt at fault. Being tall, he had to stride, of course, but he did plow straight ahead regardless, and keeping a bit ahead of him to fend off collisions was a job. By the time they got to their building, he was frowning as usual, and she was out of breath. They said good night flatly at his entrance, and she stood watching him start up the stairs with that same unhesitating step, each step taken in darkness. "Where have you been to?" said a deep voice behind her. She jumped. "Walking with Sanzo Cheeky, Father." Cass Bennett, short, broad, and blocky in the twilight, said, "Thought he got about pretty good by himself." "Yes, he does." Lisha smiled widely. Her father stood before her, solid, pondering. "Go on up," he said finally, and went on to wash himself at the pump in the courtyard. "She'll get married sometime, you know, maybe," said Mrs. Bennett. "What maybe? She's turned 18. There's prettier girls, but she's a good one. Any day now she'll marry. Not if she's mixed up with that Sanzo, she won't. Get your pillow over on your side. It's in my eye." "What do you mean, mixed up?" "How should I know?" Cass sat up. "What are you telling me?" he demanded hoarsely. "Nothing. I know that girl. But some of our neighbors could tell you plenty. And each other." "Why do you let her go there and get talked about then?" There was a pause. "Well, because I'm stupid," Mrs. Bennett said heavily into the darkness. "I just didn't think anything about it. How was I to? He's blind." There was another pause, and Cass said in an uneasy tone, "It isn't Sanzo's fault. He's a good fellow. He was a fine workman. It's not his fault. You don't have to tell me. A big, good-looking boy like that, and as steady as you were, too. It doesn't make any sense. I'd like to ask the good Lord what he's driving at. Well, all the same, what are you going to do about it? I can handle Sarah. She'll give me a handle. I know her. She's got no patience, but that girl, if I talk to her again, it'll just put more ideas in her head." "Talk to him, then." A longer pause. Cass was half asleep when his wife burst out, "What do you mean, talk to him?" Cass grunted. "You talk to him, if it's so easy. Turn it off, old lady. I'm tired." "I wash my hands of it," Mrs. Bennett said furiously. Cass reached over and slapped her on the rump. She gave a deep, angry sigh, and they settled down close side by side and slept, while the dark rising wind of autumn scoured the streets and courts. Old Wolf in his windowless bedroom heard the wind prying at the walls, whining. Through the wall, Albrecht snored softly. Sarah snored deep and slow. After a long time there were creaks and clinks from the kitchen. Wolf got up, found his shoes and ragged, padded wrapper, and shuffled into the kitchen. No light was on. "That you, Sanzo?" "Right." "Light a candle." He waited, ill at ease in the black darkness. A tin rattled, a match scraped, and around the tiny blue flame the world reappeared. "Is it lit?" "Down a little. That's it." They sat down at the table, Wolf trying to pull the wrapper over his legs for warmth. Sanzo was dressed, but his shirt was buttoned wrong. He looked mean and haggard. In front of him on the table were a bottle and a glass. He poured the glass full and pushed it towards his father. Wolf got it between his crippled hands and began to drink it in large mouthfuls, with a long, savoring pause between each. Tired of waiting, Sanzo got himself another glass, poured it half full, and drank it straight off. When Wolf was done, he looked at his son a while and said, "Alexander." "What is it?" Wolf sat looking at him and finally got up, repeating the name by which no one but Sanzo's mother 15 years dead, had ever called him Alexander. He touched his son's shoulder with his stiff fingers, stood there a moment, and shuffled back to his room. Sanzo poured out and drank again. He found it hard to get drunk alone. He wasn't sure if he was drunk yet or not. It was like sitting in a thick fog that never thinned and never got any thicker. A blankness. Blank, not dark, he said, pointing a finger he could not see at no one there. These words had a great significance, but he did not like the sound of his voice for some reason. He felt for the glass, which had ceased to exist, and drank out of the bottle. The blankness remained the same as before. "Go away, go away, go away," he said. This time he liked the sound of his voice. "You aren't there, none of you, nobody's there. I'm right here." This was satisfying, but he was beginning to feel sick. "I'm here, God damn it, I'm here," he said loudly. No one answered, no one woke, no one was there. "I'm here," he said. His mouth was twitching and trembling. He put his head down on his arms to make that stop. He was so dizzy, he thought he was falling off the chair, but he fell asleep instead. The candle near his hand burned down and out. He slept on, hunched over the table, while the wind whined and the streets grew dim with morning. "Well, all I said was she was over there a lot lately." "Yes," Mrs. Bennet said in a tone of mild but serious interest. "And she got all huffy," said Eva, the second daughter, 16. She did? He can't even work. What does he act so stuck up for? He works. Oh, fixing chairs or something. But he always acts so stuck up. And then she got stuck up when I asked her. Is my hair straight? Eva was pretty, as her mother had been at 16. She was dressed now to walk out with one of the many solemn, bony-wristed youths who requested that privilege, and to earn it had to undergo a close inspection of their persons and their antecedents by Mr. and Mrs. Bennet. After she had gone, Mrs. Bennet put up her darning and went into the younger children's room. Lisha was humming her 5-year-old sister to sleep with the song about the 2 beggars. The wind that had risen the night before rattled the window in gusts. "She asleep? Come along." Lisha followed her mother to the kitchen. "Make us a cup of chocolate. I'm dead tired. This little place. If we had a room where you girls could sit with your boys. I don't like this walking out. It's not right. A girl ought to be at home for her courting." She said no more until Lisha had made the chocolate and sat down at the table with her. Then she said, "I don't want you going to the Cheekies any more, Lisha." Lisha set down her cup. She smoothed out a crease in her skirt and folded the end of the belt under the buckle. "Why not, Mother? People talk. People have to talk about something, not about my daughter. Can he come here, then?" Mrs. Bennet was startled by this flank attack, bold and almost impudent, the last thing she expected from Lisha. Shaken, she spoke out bluntly. "No." "Do you mean you've been courting?" "I guess so." "The man is blind, Alicia." "I know," the girl said without irony. He can't earn a living. His pension's $250. $250. It's $250 more than a lot of people are making these days, Lisha said. "Besides, I can work." "Lisha, you're not talking of marrying him." "We haven't yet. But, Lisha, don't you see?" Mrs. Bennet's voice had grown soft, desperate. She laid the palms of her hands on the table, short, fine hands, swollen with hot water and strong soap. "Lisha, listen to me. I'm 40 years old. Half my life I've lived in this city. 20 years in this place, these 4 rooms. I came here when I was your age. I was born in Foronoi, you know that. It's an old town, too, but not a trap like this one. Your grandfather was a mill hand. We had a house there, a house with a parlor, and a yard with a rose bush. When your grandmother was dying, you wouldn't remember, but she kept asking, 'When are we going home?' When are we going home?" "I liked it fine here at first. I was young. I met your father. We were going to move back up north in a year or two, and we talked about it. And you children came, and then the war and good pay, and now that's all gone, and it's nothing but strikes and wage cuts. So I finally looked back and saw that we'll never get out. We're here for good. When I saw that, I made a vow, Lisha. You'll say I'm not in church from one year to the next, but I went to the cathedral, and I made a vow to the Virgin of the Sovina there. I said, 'Holy Mother, I'll stay here. It's all right, if you'll let my children get out. I'll never say another word, if you'll just let them get away. Get out of here.'" She looked up at her daughter. Her voice grew still softer. "Do you see what I'm getting at, Lisha? Your father's a man in 10,000, but what has he to show for it? Nothing. Nothing saved. The same flat we moved into when we married, the same job, practically the same wages. That's how it is in this trap, this city. I see him caught in that. What about you? I won't have it. I want you to marry well and get out of here. Let me finish. If you married Sanzo Chiki, two can scrape by on that pension of his, but what about children? And there isn't any work for you now. If you married him, you know where you'd go. Across the yard. From 4 rooms to 3, with Sarah and Albrecht and the old man, and work for nothing in their ratty little shop, and be tied to a man who'd come to hate you because he couldn't help you. Oh, I know Sanzo, he was always proud, and don't think I haven't grieved for him. But you're my child, and it's your life, Lisha. All your life." Her voice had risen, and it quavered on the last words. In tears, Lisha put out her hands across the table and held her mother's tightly. "Listen, Mother, I promise. If Sanzo ever says anything, maybe he won't, I don't know. If he does, and I still can't find a job so we'd have enough to move, then I'll say no. You don't think he'd let you earn his living?" Though Lisha's eyes were swollen with tears and her cheeks were wet, she spoke quite steadily. "He's proud," she said, "but he's not stupid, Mother. But, Lisha, can't you find a whole man?" The girl released her hands and sat up straighter. She said nothing. "Promise me you won't see him again." "I can't. I promised all I could, Mother." There was a silence between them. "You never crossed me in anything," Mrs. Bennet said, in a heavy, pondering tone. "You've been a good one, always. You're grown now. I can't lock you in like a slut. Cass might say yes, but I can't do it now. It's up to you, Lisha. You can save yourself, and him, or you can waste it all." "Save myself? For what?" the girl said, without any bitterness. "There never was anybody but him, even when I was a little kid, before he went into the army. To waste that would be a sin. Maybe it was kind of a sin, a little bit, to make that vow, too, Mother." Mrs. Bennet stood up. "Who's to say?" she asked wearily. "I want to spare my daughter a miserable life, and she tells me it's a sin. Not for you, Mother. For me. I can't keep your vows." "Well, God forgive us both, then. And him. I meant it for the best, Lisha." Mrs. Bennet went off to her room, walking heavily. Lisha sat on at the table, turning a spoon over and over in her hands. She felt no triumph from having, for the first time in her life, opposed and defeated her mother. She felt only weariness, and sometimes, as she sat, tears welled into her eyes again. The only good thing about it all was that there was no longer anyone she feared. At last she went into the room she shared with Eva, found a pencil and a scrap of paper, and wrote a very brief letter to Sanzo Chiki, telling him that she loved him. When it was written, she folded it very small, put it in a heavy old gilt brass locket her mother had given her, and fastened the chain about her neck. Then she went to bed, and lay a long time listening to the endless, aimless blowing of the wind. Sarah Cheeky, as Mrs. Bennet had said, had no patience. That same night she said to her nephew, while Wolf and Albrecht were at the tavern, "Sanzo, you ever think about getting married? Don't pull a face like that. I'm serious. I thought of it a while back. I'll tell you why. You should see Lisha Benat's face when she looks at you. That's what put it into my head." He turned towards Sarah and said coolly, "What business of yours is it how she looks at me? I've got eyes. I can see what's in front of me." Then she caught her breath. But Sanzo gave his disquieting laugh. "Go ahead and look, then," he said. "Only don't bother to tell me. Listen, Sanzo Cheeky. There you stand in your pride, acting like nothing on earth made any difference to you, and never think that what I'm saying might have some sense in it you might listen to. What good do you think I'd get out of your marrying? I was just thinking of you and happened to notice." "Drop it," he said. His voice had broken into the strained, arrogant note that exasperated Sarah. She turned on him with a rush of justifications and accusations. "That's done it," Sanzo broke in. "I'll never see that girl again." There being nowhere else to get away from Sarah, he went out, slamming the door behind him. He ran down the stairs. Out on the street, without his stick, his coat, or any money, he stopped and stood there. Lisha wanted to get him, did she? And Sarah wanted him got? And they had laid their little plans, and he had fallen for it. When the awful tension of humiliation and rage began to subside, he had lost his bearings and did not know which direction he was facing, whether he had moved away from the doorway or not. He had to grope around for several minutes to locate himself. People passed by, talking. They paid no attention to him or thought he was drunk. At last he found the entrance, went back upstairs, took 10 kroner from his father's little cash box, brushed past the protesting Sarah, and slammed the door a second time. He came back about 10 the next morning, flopped down on his hallway bed, and slept all day. It was Sunday, and his uncle, having to pass the sprawled figure several times, finally said to Sarah, "Why'd he go bust out again? Took all his money, Wolf says. He ain't bust out like that all summer. Like he used to when he first got home. Yes, drinking up the money that's to support him and his father. That's all he's good for." Albrecht scratched his head, and as usual answered slowly and not exactly to the point. "Seems like a hell of a life for a fellow only 26, he said. The next day at 4, Lisha came to the apartment. He proposed that they walk out. They went up onto the hill to the garden. It was October now, an overcast day getting ready to rain. Neither of them spoke as they walked. They sat down on the grass below the empty house. Lisha shivered, looking out over the gray city, its 1,000 streets, its huge factories. Without sunlight, the garden was dominated by the forbidding dark bulk of the chestnut grove. A train whistled across town far away. "What's it look like?" "All gray and black." She heard the childish whispering note in her own voice, but it had not cost his pride to ask the question of her. That was good. That lightened her heart a little. If they could only go on talking, or if he would touch her, so that for him she would be there, then it would be all right. Soon he did reach out to her, and willingly she put herself entirely inside the hold of his arm, resting her cheek against his shoulder. She felt a tension in him, as if he had something he wanted to say, and she was about to ask him what it was, when he lifted her face with his hand and kissed her. The kiss grew insistent. He turned so that his weight was on her and pushed her back, the pressure of his mouth sliding down to her throat and to her breasts. She tried to speak and could not, tried to push him away and could not. His weight pushed her down, his shoulder blocked out the sky. Her stomach contracted in a knot she could not see, but she managed to gasp out, "Let me go," a weak, thin whisper. He paid no heed. He crushed her down into the stiff grass and the darkness of the earth, with such strength that she felt only weakness. Weakness as if she were dying. But when he tried to force her legs apart with his hand, it hurt, so sharply that she began to struggle again, to fight like an animal. She got one arm free, pushed his head away, and writhed out from under him in one convulsive movement. She got to all fours, staggered to her feet, and ran. Sanzo lay there, his face half buried in the grass. When she came back to him, he had not moved. Her tears, which she had managed to control, started again as she stood by him. "Come on, get up, Sanzo," she said softly. He lay still. "Come on." After a while, he twisted round and sat up. His white face was scored with the crisscross marks of the stiff grass, and his eyes, when he opened them, looked to the side, as if staring across to the grove of chestnuts. "Let's go home, Sanzo," she whispered to his terrible face. He drew back his lips and said, "Get away. Let me alone." "I want to go home." "Then go. Go on. Do you think I need you? Go on, get out." He tried to push her away, only striking her knee. Lisha went, and waited for him at the side of the drive outside the garden. When he passed her, she held her breath, and when he was a good way past her, she began to follow him, trying to walk soundlessly. The rain had started, thin drops slanting from a low, quiet sky. Sanzo did not have his stick. He strode along boldly at first, as he did when he walked with her, but then began to slow down, evidently losing his nerve. He got along all right for a while, and once she heard him whistling his jig tune through his teeth. Once off the hill in the noisier streets where he could not hear echoes, he began to hesitate, lost his bearings, and took a wrong turn. Lisha followed close behind him. People stared at both of them. He stopped short at last, and she heard him ask of no one, "Is this Bargay Street?" A man approaching him stared at him and then answered, "No, you're way off." He took Sanzo's arm and headed him back the right way with directions and questions about was he blind, was it a mill accident, or the war. Sanzo went off, but before he had gone a block, he stopped again and stood there. Lisha caught up with him and took his arm in silence. He was breathing very hard, like an exhausted runner. "Lisha?" "Yes, come on." But at first he could not move at all, could not take a step. They went on slowly, though the rain was getting thicker. When they reached their building, he put out his hand to the entranceway, touching the bricks. With that as reassurance, he turned to her and said, "Don't come again." "Good night, Sanzo," she said. "It's no good, see?" he said, and at once started up the stairs. She went on to her entrance. For several days he went to the furniture store in the afternoon and stayed there late, not coming home till dinner time. Then there was no caning or repairing to be done for a while, and he took to going to the park in the late afternoon. He kept this up after the winter east wind had begun to blow, bringing the rain, the sleet, the thin, damp, dirty snow. When he stayed in the apartment all day, a nervous boredom would grow and grow in him. His hands shook, and he lost the sensitivity of his touch, could not tell what he was handling, whether he was handling anything at all. This drove him out, and out longer, until he brought back a headache and a cough. Fever wrung him and rattled him for a week, and left him prey to more coughs and fevers every time he went out. The weakness, the stupidity of ill health were a relief to him, but it was hard on Sarah. She had to leave breakfast ready for him and Wolf now, and pay for patent medicines for his headache, which sometimes made him cry out in pain and be waked at night by his coughing. She had never done anything but work hard, and could have compensated herself by nagging and complaining, but it wasn't the work, it was his presence, his always being there, intent, listless, blind, doing nothing, saying nothing. That exasperated her, till she would shout at poor Albrecht as they walked to the shop, "I can't stand it, I can't stay in that house with him." But the only one who escaped that winter was old Wolf. A few nights before Christmas, he went out with the 10 kroner Sarah gave him back monthly from his pension, came back with his bottle and climbed up 3 of the 4 flights of stairs, but not the 4th. Heart failure laid him down on the stair landing, where he was found an hour later. Laid in his coffin, he looked a bigger man, and his face in death, intent, unseeing, was a darker version of his son's face. All old friends and neighbors came to the funeral, for which the Cheekies went into debt. The Benats were there, but Sanzo did not hear Lisha's voice. Sanzo moved out of the hall into the windowless bedroom that had been his father's, and things went on as before. a little easier on Sarah. In January, one of Eva's young men, a dyer at the Furman mill, perhaps discouraged by the competition for Eva, began looking around and saw Lisha. If she saw him, it was without fear and without interest, but when he asked her to walk out with him, she agreed. She was as quiet and amenable as she had always been. There was no change in her, except that she and her mother were closer friends than they had been, talking together as equals, working together as partners. Her mother certainly saw the young man, but she said nothing about him to Lisha, nor did Lisha say anything, except occasionally, "I'll be walking out with Gibbon after supper." Across one night of March, the wind from the frozen eastern plains dropped, and a humid wind rose up from the south. The rain turned warm and large. In the morning, weeds were pushing up between the stones of the courtyard. The city's fountains ran full and noisy. Voices carried further down the streets. The sky was dotted with small bluish clouds. That night, Lisha and Gibbon followed one of the Rockava lovers' walks, out through the east gate to the ruins of a guard tower, and there in the cold and starlight he asked her to marry him. She looked out to the great falling darkness of the hill and plains, and back to the lights of the city, half hidden by the broken outer wall. It took her a long time to answer. "I can't," she said. "Why not, Lisha?" She shook her head. "You were in love with somebody. He went off, or he's already married, or something went wrong with it like that. I know that. I ask you knowing it." "Why?" she said with anguish. He answered directly, "Because it's over, and it's my time now." That shook her, and sensing it, he said, with sudden humbleness, "Think about it." "I will, but just think about it. It's the right thing to do, Lisha. I'm the one for you, and I'm not the kind that changes my mind." That made her smile a little because of Eva, but also because it was true. He was a shy, determined, hold-fast fellow. What if I did, she thought, and at once felt herself become humble with his humility, protected, certain, safe. "It's not fair to ask me now," she said with a flash of anger, so that he insisted no more than to ask her, as they parted at her entrance, to think about it. She said she would, and she did. It was how long? 5 months now since the day in the wild garden on the hill, and she still woke in the night from a dream that the stiff, dry grass of autumn was pushing against her back, and she could not move or speak or see. Then, as she woke from the dream, she would see the sky suddenly and rain falling straight from it on her. It was of that she had to think. Only that. She saw Sanzo oftener now that it was sunny. She always spoke to him. He would be sitting in the yard near the pump sometimes, as his father had used to do. When she came for water for the washing and pressing, she would greet him. "Afternoon, Sanzo. That you, Lisha?" His skin was white and dull, and his hands looked too large on his wrists. One day in early April she was ironing alone down in the cellar room, which her mother rented as a laundry. Light came in through small windows set high in the wall at ground level. Sparse grass and weeds stirred in the sunlight just outside the dusty glass. A streak of sunshine fell across the shirt she was pressing, and the steam rose, smelling sharp of ozone. She began to sing aloud. "Two tattered beggars met on the street. Hey, little brother, give me bread to eat. Go to the baker's house. Ask him for the key. If he won't hand it over, say you were sent by me." She had to go out for water for the sprinkling bottle. After the dusk of the cellar, the sunlight filled her eyes with whorls and blots of black and gold. Still humming, she went to the pump. Sanzo had just come out of the house. "Morning, Lisha." "Morning, Sanzo." He sat down on the bench, stretching out his long legs, raising his face to the sun. She stood silent by the pump and looked at him. She looked at him intently, judgingly. "You still there?" "Yes, I'm here." "I never see you any more." She took this in silence. Presently she came and sat down beside him, setting the jug of water down carefully under the bench. "Have you been feeling better?" "Guess so." "The sun. It's like we could all get out and live again. It's really spring now. Smell this." She picked the small white flower of a weed that had come up between the flagstones near the pump and put it in his hand. It's too little to feel it. Smell it. It smells like pancakes. He dropped the flower and bowed his head as if looking down at it. What have you been up to lately, besides the laundry? Oh, I don't know. Eva's getting married next month to Vence Este. They're going to move to Brelava up north. He's a bricklayer. There's work up there. And how about you? Oh, I'm staying here, she said. And then, feeling the dull, cold condescension of his tone, added, I'm engaged. Who to? Given Fenne. What's he do? Dyer at Furman. He's secretary of the union section. Sanzo got up, strode across the yard to the archway, then turned and, more hesitantly, came back. He stood there a couple of yards from her, his hands hanging at his sides. He was not quite facing her. Good for you. Congratulations, he said, and turned to go. Sanzo. He stopped and waited. Stay here a minute. What for? Because I want you to. He stood still. I wanted to tell you, but she got stuck. He came back, felt for the bench, and sat down. Look, Lisha, he said in a cooler voice, it doesn't make any difference. Yes, it does. It makes a lot. I wanted to tell you that I'm not engaged. He did ask me, but I'm not. He was listening, but without expression. Then why'd you say you were? I don't know. To make you mad. And so? And so, said Lisha. And so I wanted to tell you that you may be blind, but that's no excuse for being deaf, dumb, and stupid. I know you were sick, and I'm very sorry, but you'd be sicker if I had anything to do with it. Sanzo sat motionless. What the hell? He said. She did not answer, and after quite a while he turned, his hand reaching out and then stopping in mid-gesture, and said nervously, Lisha, I'm right here. Thought you'd gone. I'm not done yet. Well, go ahead, nobody's stopping you. You are. A pause. Look, Lisha, I have to. Don't you see that? No, I don't. Sanzo, let me explain. No, don't. I'm not a stone wall, Lisha. They sat side by side in the warmth a while. You'd better marry that fellow. I can't. Don't be a fool. I can't get around it. Around you. He turned his face away. In a strained, stifled voice, he said, I wanted to apologize. He made a vague gesture. No, don't. There was a silence again. Sanzo sat up straighter and rubbed his hands over his eyes and forehead painfully. Look, Lisha, it's no good. Honestly. There's your parents. What are they going to say? But that's not it. It's all the rest of it. Living with my aunt and uncle. I can't. A man has to have something to offer. Don't be humble. I'm not. I never have been. I know what I am, and this business doesn't make any difference to that, to me, but it does. It would to somebody else. I want to marry you, Lisha said. If you want to marry me, then do, and if you don't, then don't. I can't do it all by myself, but at least remember I'm in on it too. It's you I'm thinking of. No, it's not. You're thinking of yourself, being blind and the rest of it. You let me think about that. Don't think I haven't either. I have thought about you. All winter. All the time. It doesn't fit, Lisha. Not there, no. Where, then? Where do we fit? In the house up there on the hill? We can split it, 20 rooms each. Sanzo, I have to go finish the ironing. It has to be ready at noon. If we decide anything, we can figure out that kind of thing. I'd like to get clear out of Rakova. Are you? He hesitated. Will you come this afternoon? All right. She went off, swinging the water jug. When she got to the cellar, she stood there beside the ironing board and burst into tears. She had not cried for months. She had thought she was too old for tears and would not cry again. She cried without knowing why. Her tears ran like a river free of the ice lock of winter. They ran down her cheeks. She felt neither joy nor grief, and went on with her work long before her tears stopped. At 4 o'clock she started to go to the Cheeky's flat, but Sanzo was waiting for her in the courtyard. They went up the hill to the wild garden, to the lawn above the chestnut grove. The new grass was sparse and soft. In the green darkness of the grove, the first candles of the chestnuts burned yellowish white. A few pigeons soared in the warm, smoky air above the city. "There's roses all around the house. Would they mind if I picked some?" "They? Who?" "All right, I'll be back." She came back with a handful of the small, red, thorny roses. Sanzo had lain back with his arms under his head. She sat down by him. The broad, sweet April wind blew over them level with the low sun. "Well," he said, "we haven't got anywhere, have we?" "I don't know. I think so." "When did you get like this?" "Like what?" "Oh, you know, you used to be different." His voice, when he was relaxed, had a warm, burring note in it, pleasant to hear. "You never said anything." "You know what?" "What?" "We never finished reading that book." He yawned and turned on his side, facing her. She put her hand on his. "When you were a kid, you used to smile all the time. Do you still?" "Not since I met you," she said, smiling. Her hand lay still on his. "Listen, I get the disability pension, $2.50. It would get us out of Rakova. That's what you want?" "Yes, I do." "Well, there's Krasnoy. Unemployment's not supposed to be so bad there, and there must be cheap places to live. It's a bigger city." "I thought of it, too. There must be more jobs there. It's not all one industry like here. I could get something. I could pick up something with this caning, if there was anybody with any money wanting things like that done. I can handle repair work, too. I was doing some last fall." He seemed to be listening to his own words, and suddenly he gave his strange laugh that changed his face. "Listen," he said, "this is no good. You going to lead me to Krasnoy by the hand? Forget it. You ought to get away, all right, clear away. Marry that fellow and get away. Use your head, Lisha." He had sat up, his arms around his knees, not facing her. "You talk as if we were both beggars," she said. "As if we had nothing to give each other and nowhere to go." "That's it. That's the point. We don't. I don't. Do you think getting out of this place will make any difference? Do you think it'll change me? Do you think if I walk around the corner—" He was trying for irony, but achieved only agony. Lisha clenched her hands. "No, of course I don't," she said. "Don't talk like everybody else. They all say that. We can't leave Rakova. We're stuck here. I can't marry Sanzo Cheeky. He's blind. We can't do anything we want to do. We haven't got enough money." It's all true. It's all perfectly true, but it's not all. Is it true that if you're a beggar, you mustn't beg? What else can you do? If you get a piece of bread, do you throw it away? If you felt like I do, Sanzo, you'd take what you were given and hold on to it." "Lisha," he said, "oh, God, I want to hold on. Nothing." He reached to her, and she came to him. They held each other. He struggled to speak, but could not for a long time. "You know I want you. I need you. There is nothing else," he stammered. And she, denying his need, said, "No, no, no, no," but held him with all the strength she had. It was still much less than his. After a while he let her go, and taking her hand, stroked it a little. "Look," he said, quietly enough, "I do, you know, only it's a very long chance, Lisha. We'll never get a chance that isn't long." "You would." "You are my long chance," she said, with a kind of bitterness and a profound certainty. He found nothing to say to that for a while. Finally he drew a long breath and said very softly, "What you said about begging. There was a doctor 2 years ago at the hospital where I was. He said something like that. He said, 'What are you afraid of? You see what the dead see, and still you're alive. What have you got to lose?'" "I know what I've got to lose," Lisha said. and I'm not going to. I know what I've got to gain, he said. That's what scares me. His face was raised, as if he were looking out over the city. It was a very strong face, hard and intent, and Lisha, looking at him, was shaken. She shut her eyes. She knew that it was she, her will, her presence, that set him free. But she must go with him into freedom, and it was a place she had never been before. In the darkness she whispered, "All right, I'm scared too." "Well, hang on," he said, putting his arm around her shoulders. "If you hang on, I will." They sat there, not talking much, as the sun sank into the mist above the plains of April, and the towers and windows of the city yellowed in the falling light. As the sun set, they went down the hill together, out of the silent garden with its beautiful ruined, staring house, into the smoke and noise and crowding of the thousand streets, where already night had fallen. 1920. The road east. "There is no evil," Mrs. E. murmured to the rose geranium in the window box, and her son, listening, thought swiftly of caterpillars, cutworms, leaf mold, blight. But sunlight shone on the round green leaves and red flowers and gray hair in vast, mild assent, and Mrs. E. smiled. Her sleeves dropped back as she raised her arms, a sun-priestess at the window. "Each flower proves it. I'm glad you like flowers, Mailer." "I like trees better," he said, being tired and edgy. Edgy was the word he kept thinking. On edge, on the sharp edge. He wanted a vacation badly. "But you couldn't have bought me an oak tree for my birthday." She laughed, turning to look at the October sheaf of golden asters he had brought her, and he smiled, sunk heavy and passive in his armchair. "Oh, you poor old mushroom," she said, coming to him. A big, pale, heavy man, he disliked that endearment, feeling that it fit him. "Sit up, smile. This lovely day, my birthday, these flowers, the sunlight. How can people refuse to enjoy this world? Thank you for my flowers, dear." She kissed his forehead and returned with her buoyant step to the window. "Irenthal's gone," he said. "Gone?" "For a week now. No one's even said his name all week." It was a frontal attack, for she had known Irenthal. He had sat at her dinner table, a shy, rash, curly-headed man. He had taken a second helping of soup. She could not blow his name away, as if it were empty of meaning, of weight. "You don't know what's become of him?" "Of course I know." She traced the round of a geranium leaf with her forefinger and said in a gentle tone, as if to the plant, "Not really. I don't know whether he's been shot or simply jailed, if that's what you mean." She withdrew her hand from the plant and stood looking up at the sunlit sky. "You must not be bitter, Mailer," she said. "We don't know what's become of him, truly, in the deeper sense. Of him, of all that goes, disappears, is lost to us. We know so little, so very little, and yet enough. The sunlight shines, it bathes us all, it makes no judgment, has no bitterness. That much we know, that's the great lesson. Life is a gift, such a lovely gift. There's no room in it for bitterness, no room." Speaking to the sky, she had not noticed him get up. "There's room for everything, too much room. Irenthal was my friend. Is his death a lovely gift?" But he rushed and mumbled his words, and she did not have to hear them. He sat down again while she went on to prepare supper and lay the table. "What if I'd been arrested instead of Irenthal?" he wanted to say, but did not say. She can't understand, he thought, because she lives inside. She's always looking out the window, but she never opens the door, she never goes outside. The tears he could not cry for Irenthal strained his throat again, but his thoughts were already slipping away, eastward towards the road. On the road the thought of his friend still was with him, the imagination of pain and the knowledge of grief, but with him not locked inside him. On the road he could walk with sorrow as he walked through the rain. The road led east from Krasnoy through farmlands and past villages to a gray walled town over which rose the fortress-like tower of an old church. The villages and the town were on maps, and he had seen them once from the train. Raskofeu, Renne, Melene, Sorg. They were real places, none over 50 miles from the city. But in his mind he walked to them on foot, and it was long ago, early in the last century perhaps, for there were no cars on the road, nor even railroad crossings. He walked along in rain or sunlight on the country road towards Sorg, where at evening he would rest. He would go to an inn down the street from the stout, six-sided tower of the church. That was pleasant to look forward to. He had never come to the inn, though once or twice he had entered the town and stood beneath the church portal, a round arch of carven stone. Meantime he walked along through the weather, with a load on his back that varied in weight. On this bright autumn evening he walked too far, till the coming of darkness. It got cold, and fog lay over the dark hollow fields. He had no idea how much farther it was to Sorg, but he was hungry and very tired. He sat down on the bank of the road under a clump of trees, and rested there a while in the silence of nightfall. He slipped the pack-strap from his shoulders and sat quiet, cold, grieving, and apprehensive, yet quiet, watching mist and dusk. "Supper's ready," his mother called cheerily. He rose at once and joined her at the table. Next day he met the gypsy woman. The trolley had brought him east across the river, and he stood waiting to cross its tracks while the wind blew dust down the long street in the long light of evening. Standing beside him, she said, "Would you tell me how to get to Ile Street?" The voice was not a city voice. Black hair, coarse and straight, blew across a colorless face, skin over delicate bone. "I'm going that way," Mailer said after a pause, and set off across the street, not looking to see if she came with him. She did. "I never was in Krasnoy before," she said. She came from the plains of a foreign land, wind-swept plains, ringed by far peaks fading into night as nearby in the wild grass the smoke of a campfire veered and doubled on the wind over the flames, and a woman sang in a strange tongue, a music lost in the huge, blue, frozen dusk. "I've never been out of it, not to speak of," he answered, looking at her. She was about his age. Her dress was bright and shoddy. She walked erect, quiet-faced. "What number?" he asked, for they had come to Ile Street, and she said 33, the number of his house. They walked side by side under the street lamps, he and this delicate foreign wanderer, strange to each other, walking home together. While getting out his key, he explained, "I live in this building," though that really explained very little. "I'd better ring," she said. "It's a friend of mine that lives here. She's not expecting me." And she looked for the name on the mailboxes. So he could not let her in, but he turned from the open door and asked, "Excuse me, where do you come from?" She looked at him with a slight smile of surprise and answered, "From Sorg." His mother was in the kitchen. The rose geranium flared bright in the window. The asters were already fading. On the edge, he sat in the armchair, his eyes shut, listening for a step overhead or through the wall, the light step that had come to him not across foreign plains with gypsies, but down the familiar road in twilight, the road from Sorg leading to this city, this house, this room. Of course the road led westward as well as eastward, only he had never thought of that. He had come in so quietly that his mother had not heard him, and seeing him in the armchair, she jumped, and her voice rang with panic. "Why didn't you say something, Mailer?" Then she lit the lamps and stroked the withering asters and chatted. The next day he met Provin. He had not yet said a word to Provin, not even good morning, working side by side in the office, drafting and planning, Krasnoy Bureau of the State Office of Civil Architecture, on the same plans, state housing, Trasfuva Project No. 2. The young man followed him as he left the building at 5. "Mr. Ire, let me speak to you." "What about?" About anything, the young man said easily, knowing his own charm, and yet dead serious. He was good-looking, bearing himself gallantly. Defeated, smoked out of his refuge of silence, Mailer said at last, "Well, I'm sorry, Provin. Not your fault. Because of Irenthal, the man who had your job, nothing to do with you. It's unreasonable. I'm sorry." He turned away. Provin said fiercely, "You can't waste hatred like that." Mailer stood still. "All right. I'll say good morning after this. It's all right. What's the difference? What does it matter to you? What does it matter if any of us talks or doesn't talk? What is there to say? It does matter. There's nothing left to us now but one another." They stood face to face on the street in the fine autumn rain, men passing around them to left and right, and Mailer said after a moment, "No, we haven't even got that left, Provin," and set off down Palisade Street to his trolley stop. But after the long ride through Midtown and across Old Bridge and through the Trasfuva, and the walk through rain to Gila Street, in the doorway of his house he met the woman from Sorg. She asked him, "Can you let me in?" He nodded, unlocking the door. "My friend forgot to give me her key, and she had to go out. I've been wandering around. I thought maybe you'd be home around the same time as yesterday." She was ready to laugh with him at her own improvidence, but he could not laugh or answer her. He had been wrong to reject Provin, dead wrong. He had collaborated with the enemy. Now he must pay the price of his silence, which is more silence. Silence when one wants to speak. The gag. He followed her up the stairs, silent, and yet she came from his home, the town where he had never been. "Good evening," she said, at the turning of the stairs, no longer smiling, her quiet face turned away. "Good evening," he said. He sat in the armchair and leaned his head back. His mother was in the other room. Weariness rose up in him. He was much too tired to travel on the road. Bric-a-brac from the day, the office, the streets, milled and juggled in his mind. He was almost asleep. Then for a moment he saw the road, and for the first time he saw people walking on it, other people. Not himself, not Irenthal, who was dead, not anyone he knew, but strangers, a few people with quiet faces. They were walking westward towards him, meeting and passing him. He stood still. They looked at him, but they did not speak. His mother spoke sharply. "Mailer!" He did not move, but she would never pass him by. "Mailer, are you ill?" She did not believe in illness, though Mailer's father had died of cancer a few years ago. The trouble, she felt, had been in his mind. She had never been sick, and childbirth, even the 2 miscarriages she had been painless, even joyous. There is no pain, only the fear of it, which one can reject. But she knew that Mailer, like his father, had not rid his mind of fear. "My dear," she murmured, "you mustn't wear yourself out like this." "I'm all right. All right. All right, everything's all right." "Is it Irenthal?" She had said the name. She had mentioned the dead. She had admitted death, let it into the room. He stared at her, bewildered, overwhelmed with gratitude. She had given him back the power of speech. "Yes," he stammered. "Yes, it's that. It's that. I can't take it." "You mustn't eat your heart out over it, my dear." She stroked his hand. He sat still, longing for comfort. "It wasn't your fault," she said, the soft exultation coming into her voice again. "There's nothing you could have done to change things. Nothing you can do now. He was what he was. Perhaps he even sought this. He was rebellious, restless. He's gone his own way. You must stay with what is real, what remains, Mailer. His fate led him another way than yours, but yours leads home. When you turn your back on me, when you won't speak to me, my dear, then you're rejecting not only me, but your true self. After all, we have no one but each other." He said nothing. bitterly disappointed, borne down by his guilt towards her, who did depend wholly on him, and towards Irenthal and Provin, from whom he had tried to escape, following an unreal road in silence and alone. But when she raised her arms and said or sang, "Nothing is evil, nothing is wasted, if only we look at the world without fear," then he broke away and stood up. "The only way to do that is go blind," he said, and went out, letting the door slam. He came back, drunk, at 3 in the morning, singing. He woke too late to shave and was late to work. After the lunch hour, he did not go back to the office. He sat on in the dark, simmering bar behind Rauch Palace, where he and Irenthal had used to lunch together on beer and herring, and by 6, when Provin came in, he was drunk again. "Good evening, Provin. Have a drink on me." "Thanks, I will." "Gavini said you might be here." They drank in silence, side by side, jammed together by the press at the bar. Mailer straightened up and said, "There is no evil, Provin." "No?" said Provin, smiling, glancing up at him. "No, none at all. People get in trouble for things they say, but when they're shot for it, it's their own fault. Eh? So there's nothing evil in that. Or if they're just put in jail, all the better. It keeps them from talking. If nobody talks, then nobody tells lies. And there isn't any real evil, you see. Only lies. Evil is a lie. You have to be silent. Then the world's good. All good. The police are good men with wives and families. The agents are good, patriotic men. The soldiers are good. The state is good. We're good citizens of a great country. Only we mustn't speak. We mustn't talk to one another, in case we tell a lie. That would spoil it all. Never speak to a man, especially never speak to a woman. Have you got a mother, Provin? I don't. I was born of a virgin, painlessly. Pain is a lie. It doesn't exist, see? He brought his hand down backwards on the edge of the bar with a crack like a stick breaking. "Ah!" he cried, and Provin, too, turned white. The men at the bar all around them, dark-faced men in shoddy gray, glanced at him. The simmering murmur of their talk went on. The month on the calendar over the bar was October 1956. Mailer pressed his hand to his side under his coat for a while, and then silently, left-handed, finished his beer. "In Budapest, on Wednesday," the man next to him repeated quietly to his neighbor in plasterer's overalls. "On Wednesday. Is that true? All that?" Provin nodded. "It's true." "Are you from Sorg, Provin?" "No, from Raskofew, a few miles this side of Sorg." "Will you come home with me, Mr. Ire?" "Too drunk. My wife and I have a room to ourselves. I wanted to talk with you. This business." He nodded at the man in overalls. "There's a chance—" "Too late," Mailer said. "Too drunk. Listen, do you know the road between Raskofew and Sorg?" Provin looked down. "You come from there, too?" "No, I was born here in Krasnoy. City boy, never been to Sorg. Saw the church spire once from a train going east, doing my military service. Now I think I'll go see it closer up." "When will the trouble start here?" he asked conversationally as they left the bar, but the young man did not answer. Mailer walked back across the river to Gila Street, a very long walk. He was sober when he got home. His mother looked hard and shrunken, like a nut dried around its kernel. He was her lie, and one must keep hold of a lie, wither around it, hold on. Her world without evil, without hope, her world without revolution, depended on him alone. While he ate his late, dry supper, she asked him about the rumors she had heard at market. "Yes," he said, "that's right. And the West is going to help them. Send in airplanes with guns, troops maybe. They'll make it." Then he laughed, and she dared not ask him why. Next day he went to work as usual, but on Saturday morning, early, The woman from Sorg stood at his door. "Please, can you get me across the river?" Softly, not to wake his mother, he asked what she meant. She explained that the bridges were being guarded, and they would not let her across since she had no Krasnoy domicile card, and she must get across to the railway station to go back to her family in Sorg. She was a day late already. She must get back. "If you're going to work and I went with you, you see, they might let you cross." "My office won't be open," he said. She said nothing. "I don't know, we could try it," he said, looking down at her, feeling himself stout and heavy in his dressing gown. "Are the trolleys running?" "No, they've stopped. People say everything's stopped. Maybe even the trains. It's going on over there on the west side, in River Quarter, they say." In the early light, under a gray sky, they went together through the long streets toward the river. "They'll probably stop me," he said. "I'm only an architect. If they do, you might try to get to Grassa somehow. The trains going east stop there. It's a suburban station. It's only 5 or 6 miles from Krasnoy." She nodded. She wore the same bright, shoddy dress. It was cold, and they walked fast. When they came in sight of Old Bridge, they hesitated. Across the bridge, between the fine stone balustrades, stood not only the idling soldiers they had expected, but also a huge black thing, hunchbacked and oblique, its machine-gun snout poked out towards the west. A soldier waved aside his identification cards, told him to go home. He and the woman returned up the long streets where no trolleys ran, no cars, and few people walked. "If you want to walk on out to Grassa," he said, "I'll go with you." The coarse black hair whipped over her cheek as she smiled, bewildered, a countrywoman astray. "You're kind. But will the trains be running?" "Probably not." The colorless, delicate face was bent, pondering. She smiled a little, faced with the insuperable. "Have you children at home in Sorg?" "Yes, 2 children. I was here trying to get my husband's compensation. He was hurt in an accident at the mill. He lost his arm. It's about 40 miles to Sorg. Walking, you might be there tomorrow night." "I was thinking that. But with this trouble, they'll be policing the ways out of the city, all the roads. Not the roads east." "I'm a bit scared," she said after a while, gently. No gypsy from the wild lands, but only a countrywoman on the roads of ruin, afraid to go alone. She need not go alone. They could walk together out of the city eastward, taking the road up to Grassa, and then down among the hills, from town to town on the rolling plain, past fields and lone farms, until they came in autumn evening under the gray walls to the high spire of Sorg. And now, with the trouble in Krasnoy, the roads would be quite empty, no buses, no cars running, as if they walked into the last century, and on before into the other centuries, back towards their heritage, away from their death. "You'd best wait it out here," he said, as they turned onto Gila Street. She looked up at his heavy face, saying nothing. On the stair landing, she murmured, "Thank you. You were kind to go with me." "I wish I could." He turned to his door. In the afternoon, the windows of the flat rattled and rattled. His mother sat with her hands in her lap, staring out over the flowers of the geranium at the cloud-spotted sky full of sunshine. "I'm going out, Mother," Mailer said, and she sat still. But as he put on his coat, she said, "It's not safe." "No, it's not safe." "Stay inside, Mailer." "It's sunny outside. The sunshine bathes us all, eh? I need a good bath." She looked up at him in terror. Having denied the need for help, she did not know how to ask for it. "This isn't real. This is insane, all this troublemaking. You mustn't get mixed up in it. I won't accept it. I won't believe it," she said, raising her long arms to him as if in incantation. He stood there, a big, heavy man. Down on the street there was a long shout. Silence. A shout. The windows rattled again. She dropped her arms to her sides and cried, "But, Mailer, I'll be alone." "Yes. Well, he said softly, thoughtfully, not wanting to hurt her. That's how it is. He left her, closed the door behind him, and went down the stairs and out, dazzled at first by the bright October sunlight, to join the army of the unarmed, and with them to go down the long streets leading westward to, but not across, the river. 1956. Brothers and Sisters. Brothers and Sisters first appeared in The Little Magazine, Volume 10, Numbers 1 and 2, Summer 1976. The injured quarrier lay on a high hospital bed. He had not recovered consciousness. His silence was grand and oppressive, his body under the sheet that dropped in stiff folds, his face were as indifferent as stone. The mother, as if challenged by that silence and indifference, spoke loudly. What did you do it for? Do you want to die before I do? Look at him. Look at him, my beauty, my hawk, my river, my sun. Her sorrow boasted of itself. She rose to the occasion like a lark to the morning. His silence and her outcry meant the same thing. The unendurable made welcome. The younger son stood listening. They bore him down with their grief as large as life, unconscious, heedless, broken like a piece of chalk. That body, his brother, bore him down with the weight of the flesh, and he wanted to run away to save himself. The man who had been saved stood beside him, a little stooped fellow, middle-aged, limestone dust white in his knuckles. He too was borne down. He saved my life, he said to Stephen, gaping, wanting an explanation. His voice was the flat, toneless voice of the deaf. He would, Stephen said. That's what he'd do. He left the hospital to get his lunch. Everybody asked him about his brother. He'll live, Stephen said. He went to the White Lion for lunch, drank too much. Crippled? Him? Costant? So he got a couple of tons of rock in the face. It won't hurt him. He's made of the stuff. He wasn't born. He was quarried out. They laughed at him as usual. Quarried out, he said, like all the rest of you. He left the White Lion, went down Ardura Street, 4 blocks straight out of town, and kept on straight, walking northeast, parallel with the railroad tracks a quarter-mile away. The May sun was small and grayish overhead. Underfoot there were dust and small weeds. The karst, the limestone plain, jigged tinily about him, with heat waves like the transparent vibrating wings of flies. Remote and small, rigid beyond that vibrant grayish haze, the mountains stood. He had known the mountains from far off all his life, and twice had seen them close, when he took the Brelava train, once going, once coming back. He knew they were clothed in trees, fir trees, with roots clutching the banks of running streams, and with branches dark in the mist that closed and parted in the mountain gullies in the light of dawn as the train clanked by, its smoke dropping down the green slopes like a dropping veil. In the mountains the streams ran noisy in the sunlight. There were waterfalls. Here on the karst the rivers ran underground, silent in dark veins of stone. You could ride a horse all day from Sveroi Campa and still not reach the mountains, still be in the limestone dust. But late on the second day you would come under the shade of trees, by running streams. Stephen Fabre sat down by the side of the straight, unreal road he had been walking on, and put his head in his arms. Alone, a mile from town, a quarter-mile from the tracks, 60 miles from the mountains, he sat and cried for his brother. The plain of dust and stone quivered and grimaced about him in the heat, like the face of a man in pain. He got back an hour late from lunch to the office of the Chorin Company, where he worked as an accountant. His boss came to his desk. Fabre, you needn't stay this afternoon. Why not? Well, if you want to go to the hospital, what can I do there? I can't sew him back up, can I? As you like, the boss said, turning away. Not me that got a ton of rocks on the face, is it? Nobody answered. When Constant Fabra was hurt in the rock slide in the quarry, he was 26 years old. His brother was 23. Their sister, Rosanna, was 13. She was beginning to grow tall and sullen, to weigh upon the earth. Instead of running, now she walked, ungainly and somewhat hunched, as if at each step she crossed, unwilling, a threshold. She talked loudly and laughed aloud. She struck back at whatever touched her, a voice, a wind, a word she did not understand, the evening star. She had not learned indifference. She knew only defiance. Usually she and Stefan quarreled, touching each other where each was raw, unfinished. This night, when he got home, the mother had not come back from the hospital, and Rosanna was silent in the silent house. She had been thinking all afternoon about pain and death. Defiance had failed her. Don't look so down, Stefan told her as she served out beans for supper. He'll be all right. Do you think somebody was saying he might be, crippled? No, he'll be all right. Why do you think he, ran to push that fellow out of the way? No why to it, Rose. He just did it. He was touched that she asked these questions of him, and surprised at the certainty of his answers. He had not thought that he had any answers. It's queer, she said. What is? I don't know. Constant knocked the keystone out of your arch, didn't it? Wham! One rock falls, they all go. She did not understand him. She did not recognize the place where she had come today, a place where she was like other people, sharing with them the singular catastrophe of being alive. Stefan was not the one to guide her. Here we all are, he went on, lying around, each of us under our private pile of rocks. At least they got Constant out from under his and filled him up with morphine. Do you remember once when you were little you said, I'm going to marry Constant when I grow up? Rosanna nodded. Sure, and he got real mad. Because Mother laughed. It was you and Dad that laughed. Neither of them was eating. The room was close and dark around the kerosene lamp. What was it like when Dad died? You were there, Stefan said. I was 9, but I can't remember it, except it was hot like now. And there were a lot of big moths knocking their heads on the glass. Was that the night he died? I guess so. What was it like? She was trying to explore the new land. I don't know. He just died. It isn't like anything else. The father had died of pneumonia at 46, after 30 years in the quarries. Stefan did not remember his death much more clearly than Rosanna did. He had not been the keystone of the arch. Have we got any fruit to eat? The girl did not answer. She was gazing at the air above the place at the table where the elder brother usually sat. Her forehead and dark eyebrows were like his, were his. Likeness between kin is identity. The brother and sister were, by so much or so little, the curve of brow and temple, the same person. So that for a moment Constant sat across the table, mutely contemplating his own absence. Is there any? I think there's some apples in the pantry, she answered, coming back to herself, but so quietly that in her brother's eyes she seemed briefly a woman, a quiet woman, speaking out of her thoughts, and he said with tenderness to that woman, Come on, let's go over to the hospital. They must be through messing with him by now. The deaf man had come back to the hospital. His daughter was with him. Stefan knew she clerked at the butcher's shop. The deaf man, not allowed into the ward, kept Stefan half an hour in the hot, pine-floored waiting room that smelled of disinfectant and resin. He talked, walking about, sitting down, jumping up, arguing in the loud, even monotone of his deafness. I'm not going back to the pit, no, sir. What if I'd said last night I'm not going into the pit tomorrow? Then how'd it be now, see? I wouldn't be here now, nor you wouldn't, nor he wouldn't, him in there, your brother. We'd all be home. Home, safe and sound, see? I'm not going back to the pit. No, by God, I'm going out to the farm. That's where I'm going. I grew up there, see? Out west in the foothills there. My brother's there. I'm going back and work the farm with him. I'm not going back to the pit again." The daughter sat on the wooden bench, erect and still. Her face was narrow, her black hair was pulled back in a knot. "Aren't you hot?" Stefan asked her, and she answered gravely, "No, I'm all right." Her voice was clear. She was used to speaking to her deaf father. When Stefan said nothing more, she looked down again and sat with her hands in her lap. The father was still talking. Stefan rubbed his hands through his sweaty hair and tried to interrupt. "Good. Sounds like a good plan, Sachik. Why waste the rest of your life in the pits?" The deaf man talked right on. "He doesn't hear you. Can't you take him home? I couldn't make him leave here even for dinner. He won't stop talking." Her voice was much lower saying this, perhaps from embarrassment, and the sound of it caught at Stefan. He rubbed his sweaty hair again and stared at her, thinking for some reason of smoke, waterfalls, the mountains. "You go on home." He heard in his own voice the qualities of hers, softness and clarity. "I'll get him over to the Lion for an hour." "Then you won't see your brother. He won't run away. Go on home." At the White Lion, both men drank heavily. Sachik talked on about the farm in the foothills. Stefan talked about the mountains and his year at college in the city. Neither heard the other. Drunk, Stefan walked Sachik home to one of the rows of party-walled houses that the Chorin Company had put up in '95 when they opened the new quarry. The houses were on the west edge of town, and behind them the karst stretched in the light of the half-moon away on and on, pocked, pitted, level, answering the moonlight with its own pallor taken at third hand from the sun. The moon, second hand, worn at the edges, was hung up in the sky like something a housewife leaves out to remind her it needs mending. "Tell your daughter everything is all right," Stefan said, swaying at the door. "Everything is all right," Sachik repeated with enthusiasm. "All right." Stefan went home drunk, and so the day of the accident blurred in his memory into the rest of the days of the year, and the fragments that stayed with him, his brother's closed eyes, the dark girl looking at him, the moon looking at nothing, did not recur to his mind together as parts of a whole, but separately, with long intervals between. On the karst there are no springs. The water they drink in Svaroi Kampa comes from deep wells and is pure, without taste. Iketa Sachik tasted the strange spring water of the farm still on her lips as she scrubbed an iron skillet at the sink. She scrubbed with a stiff brush, using more energy than was needed, absorbed in the work deep below the level of conscious pleasure. Food had been burned in the skillet. The water she poured in fled brown from the bristles of the brush, glittering in the lamplight. They none of them knew how to cook here at the farm. Sooner or later she would take over the cooking, and they could eat properly. She liked housework. She liked to clean, to bend hot-faced to the oven of a wood-burning range, to call people in to supper. Lively, complex work, not a bore like clerking at the butcher's shop, making change, saying good day and good day all day. She had left town with her family because she was sick of that. The farm family had taken the four of them in without comment, as a natural disaster, more mouths to feed, but also more hands to work. It was a big, poor farm. Iketa's mother, who was ailing, crept about behind the bustling aunt and cousin. The men, Iketa's uncle, father, and brother, tromped in and out in dusty boots. There were long discussions about buying another pig. "It's better here than in the town." "There's nothing in the town," Iketa's widowed cousin said. Iketa did not answer her. She had no answer. "I think Martin will be going back," she said finally. "He never thought to be a farmer." And in fact her brother, who was 16, went back to Svaroi Kampa in August to work in the quarries. He took a room in a boarding house. His window looked down on the Fabra's backyard, a fenced square of dust and weeds, with a sad-looking fir tree at one corner, The landlady, a quarrier's widow, was dark, straight-backed, calm, like Martin's sister Ikeda. With her, the boy felt manly and easy. When she was out, her daughter and the other boarders, 4 single men in their 20s, took over. They laughed and slapped one another on the back. The railway clerk from Brelava would take out his guitar and play music hall songs, rolling his eyes like raisins set in lard. The daughter, 30 and unmarried, would laugh and move about a great deal. Her shirtwaist would come out of her belt in back, and she would not tuck it in. Why did they make so much fuss? Why did they laugh, punch one another's shoulders, play the guitar, and sing? They would begin to make fun of Martin. He would shrug and reply gruffly. Once Martin replied in the language used in the quarry pits. The guitar player took him aside and spoke to him seriously about how one must behave in front of ladies. Martin listened with his red face bowed. He was a big, broad-shouldered boy. He thought he might pick up this clerk from Brelava and break his neck. He did not do it. He had no right to. The clerk and the others were men. There was something they understood which he did not understand, the reason why they made a fuss, rolled their eyes, played, and sang. Until he understood that, they were justified in telling him how to speak to ladies. He went up to his room and leaned out the window to smoke a cigarette. The smoke hung in the motionless evening air, which enclosed the fir tree, the roofs, the world, in a large dome of hard, dark blue crystal. Rosanna Fabra came out into the fenced yard next door, dumped out a pan of dishwater with a short, fine swing of her arms, then stood still to look up at the sky. Foreshortened, a dark head over a white blouse, caught in the blue crystal. Nothing moved for 60 miles in all directions, except the last drops of water in the dishpan, which one by one fell to the ground, and the smoke of Martin's cigarette, curling and dropping away from his fingers. Slowly he drew in his hand, so that her eye would not be caught by the tiny curl of smoke. She sighed, whacked the dishpan on the jamb of the door to shake out the last drops, which had already run out, turned, went in. The door slammed. The blue air rejoined without a flaw where she had stood. Martin murmured to that flawless air the word he had been advised not to say in front of ladies, and in a moment, as if in answer, the evening stars shone out northwestwards high and clear. Constant Fabra was home and alone all day now that he was able to get across a room on crutches. How he spent these vast, silent days no one considered, probably least of all himself. An active man, the strongest and most intelligent worker in the quarries, a crew foreman since he was 23, he had had no practice at all at idleness or solitude. He had always used his time to the full in work. Now time must use him. He watched it at work upon him without dismay or impatience, carefully, like an apprentice watching a master. He employed all his strength to learn his new trade, that of weakness. The silence in which he passed the days clung to him now as the limestone dust had used to cling to his skin. The mother worked in the dry goods shop till 6. Stephen got off work at 5. There was an hour in the evening when the brothers were together alone. Stephen had used to spend this hour out in the backyard under the fir tree, stupid, sighing, watching swallows dart after invisible insects in the interminably darkening air, or else he had gone to the White Lion. Now he came home promptly, bringing Constant the Brelava messenger. They both read it, exchanging sheets. Stephen planned to speak, but did not. The dust lay on his lips. Nothing happened. Over and over, the same hour passed. The older brother sat still, his handsome, quiet face bowed over the newspaper. He read slowly. Stephen had to wait to exchange sheets. He could see Constant's eyes moving from word to word. Then Rosanna would come in, yelling goodbye to schoolmates in the street. The mother would come in, doors would bang, voices ring from room to room. The kitchen would smoke and clatter, plates clash. The hour was gone. One evening, Constant, having barely begun to read, laid the newspaper down. There was a long pause which contained no events, and which Stephen, reading, pretended not to notice. "Stephen, my pipe's there by you." "Oh, sure," Stephen mumbled. took him his pipe. Constant filled and lit it, drew on it a few times, set it down. His right hand lay on the arm of the chair, hard and relaxed, holding in it a knot of desolation too heavy to lift. Stephen hid behind his paper, and the silence went on. I'll read out this about the Union coalition to him, Stephen thought, but he did not. His eyes insisted on finding another article, reading it. Why can't I talk to him? Rose is growing up, Constant said. She's getting on, Stephen mumbled. She'll take some looking after. I've been thinking. This is no town for a girl growing up. Wild lads and hard men. You'll find them anywhere. Will you? No doubt, Constant said, accepting Stephen's statement without question. Constant had never been off the karst, never been out of Svaroy Campa. He knew nothing at all but Limestone, Ardurer Street, and Chorin Street, and Gullhelm Street, the mountains far off, and the enormous sky. See, he said, picking up his pipe again. She's a bit willful, I think. Lads will think twice before they mess with Fabra's sister, Stephen said. Anyhow, she'll listen to you. And you. Me? What should she listen to me for? For the same reasons, Constant said. But Stephen had found his voice now. What should she respect me for? She's got good enough sense. You and I didn't listen to anything Dad said, did we? Same thing. You're not like him, if that's what you meant. You've had an education. An education? I'm a real professor, sure. Christ, 1 year at the normal school. Why did you fail there, Stephen? The question was not asked lightly. It came from the heart of Constant's silence, from his austere, pondering ignorance. Unnerved at finding himself, like Rosanna, included so deeply in the thoughts of this reserved and superb brother, Stephen said the first thing that came to mind. I was afraid I'd fail, so I didn't work. And there it was, plain as a glass of water. The truth, which he had never admitted to himself. Constant nodded, thinking over this idea of failure, which was surely not one familiar to him. Then he said in his resonant, gentle voice, You're wasting your time here in Campa. I am. What about yourself? I'm wasting nothing. I never won any scholarship. Constant smiled, and the humor of his smile angered Stephen. No, you never tried. You went straight to the pit at 15. Listen, did you ever wonder? Did you ever stop a minute to ask, what am I doing here? Why did I go into the quarries? What do I work there for? Am I going to work there 6 days a week, every week of the year, every year of my life? For pay, sure. There's other ways to make a living. What's it for? Why does anybody stay here, in this God-forsaken town, on this God-forsaken piece of rock where nothing grows? Why don't they get up and go somewhere? Talk about wasting your time. What in God's name is it all for? Is this all there is to it? I have thought that. I haven't thought anything else for years. Why not go, then? Because I'm afraid to. It'd be like Brelava, like the college. But you, I've got my work here. It's mine. I can do it. Anywhere you go, you can still ask what it's all for. I know. Stephen got up, a slight man, moving and talking restlessly, half finishing his gestures and words. I know. You take yourself with yourself, but that means one thing for me, and something else again for you. You're wasting yourself here, Constant. It's the same as this business, this hero business, smashing yourself up for that Sachek, a fool who can't even see a rock slide coming at him. He couldn't hear it, Constant put in. But Stephen could not stop now. That's not the point. The point is, let that kind of man look after himself. What's he to you? What's his life to you? Why did you go in after him when you saw the slide coming? For the same reason as you went into the pit. For the same reason as you keep working in the pit. For no reason. Because it just came up. It just happened. You let things happen to you. You take what's handed you. When you could take it all in your hands and do what you wanted with it. It was not what he had meant to say, not what he had wanted to say. He had wanted Constant to talk. but words fell out of his own mouth and bounced around him like hailstones. Costan sat quiet, his strong hand closed, not to open. Finally he answered. "You're making something of me I'm not." That was not humility. There was none in him. His patience was that of pride. He understood Stefan's yearning, but could not share it, for he lacked nothing. He was intact. He would go forward in the same splendid, vulnerable integrity of body and mind towards whatever came to meet him on his road, like a king in exile on a land of stone, bearing all his kingdom, cities, trees, people, mountains, fields, and flights of birds in spring, in his closed hand, a seed for the sowing, and because there was no one of his language to speak to, silent. "But listen, you said you've thought the same thing. What's it all for? Is this all there is to life? If you've thought that, you must have looked for the answer." After a long pause, Costan said, "I nearly found it, last May." Stefan stopped fidgeting, looked out the front window in silence. He was frightened. That's not an answer," he mumbled. "Seems like there ought to be a better one," Costan agreed. "You get morbid sitting here." "What you need's a woman," Stefan said, fidgeting, slurring his words, staring out at the early autumn evening rising from stone pavements, unobscured by tree branches or smoke, even, clear, and empty. Behind him his brother laughed. "It's the truth," Stefan said bitterly, not turning. "Could be. How about yourself?" "They're sitting out on the steps there at Widow Catalny's. She must be night nursing at the hospital again. Hear the guitar? That's the fellow from Brilava. Works at the railway office. Goes after anything in skirts. Even goes after Nona Catalny. Sachik's kid lives there now. Works in the new pit, somebody said. Maybe in your crew." "What kid?" "Sachik's. Thought he'd left town." "He did. Went to some farm in the West Hills. This is his kid. Must have stayed behind to work." "Where's the girl?" "Went with her father, as far as I know." The pause this time lengthened out, stretched around them like a pool in which their last words floated, desultory, vague, fading. The room was full of dusk. Costan stretched and sighed. Stefan felt peace come into him, as intangible and real as the coming of the darkness. They had talked and got nowhere. It was not a last step. The next step would come in its time, but for a moment he was at peace with his brother and with himself. "Evening's getting shorter," Costan said softly. "I've seen her once or twice, Saturdays. Comes in with a farm wagon." "Where's the farm at?" "West, in the hills," was all old Sachik said. "Might ride out there if I could," Costan said. He struck a match for his pipe. The flare of the match in the clear dusk of the room was also a peaceful thing. When Stefan looked back at the window, the evening seemed darker. The guitar had stopped, and they were laughing out on the steps next door. "If I see her Saturday, I'll ask her to come by." Costan said nothing. Stefan wanted no answer. It was the first time in his life that his brother had asked his help. The mother came in, tall, loud-voiced, tired. Floors cracked and cried under her step. The kitchen clashed and steamed. Everything was noisy in her presence except her two sons, Stefan, who eluded her, Costan, who was her master. Stefan got off work Saturdays at noon. He sauntered down Ardura Street, looking out for the farm wagon and roan horse. They were not in town, and he went to the White Lion, relieved and bored. Another Saturday came, and a third. It was October. The afternoons were shorter. Martin Sachik was walking down Gullhelm Street ahead of him. He caught up and said, "Evening, Sachik." The boy looked at him with blank gray eyes. His face, hands, and clothes were gray with stone dust, and he walked as slowly and steadily as a man of 50. "Which crew are you in?" "5. He spoke distinctly, like his sister. "That's my brother's." "I know." They went on, pace for pace. "They said he might be back in the pit next month." Stefan shook his head. "Your family still out there on that farm?" he asked. Martin nodded as they stopped in front of the Catalni house. He revived now that he was home and very near dinner. He was flattered by Stephen Fabry's speaking to him, but not shy of him. Stephen was clever, but he was spoken of as a moody, unsteady fellow, half a man where his brother was a man and a half. Near Vera, Martin said. A hell of a place. I couldn't take it. Can your sister? Figure she has to stay with Ma. She ought to come back. It's a hell of a place. This isn't heaven, Stephen said. Work your head off there and never get any money for it. They're all loony on those farms, right where Dad belongs. Martin felt virile, speaking disrespectfully of his father. Stephen Fabra looked at him, not with respect, and said, Maybe. Evening to you, Sachik. Martin went into the house, defeated. When was he going to become a man, not subject to other men's reproof? Why did it matter if Stephen Fabra looked at him and turned away? The next day he met Rosanna Fabra on the street. She was with a girlfriend, he with a fellow quarrier. They had all been in school together last year. How you doing, Rose? Martin said loudly, nudging his friend. The girls walked by, haughty as cranes. There's a hot one, Martin said. Her? She's just a kid, the friend said. You'd be surprised, Martin told him with a thick laugh, then looked up and saw Stephen Fabra crossing the street. For a moment he realized that he was surrounded. There was no escape. Stephen was on the way to the White Lion, but passing the town hotel and livery stable, he saw the roan horse in the yard. He went in and sat in the brown parlor of the hotel in the smell of harness grease and dried spiders. He sat there 2 hours. She came in, erect, a black kerchief on her hair, so long awaited and so fully herself that he watched her go by with simple pleasure, and only woke as she started up the stairs. Miss Sachik, he said. She stopped, startled on the stairs. Wanted to ask you a favor. Stephen's voice was thick after the strange, timeless waiting. You're staying here over tonight? Yes. Costant was asking about you. Wanted to ask about your father. He's still stuck indoors, can't walk much. Father's fine. Well, I wondered if I could look in. I was going to see Martin. It's next door, isn't it? Oh, fine. I'll wait. Iketa ran up to her room, washed her dusty face and hands, and put on, to decorate her gray dress, a lace collar that she had brought to wear to church tomorrow. Then she took it off again. She retied the black kerchief over her black hair, went down, and walked with Stephen 6 blocks through the pale October sunlight to his house. When she saw Costant Fabra, she was staggered. She had never seen him close to except in the hospital, where he had been effaced by casts, bandages, heat, pain, her father's chatter. She saw him now. They fell to talking quite easily. She would have felt wholly at ease with him if it had not been for his extraordinary beauty, which distracted her. His voice and what he said was grave, plain, and reassuring. It was the other way round with the younger brother, who was nothing at all to look at, but with whom she felt ill at ease, at a loss. Costant was quiet and quieting. Stephen blew in gusts like autumn wind, bitter and fitful. You didn't know where you were with him. How is it for you out there? Costant was asking, and she replied, All right, a bit dreary. Farming's the hardest work, they say. I don't mind the hard, it's the muck I mind. Is there a village near? Well, it's halfway between Vera and Lottima, but there's neighbors. Everybody within 20 miles knows each other. We're still your neighbors, by that reckoning, Stephen put in. His voice slurred off in mid-sentence. He felt irrelevant to these two. Costant sat relaxed, his lame leg stretched out, his hands clasped round the other knee. Iketa faced him, upright, her hands lying easy in her lap. They did not look alike, but might have been brother and sister. Stephen got up with a mumbled excuse and went out back. The north wind blew. Sparrows hopped in the sour dirt under the fir tree and the scurf of weedy grass. Shirts, underclothes, a pair of sheets, snapped, relaxed, jounced on the clothesline between two iron posts. The air smelt of ozone. Stephen vaulted the fence, cut across the Catalny yard to the street, and walked westward. After a couple of blocks, the street petered out. A track led on to a quarry, abandoned 20 years ago when they struck water. There was 20 feet of water in it now. Boys swam there summers. Stephen had swum there, in terror, for he had never learned to swim well, and there was no foothold. It was all deep and bitter cold. A boy had drowned there years ago. Last year a man had drowned himself, a quarrier going blind from stone splinters in his eyes. It was still called the West Pit. Stephen's father had worked in it as a boy. Stephen sat down by the lip of it and watched the wind, caught down in the four walls, eddy in tremors over the water that reflected nothing. "I have to go meet Martin," Ikeda said. As she stood up, Costin put a hand out to his crutches, then gave it up. "Takes me too long to get afoot," he said. "How much can you get about on those?" "From here to there," he said, pointing to the kitchen. "Legs all right, it's the back's slow." "You'll be off them?" "The doctor says by Easter." "I'll run out and throw 'em in the West Pit." They both smiled. She felt tenderness for him and a pride in knowing him. "Will you be coming into Campa, I wonder, when bad weather comes?" "I don't know how the roads will be." "If you do, come by," he said. "If you like." "I will." They noticed then that Stephen was gone. "I don't know where he went to," Costin said. "He comes and he goes, Stephen does. Your brother Martin, they tell me he's a good lad in our crew." "He's young," Ikeda said. "It's hard at first. I went in at 15. But then when you've got your strength, you know the work and it goes easy. Good wishes to your family, then." She shook his big, hard, warm hand and let herself out. On the doorstep she met Stephen face to face. He turned red. It shocked her to see a man blush. He spoke, as usual, leaping straight into the subject. "You were the year behind me in school, weren't you?" "Yes." "You went around with Rosa Bayanin. She won the scholarship I did the next year." "She's teaching school now, in the Valona." "She did more with it than I would have done. I was thinking, see, it's queer how you grow up in a place like this. You know everybody. Then you meet one and find out you don't know them." She did not know what to answer. He said goodbye and went into the house. She went on, retying her kerchief against the rising wind. Rosanna and the mother came into the house a minute after Stephen. "Who was that on the doorstep you were talking to?" the mother said sharply. "That wasn't Nona Catalny, I'll be bound." "You're right," Stephen said. "All right, but you watch out for that one. You're just the kind she'd like to get her claws into. And wouldn't that be fine? You could walk her puppy dog while she entertains her ma's gentlemen boarders." She and Rosanna both began to laugh their loud, dark laughter. "Who was it you were talking to, then?" "What's it to you?" he shouted back. Their laughter enraged him. It was like a pelting with hard, clattering rocks, too thick to dodge. "What is it to me? Who's standing on my own doorstep, you want to know? I'll let you know what it is to me." Words leapt to meet her anger as they did to all her passions. "You so high and mighty all the time, with all your going off to college. But you came sneaking back quick enough to this house, didn't you? And I'll let you know I want to know who comes into this house." Rosanna was shouting. "I know who it was. It was Martin Satchik's sister." Costant loomed up suddenly beside the three of them, stooped and tall on his crutches. "Cut it out," he said. And they fell silent. Nothing was said then or later to the mother, or between the two brothers, about Ikeda Satchik's having been in the house. Martin took his sister to dine at the Bell, the cafe where officials of the Chorian Company and visitors from out of town went to dine. He was proud of himself for having thought of treating her, proud of the white tablecloths and the forks and soup spoons, terrified of the waiter. He in his outgrown Sunday coat, and his sister in her gray dress. How admirably they were behaving, how adult they were. Ikeda looked at the menu so calmly, and her face did not change expression in the slightest, as she murmured to him, "But there's 2 kinds of soup." "Yes," he said with sophistication. "Do you choose which kind?" "I guess so." "You must. You'd blowed up before you ever got to the meat." They snickered. Ikeda's shoulders shook. She hid her face in her napkin. The napkin was enormous. "Martin, look, they've given me a bed sheet." They both sat snorting, shaking, in torment, while the waiter, with another bed sheet on his shoulder, inexorably approached. Dinner was ordered inaudibly, eaten with etiquette, elbows pressed close to the sides. The dessert was a chestnut flour pudding, and Ikeda, her elbows relaxing a little with enjoyment, said, "Rosa Bayanin said when she wrote, the town she's in is right next to a whole forest of chestnut trees. Everybody goes and picks them up in autumn. The trees grow thick as night," she said, "right down to the river bank." Town after 6 weeks on the farm, the talk with Kostant and Stefan, dining at the restaurant, had excited her. "This is awfully good," she said. But she could not say what she saw, which was sunlight striking golden down a river between endless, dark-foliaged trees, a wind running upriver among shadows and the scent of leaves, of water, and of chestnut flour pudding, a world of forests, of rivers, of strangers, the sunlight shining on the world. "Saw you talking with Stefan Fabre," Martin said. "I was at their house." "What for?" "They asked me." "What for?" "Just to find out how we're getting on." "They never asked me." "You're not on the farm, stupid. You're in his crew, aren't you? You could look in sometime, you know. He's a grand man. You'd like him." Martin grunted. He resented Ikeda's visit to the Fabres without knowing why. It seemed somehow to complicate things. Rosanna had probably been there. He did not want his sister knowing about Rosanna. Knowing what about Rosanna? He gave it up, scowling. "The younger brother, Stefan, he works at the Chorin office, doesn't he? Keeps books or something. He was supposed to be a genius and go to college, but they kicked him out." "I know." She finished her pudding lovingly. "Everybody knows that," she said. "I don't like him," Martin said. "Why not?" "Just don't." He was relieved, having dumped his ill humor onto Stefan. "You want coffee?" "Oh, no." "Come on, I do." Masterful, he ordered coffee for both. Ikeda admired him and enjoyed the coffee. "What luck to have a brother," she said. The next morning, Sunday, Martin met her at the hotel and they went to church. Singing the Lutheran hymns, each heard the other's strong, clear voice, and each was pleased and wanted to laugh. Stefan Fabre was at the service. "Does he usually come?" Ikeda asked Martin as they left the church. "No," Martin said, though he had no idea, having not been to church himself since May. He felt dull and fierce after the long sermon. "He's following you around." She said nothing. "He waited for you at the hotel, you said. Takes you out to see his brother, he says. Talks to you on the street. Shows up in church." Self-defense furnished him these items one after another, and the speaking of them convinced him. "Martin," Ikeda said, "if there's one kind of man I hate, it's a meddler. If you weren't my sister. If I wasn't your sister, I'd be spared your stupidness. Will you go ask the man to put the horse in?" So they parted with mild rancor between them, soon lost in distance and the days. In late November, when Ikeda drove in again to Svaroy Campa, she went to the Fabre house. She wanted to go, and had told Kostant she would. Yet she had to force herself, and when she found that Kostant and Rosanna were home, but Stefan was not, she felt much easier. Martin had troubled her with his stupid meddling. It was Kostant she wanted to see anyhow, but Kostant wanted to talk about Stefan. "He's always out roaming, or at the Lion. Restless. Wastes his time. He said to me, one day we talked, he's afraid to leave Campa." I've thought about what he meant. "What is it he's afraid of?" "Well, he hasn't any friends but here. Few enough here. He acts the clerk among the quarrymen, and the quarrymen among the clerks. I've seen him here when my mates come in. Why don't he be what he is?" "Maybe he isn't sure what he is." "He won't learn it from mooning around and drinking at the Lion," said Kostant, hard and sure in his own intactness, "and rubbing up quarrels. He's had 3 fights this month. Lost 'em all, poor devil." And he laughed. She never expected the innocence of laughter on his grave face, and he was kind. His concern for Stephen was deep, his laughter without a sneer, the laughter of a good nature. Like Stephen, she wondered at him, at his beauty and his strength, but she did not think of him as wasted. The Lord keeps the house and knows his servants. If he had sent this innocent and splendid man to live obscure on the plain of stone, it was part of his housekeeping, of the strange economy of the stone and the rose, the rivers that run and do not run dry, the tiger, the ocean, the maggot, and the not eternal stars. Rosanna, by the hearth, listened to them talk. She sat silent, heavy, and her shoulders stooped, though of late she had been learning again to hold herself erect, as she had when she was a child a year ago. They say one gets used to being a millionaire. So, after a year or two, a human being begins to get used to being a woman. Rosanna was learning to wear the rich and heavy garment of her inheritance. Just now she was listening, something she had rarely done. She had never heard adults talk as these two were talking. She had never heard a conversation. At the end of 20 minutes, she slipped quietly out. She had learned enough. Too much. She needed time to absorb and practice. She began practicing at once. She went down the street erect, not slow and not fast, her face composed like Ikeda Sachik. "Daydreaming, Rose?" jeered Martin Sachik from the Catalny yard. She smiled at him and said, "Hello, Martin." He stood staring. "Where are you going?" he asked with caution. "Nowhere. I'm just walking. Your sister's at our house." "She is." Martin sounded unusually stupid and belligerent, but she stuck to her practicing. "Yes," she said politely. "She came to see my brother." "Which brother?" "Constant." "Why would she have to come to see Stephen?" she said, forgetting her new self a moment and grinning widely. "How come you're barging around all by yourself?" "Why not?" she said, stung by barging, and so reverting to an extreme mildness of tone. "I'll go with you." "Why not?" They walked down Gullhelm Street till it became a track between weeds. "Want to go on to the West Pit?" "Why not?" Rosanna liked the phrase. It sounded experienced. They walked on the thin, stony dirt between miles of dead grass, too short to bow to the northwest wind. Enormous masses of cloud traveled backward over their heads, so that they seemed to be walking very fast, the gray plain sliding along with them. "Clouds make you dizzy," Martin said, "like looking up a flagpole." They walked with faces upturned, seeing nothing but the motion of the wind. Rosanna realized that though their feet were on the earth, they themselves stuck up into the sky. It was the sky they were walking through, just as birds flew through it. She looked over at Martin walking through the sky. They came to the abandoned quarry and stood looking down at the water, dulled by flurries of trapped wind. "Want to go swimming?" "Why not?" "There's the mule trail. Looks funny, don't it? Going right down into the water. It's cold here. Come on down the trail. There's no wind inside the walls, hardly. That's where Pennock jumped off from. They grappled him up from right under here." Rosanna stood on the lip of the pit. The gray wind blew by her. "Do you think he meant to? I mean, he was blind. Maybe he fell in." He could see some. They were going to send him to Brelava and operate on him. "Come on." She followed him to the beginning of the path down. It looked very steep from above. She had become timorous the last year. She followed him slowly down the effaced, boulder-smashed track into the quarry. "Here, hold on," he said, pausing at a rough drop. He took her hand and brought her down after him. They separated at once, and he led on to where the water cut across the path, which plunged on down to the hidden floor of the quarry. The water was lead dark, uneasy, its surface broken into thousands of tiny pleatings, circles, counter-circles, by the faint trapped wind jarring it ceaselessly against the walls. "Shall I go on?" Martin whispered, loud in the silence. "Why not?" He walked on. She cried, "Stop!" He had walked into the water up to his knees. He turned, lost his balance, careened back onto the path with a plunge that showered her with water and sent clapping echoes round the walls of rock. "You're crazy. What did you do that for?" Martin sat down, took off his big shoes to dump water out of them, and laughed, a soundless laugh mixed with shivering. "What did you do that for?" "Felt like it," he said. He caught at her arm, pulled her down, kneeling by him, and kissed her. The kiss went on. She began to struggle and pulled away from him. He hardly knew it. He lay there on the rocks at the water's edge, laughing. He was as strong as the earth and could not lift his hand. He sat up, mouth open, eyes unfocused. After a while he put on his wet, heavy shoes and started up the path. She stood at the top, a wind-blown stroke of darkness against the huge, moving sky. "Come on!" she shouted, and wind thinned her voice to a knife's edge. "Come on, you can't catch me!" As he neared the top of the path, she ran. He ran, weighed down by his wet shoes and trousers. 100 yards from the quarry, he caught her and tried to capture both her arms. Her wild face was next to his for a moment. She twisted free, ran off again, and he followed her into town, trotting since he could not run any more. Where Gullhelm Street began, she stopped and waited for him. They walked down the pavement side by side. "You look like a drowned cat," she jeered in a panting whisper. "Who's talking?" he answered the same way. "Look at the mud on your skirt." In front of the boarding house, they stopped and looked at each other, and he laughed. "Good night, Rose," he said. She wanted to bite him. "Good night," she said, and walked a few yards to her own front door, not slow and not fast, feeling his gaze on her back like a hand on her flesh. Not finding her brother at the boarding house, Ikeda had gone back to the hotel to wait for him. They were to dine at the Bell again. She told the desk clerk to send her brother up when he came. In a few minutes there was a knock. She opened the door. It was Stephen Fabre. He was the color of oatmeal and looked dingy, like an unmade bed. "I wanted to ask you." His voice slurred off. "Have some dinner," he muttered, looking past her at the room. "My brother's coming for me. That's him now." But it was the hotel manager coming up the stairs. "Sorry, miss," he said loudly. "There's a parlor downstairs." Ikeda stared at him blankly. "Now look, miss, you said to send up your brother. And the clerk, he don't know your brother by sight, but I do. That's my business. There's a nice parlor downstairs for entertaining. All right? You want to come to a respectable hotel, I want to keep it respectable for you, see?" Stephen pushed past him and blundered down the stairs. "He's drunk, miss," said the manager. "Go away," Ikeda said, and shut the door on him. She sat down on the bed with clenched hands, but she could not sit still. She jumped up, took her coat and kerchief, and without putting them on, ran downstairs and out, hurling the key onto the desk behind which the manager stood staring. Argyros Street was dark between pools of lamplight, and the winter wind blew down it. She walked the 2 blocks west, came back down the other side of the street, the length of it, 8 blocks. She passed the White Lion, but the winter door was up and she could not see in. It was cold. The wind ran through the streets like a river running. She went to Gullhelm Street and met Martin coming out of the boarding house. They went to the Bell for supper. Both were thoughtful and uneasy. They spoke little and gently, grateful for companionship. Alone in church next morning, when she had made sure that Stephen was not there, she lowered her eyes in relief. The stone walls of the church and the stark words of the service stood strong around her. She rested like a ship in haven. Then, as the pastor gave his text, "I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, whence cometh my help," she shivered, and once again looked all about the church, moving her head and eyes slowly, surreptitiously, seeking him. She heard nothing of the sermon, but when the service was over, she did not want to leave the church. She went out among the last of the congregation. The pastor detained her, asking about her mother. She saw Stephen waiting at the foot of the steps. She went to him. "Wanted to apologize for last night," he brought out all in one piece. "It's all right." He was bareheaded, and the wind blew his light, dusty-looking hair across his eyes. He winced and tried to smooth it back. "I was drunk," he said. "I know." They set off together. "I was worried about you," Ikeda said. "What for? I wasn't that drunk." "I don't know." They crossed the street in silence. "Costant likes talking with you. Told me so." His tone was unpleasant. Ikeda said dryly, "I like talking with him." "Everybody does. It's a great favor he does them." She did not reply. "I mean that." She knew what he meant, but still did not say anything. They were near the hotel. He stopped. "I won't finish ruining your reputation." "You don't have to grin about it." "I'm not. I mean, I won't go on to the hotel with you, in case it embarrassed you." "I have nothing to be embarrassed about." "I do. And I am sorry, Ikeda. I didn't mean you had to apologize again." Her voice turned husky, so that he thought again of mist, dusk, the forests. "I won't," he laughed. "Are you leaving right away?" "I have to. It gets dark so early now." They both hesitated. "You could do me a favor," she said. "I'd do that. If you'd see to having my horse put in. Last time I had to stop after a mile and tighten everything. If you did that, I could be getting ready." When she came out of the hotel, the wagon was out front, and he was in the seat. "I'll drive you a mile or two, all right?" She nodded. He gave her a hand up. They drove down Ardura Street westward to the plain. "That damned hotel manager," Ikeda said, "grinning and scraping this morning." Stefan laughed but said nothing. He was cautious, absorbed. The cold wind blew, the old roan clopped along. He explained presently, "I've never driven before. I've never driven any horse but this one. He's never any trouble." The wind whistled in miles of dead grass, tugged at her black kerchief, whipped Stefan's hair across his eyes. "Look at it," he said softly. "A couple of inches of dirt, and under it, rock. Drive all day, any direction, and you'll find rock with a couple of inches of dirt on it. You know how many trees there are in Campa? 54. I counted them. And not another, not one, all the way to the mountains." His voice, as he talked as if to himself, was dry and musical. "When I went to Brelava on the train, I looked out for the first new tree, the 55th tree. It was a big oak by a farmhouse in the hills. And all of a sudden there were trees everywhere, in all the valleys in the hills. You could never count them. But I'd like to try." "You're sick of it here." "I don't know. Sick of something. I feel like I was an ant, something smaller, so small you can hardly see it, crawling along on this huge floor, getting nowhere because where is there to get? Look at us now, crawling across the floor. There's the ceiling. Looks like snow there in the north. Not before dark, I hope. What's it like on the farm?" She considered some while before answering, and then said softly, "Closed in." "Your father happy with it?" "He never did feel easy in Campa, I think." "There's people made out of dirt, earth," he said in his voice that slurred away so easily into unheard monologue. "And then there's some made out of stone. The fellows who get on in Campa are made out of stone. Like my brother." He did not say, and she heard it. "Why don't you leave?" "That's what Costant said. It sounds so easy. But see, if he left, he'd be taking himself with him. I'd be taking myself. Does it matter where you go? All you have is what you are, or what you meet." He checked the horse. "I'd better hop off. We must have come a couple of miles. Look, there's the ant heap." From the high wagon seat, looking back, they saw a darkness on the pale plain, a pinpoint spire, a glitter where the winter sun struck windows or roof slates, and far behind the town, distinct under high, heavy, dark gray clouds, the mountains. He handed the traces to her. "Thanks for the lift," he said. and swung down from the seat. "Thanks for the company, Stefan." He raised his hand. She drove on. It seemed a cruel thing to do, to leave him on foot there on the plain. When she looked back, she saw him far behind already, walking away from her between the narrowing wheel ruts under the enormous sky. Before she reached the farm that evening, there was a dry flurry of snow, the first of an early winter. From the kitchen window all that month, she looked up at hills blurred with rain. In December, from her bedroom, on days of sun after snow, she saw eastward across the plain a glittering pallor. The mountains. There were no more trips to Sveroi Campa. When they needed market goods, her uncle drove to Vera or Lottima, bleak villages foundering like cardboard in the rain. It was too easy to stray off the wheel ruts crossing the karst in snow or heavy rain, he said. And then, where are you? Where are you in the first place? Ikeda answered in Stefan's soft, dry voice. The uncle paid no heed. Martin rode out on a livery-stable horse for Christmas Day. After a few hours he got sullen and stuck to Ikeda. "What's that thing Aunt's got hanging round her neck?" "A nail through an onion, to keep off rheumatism." "Christ almighty." Ikeda laughed. "The whole place stinks of onion and flannel. Can't you air it out?" "No. Cold days they even close the chimney flues. Rather have the smoke than the cold." "You ought to come back to town with me, Ikeda." "Ma's not well." "You can't help that." "No, but I'd feel mean to leave her without good reason. First things first." Ikeda had lost weight. Her cheekbones stood out and her eyes looked darker. "How's it going with you?" she asked presently. "All right. We've been laid off a good bit. The snow." "You've been growing up," Ikeda said. "I know." He sat on the stiff farm parlor sofa with a man's weight, a man's quietness. "You walking out with anybody?" "No." They both laughed. "Listen, I saw Fabra, and he said to wish you joy of the season. He's better. Gets outside now with a cane." Their cousin came through the room. She wore a man's old boots stuffed with straw for warmth, getting about in the ice and mud of the farmyard. Martin looked after her with disgust. "I had a talk with him a couple of weeks ago. I hope he's back in the pits by Easter, like they say. He's my foreman, you know." Looking at him, Ikeda saw who it was he was in love with. "I'm glad you like him. There isn't a man in Campa comes up to his shoulder. You liked him, didn't you?" "Of course I did. See, when he asked about you, I thought—" "You thought wrong," Ikeda said. "Will you quit meddling, Martin?" "I didn't say anything." He defended himself feebly. His sister could still overawe him. He also recalled that Rosanna Fabra had laughed at him when he had said something to her about Costant and Ikeda. She had been hanging out sheets in the backyard on a whipping, bright winter morning a few days ago. He had hung over the back fence talking to her. "Oh, Lord, are you crazy?" she had jeered, while the damp sheets on the line billowed at her face and the wind tangled her hair. "Those two? Not on your life." He had tried to argue, and she would not listen. "He's not going to marry anybody from here. There's going to be some woman from far off, from Krasnoy maybe, a manager's wife, a queen, a beauty, with servants and all. And one day she'll be coming down Argyra Street with her nose in the air, and she'll see Costant coming with his nose in the air, and crack. That's it." "That's what?" said he, fascinated by her fortune-teller's conviction. "I don't know," she said, and hoisted up another sheet. "Maybe they'll run off together. Maybe something else. All I know is Costant knows what's coming to him, and he's going to wait for it." "All right, if you know so much, what's coming your way?" She opened her mouth wide in a big grin. Her dark eyes under long, dark brows flashed at him. "Men," she said, like a cat hissing, and the sheets and shirts snapped and billowed around her, white in the flashing sunlight. January passed, covering the surly plain with snow. February, with a gray sky moving slowly over the plain from north to south day after day. A hard winter, and a long one. Costa and Fabra got a lift sometimes on a cart to the Chorin quarries north of town, and would stand watching the work, the teams of men and lines of wagons, the shunting boxcars, the white of snow and the dull white of new-cut limestone. Men would come up to the tall man leaning on his cane to ask him how he did when he was coming back to work. "A few weeks yet," he would say. The company was keeping him laid off till April, as their insurers requested. He felt fit. He could walk back to town without using his cane. It fretted him bitterly to be idle. He would go back to the White Lion and sit there in the smoky dark and warmth till the quarrymen came in, off work at 4 because of snow and darkness, big heavy men making the place steam with the heat of their bodies and buzz with the mutter of their voices. At 5, Stephen would come in, slight, with white shirt and light shoes, a queer figure among the quarriers. He usually came to Costan's table, but they were not on good terms. Each was waiting and impatient. "Evening," Martin Sachik said, passing the table, a tired, burly lad, smiling. "Evening, Stephen." "I'm Fabra, and Mister to you, laddie," Stephen said in his soft voice, that yet stood out against the comfortable hive mutter. Martin, already past, chose to pay no attention. "Why are you down on that one?" "Because I don't choose to be on first names with every man's brat that goes down in the pits. Nor every man, either. You take me for the town idiot?" "You act like it, times," Costan said, draining his beer mug. "I've had enough of your advice. I've had enough of your conceit. Go to the bell if the company here don't suit you." Stephen got up, slapped money on the table, and went out. It was the 1st of March. The north half of the sky over the streets was heavy, without light. Its edge was silvery blue, and from it south to the horizon the air was blue and empty, except for a fingernail moon over the western hills, and near it the evening star. Stephen went silent through the streets, a silent wind at his back. Indoors, the walls of the house enclosed his rage. It became a square, dark, musty thing, full of the angles of tables and chairs, and flared up yellow with a kerosene lamp. The chimney of the lamp slithered out of his hand like a live animal, smashed itself shrilly against the corner of the table. He was on all fours, picking up bits of glass when his brother came in. "What did you follow me for?" "I came to my own house." "Do I have to go back to the Lion, then?" "Go where you damn well like." Costan sat down and picked up yesterday's newspaper. Stephen, kneeling, broken glass on the palm of his hand, spoke. "Listen, I know why you want me patting young Sachik on the head. For one thing, he thinks you're God Almighty, and that's agreeable. For another thing, he's got a sister, and you want 'em all eating out of your hand, don't you? Like they all do. Well, by God, here's one that won't, and you might find your game spoiled, too." He got up and went to the kitchen, to the trash basket that stood by the week's heap of dirty clothes, and dropped the glass of the broken lamp into the basket. He stood looking at his hand. A sliver of glass bristled from the inner joint of his second finger. He had clenched his hand on the glass as he spoke to Costant. He pulled out the sliver and put the bleeding finger to his mouth. Costant came in. "What game, Stephen?" he said. "You know what I mean. Say what you mean." "I mean her, Ikeda. What do you want her for, anyhow? You don't need her. You don't need anything. You're the big tin god." "You shut your mouth. Don't give me orders." "My God, I can give orders, too." "You just stay away from her. I'll get her, and you won't. I'll get her under your nose, under your eyes." Costant's big hands took hold of his shoulders and shook him till his head snapped back and forth on his neck. He broke free and drove his fist straight at Costant's face. But as he did so, he felt a jolt, as when a train car is coupled to the train. He fell down backwards across the heap of dirty clothes. His head hit the floor with a dead sound, like a dropped melon. Costant stood with his back against the stove. He looked at his right-hand knuckles, then at Stephen's face, which was dead white and curiously serene. Costant took a pillowcase from the pile of clothes, wet it at the sink, and knelt down by Stephen. It was hard for him to kneel. The right leg was still stiff. He mopped away the thin, dark line of blood that had run from Stefan's mouth. Stefan's face twitched. He sighed and blinked, and looked up at Constant, gazing with vague, sliding recognition like a young infant. "That's better," Constant said. His own face was white. Stefan propped himself up on one arm. "I fell down," he said in a faint, surprised voice. Then he looked at Constant again, and his face began to change and tighten. Stefan got up on all fours, then onto his feet. Constant tried to take his arm, but he stumbled to the door, struggled with a catch, and plunged out. At the door, Constant watched him vault the fence, cut across the Catalny yard, and run down Gullhelm Street with long, jolting strides. For several minutes the elder brother stood in the doorway, his face rigid and sorrowful. Then he turned, went to the front door and out, and made off down Gullhelm Street as fast as he could. The black cloud front had covered all the sky, but a thin band of blue-green to the south. The moon and star were gone. Constant followed the track over the plain to the west pit. No one was ahead of him. He reached the lip of the quarry and saw the water quiet, dim, reflecting snow that had yet to fall. He called out once, "Stefan!" His lungs were raw, and his throat dry from the effort he had made to run. There was no answer. It was not his brother's name that need be called there at the lip of the ruined quarry. It was the wrong name and the wrong time. Constant turned and started back towards Gullhelm Street, walking slowly and a little lame. "I've got a ride to Colle," Stefan said. The livery stable keeper stared at his blood-smeared chin. "It's dark. There's ice on the roads. You must have a sharp-shod horse. I'll pay double." "Well..." Stefan rode out of the stable yard and turned right down Ardura Street towards Vera instead of left towards Colle. The keeper shouted after him. Stefan kicked the horse, which fell into a trot, and then, where the pavement ceased, into a heavy run. The band of blue-green light in the southwest veered and slid away. Stefan thought he was falling sideways. He clung to the pommel, but did not pull the reins. When the horse ran itself out and slowed to a walk, it was full night, earth and sky all dark. The horse snorted, the saddle creaked, the wind hissed in frozen grass. Stefan dismounted and searched the ground as best he could. The horse had kept to the wagon road and stood not 4 feet from the ruts. They went on, horse and man. Mounted, the man could not see the ruts. He let the horse follow the track across the plain, himself following no road. After a long time in the rocking dark, something touched his face once, lightly. He felt his cheek. The right side of his jaw was swollen and stiff, and his right hand, holding the reins, was locked by the cold, so that when he tried to change his grip, he did not know if his fingers moved or not. He had no gloves, though he wore the winter coat he had never taken off when he came into the house, when the lamp broke a long time ago. He got the reins in his left hand and put the right inside his coat to warm it. The horse jogged on patiently, head low. Again something touched Stefan's face very lightly, brushing his cheek, his hot, sore lip. He could not see the flakes. They were soft and did not feel cold. He waited for the gentle, random touch of the snow. He changed hands on the reins again and put the left hand under the horse's coarse, damp mane on the warm hide. They both took comfort in the touch. Trying to see ahead, Stefan knew where sky and horizon met, or thought he did, but the plain was gone. The ceiling of sky was gone. The horse walked on darkness, under darkness, through darkness. Once the word "lost" lit itself like a match in the darkness, and Stefan tried to stop the horse so he could get off and search for the wheel ruts, but the horse kept walking on. Stefan let his numb hand holding the reins rest on the pommel, let himself be borne. The horse's head came up, its gait changed for a few steps. Stefan clutched at the wet mane, raised his own head dizzily, blinked at a spider web of light tangled in his eyes. Through the splintery blur of ice on his lashes, the light grew square and yellowish. A window. What house stood out alone here on the endless plain? Dim blocks of pallor rose up on both sides of him. Storefronts, A street. He had come to Vera. The horse stopped and sighed, so that the girths creaked loudly. Stefan did not remember leaving Spheroid Campa. He sat astride a sweating horse in a dark street somewhere. One window was alight in a second story. Snow fell in sparse clumps, as if hurled down in handfuls. There was little on the ground. It melted as it touched. A spring snow. He rode to the house with a lighted window and called aloud, "Where's the road to Latimer?" The door opened. Snow flickered, whirling in the shaft of light. "Are you the doctor?" "No. How do I get on to Latimer?" "Next turn right. If you meet the doctor, tell him to hurry on." The horse left the village unwillingly, lame on one leg and then the other. Stefan kept his head raised, looking for the dawn, which surely must be near. He rode north now, the snow blowing in his face, blinding him even to the darkness. The road climbed, went down, climbed again. The horse stopped, and when Stefan did nothing, turned left, made a couple of stumbling steps, stopped again, shuddering, and neighed. Stefan dismounted, falling to hands and knees, because his legs were too stiff at first to hold him. There was a cattle guard of poles laid across a side road. He let the horse stand and felt his way up the side road to a sudden house, lifting a dark wall and snowy roof above him. He found the door, knocked, waited, knocked. A window rattled. A woman said, frightened to death over his head, "Who's that?" "Is this the Sachik farm?" "No, who's that?" "Have I passed the Sachiks?" "Are you the doctor?" "Yes." "It's the next but one on the left side." "Want a lantern, doctor?" She came downstairs and gave him a lantern and matches. She held a candle, which dazzled his eyes, so that he never saw her face. He went at the horse's head now, the lantern in his left hand, and the reins in his right, held close to the bridle. The horse's docile, patient, stumbling walk, the liquid darkness of its eye and the gleam of the lantern, grieved Stefan sorely. They walked ahead very slowly, and he looked for the dawn. A farmhouse flickered to his left when he was almost past it. Snow, wind-plastered on its north wall, caught the light of the lantern. He led the horse back. The hinges of the gate squealed. Dark outbuildings crowded round. He knocked, waited, knocked. A light moved inside the house. The door opened. Again the candle, held at eye level, dazzled him. "Who is that?" "That's you, Ikeda," he said. "Who is that, Stefan?" "I must have missed the other farm, the one in between." "Come in." "The horse, is that the stable?" "There, to the left." He was all right while he found a stall for the horse, robbed the Sachik's roan of some hay and water, found a sack and rubbed the horse down a bit. He did all that very well, he thought, but when he got back to the house his knees went weak and he could scarcely see the room or Ikeda, who took his hand to bring him in. She had on a coat over something white, a nightgown. "Oh, lad," she said, "you rode from Campa tonight?" "Poor old horse," he said, and smiled. His voice said the words some while after he thought he had said them. He sat down on the sofa. "Wait there," she said. It seemed she left the room for a while. Then she was putting a cup of something in his hands. He drank. It was hot. The sting of brandy woke him long enough to watch her stir up the buried coals and put wood on the fire. "I wanted to talk to you, see," he said. And then he fell asleep. She took off his shoes, put his legs up on the sofa, got a blanket and put it over him, tended the reluctant fire. He never stirred. She turned out the lamp and slipped back upstairs in the dark. Her bed was by the window of her attic room, and she could see or feel that it was now snowing soft and thick in the dark outside. She roused to a knock and sat up, seeing the even light of snow on walls and ceiling. Her uncle peered in. He was wearing yellowish-white woolen underwear, and his hair stuck up like fine wire around his bald spot. The whites of his eyes were the same color as his underwear. "Who's that downstairs?" Ikeda explained to Stefan, somewhat later in the morning, that he was on his way to Latimer on business for the Chorin Company, that he had started from Campa at noon and been held up by a stone in his horse's shoe, and then by the snow. "Why?" he said, evidently confused, his face looking rather childish with fatigue and sleep. "I had to tell them something." He scratched his head. "What time did I get here?" "About 2 in the morning." He remembered how he had looked for the dawn, hours away. "What did you come for?" Ikeda said. She was clearing the breakfast table. Her face was stern, though she spoke softly. "I had a fight," Stefan said, "with Costant." She stopped, holding 2 plates, and looked at him. "You don't think I hurt him?" He laughed. He was lightheaded, tired out, serene. "He knocked me cold. You don't think I could have beat him?" "I don't know," Ikeda said, with distress. "I always lose fights," Stefan said, "and run away." The deaf man came through, dressed to go outside in heavy boots, an old coat made of blanketing. It was still snowing. "You'll not get on to Latimer today, Mr. Stefan," he said in his loud, even voice with satisfaction. "Thomas says the nag's lame on 4 legs. This had been discussed at breakfast, but the deaf man had not heard. He had not asked how Costant was getting on, and when he did so later in the day, it was with the same satisfied malice. "And your brother, he's down in the pits again, no doubt?" He did not try to hear the answer. Stefan spent most of the day by the fire, sleeping. Only Ikeda's cousin was curious about him. She said to Ikeda as they were cooking supper, "They say his brother is a handsome man." "Costant?" "The handsomest man I ever saw." Ikeda smiled, chopping onions. "I don't know as I'd call this one handsome," the cousin said tentatively. The onions were making Ikeda cry. She laughed, blew her nose, shook her head. "Oh no," she said. After supper, Stefan met Ikeda as she came into the kitchen from dumping out peelings and swill for the pigs. She wore her father's coat, clogs on her shoes, her black kerchief. The freezing wind swept in with her till she wrestled the door shut. "It's clearing," she said. "The wind's from the south." "Ikeda, do you know what I came here for?" "Do you know yourself?" she said, looking up at him as she set the bucket down. "Yes, I do." "Then I do, I suppose." "There isn't anywhere," he said in rage as the uncle's clumping boots approached the kitchen. "There's my room," she said impatiently. But the walls were thin, and the cousin slept in the next attic and her parents across the stairwell. She frowned angrily and said, "No, wait till the morning." In the morning, early, the cousin went off alone down the road. She was back in half an hour, her straw-stuffed boots smacking in the thawing snow and mud. The neighbor's wife at the next house but one had said, "He said he was the doctor. I asked who it was sick with you. I gave him the lantern. It was so dark I didn't see his face. I thought it was the doctor. He said so." The cousin was munching the words sweetly, deciding whether to accost Stefan with them, or Ikeda, or both, before witnesses, when around a bend and down the snow-clotted, sun-bright grade of the road, 2 horses came at a long trot, the livery-stable horse and the farm's old roan. Stefan and Ikeda rode. They were both laughing. "Where are you going?" the cousin shouted, trembling. "Running away," the young man called back. And they went past her, splashing the puddles into diamond slivers in the sunlight of March, and were gone. 1910. A Week in the Country. A Week in the Country first appeared in The Little Magazine, Volume 9, Number 4, Spring 1976. On a sunny morning of 1962 in Cleveland, Ohio, it was raining in Krasnoy, and the streets between gray walls were full of men. "It's raining down my neck in here," Casimir complained, but his friend in the adjoining stall of the street corner WC did not hear him because he was also talking. "Historical necessity is a solecism. What is history except what had to happen? But you can't extend that. What happens next? God knows. Casimir followed him out, still buttoning his trousers, and looked at the small boy looking at the 9-foot-long black coffin leaning against the WC. What's in it? The boy asked. My great-aunt's body, Casimir explained. He picked up the coffin, hurried on with Stephen Fabre through the rain. A farce. Determinism's a farce, anything to avoid awe. Show me a seed, Stephen Fabre said, stopping and pointing at Casimir. Yes, I can tell you what it is. It's an apple seed. But can I tell you that an apple tree will grow from it? No. Because there's no freedom, we think there's a law. But there is no law. There's growth and death, delight and terror, an abyss. The rest we invent. We're going to miss the train. They jostled on up Teponti Street. The rain fell harder. Stephen Fabre strode, swinging his briefcase, his mouth firmly closed, his white face shining wet. Why didn't you take up the piccolo? Give me that a while, he said, as Casimir tangled with an office worker running for a bus. Science bearing the burden of art, Casimir said. Heavy, isn't it? As his friend hoisted the case and lugged it on, frowning, and by the time they reached West Station, gasping. On the platform, in rain and steam, they ran as others ran, heard whistles shriek and urgent Sanskrit blare from loudspeakers, and lurched exhausted into the first car. The compartments were all empty. It was the other train that was pulling out, jammed, a suburban train. Theirs sat still for 10 minutes. Nobody on this train but us? Stephen Fabre asked, morose, standing at the window. Then, with one high peep, the walls slid away. Raindrops shook and merged on the pane, tracks interwove on a viaduct. The two young men stared into bedroom windows and at brick walls painted with enormous letters. Abruptly, nothing was left in the rain-dark evening, sliding backwards to the east, but a line of hills, black against a colorless, clearing sky. The country, Stephen Fabre said. He got out a biochemical journal from amongst socks and undershirts in his briefcase, put on dark-rimmed glasses. Read. Casimir pushed back wet hair that had fallen all over his forehead, read the sign on the windowsill that said, "Do not lean out," stared at the shaking walls and the rain shuddering on the window, dozed. He dreamed that walls were falling down around him. He woke scared as they pulled out of Ocat's. His friend sat looking out the window, white-faced and black-haired, confirming the isolation and disaster of Casimir's dream. "Can't see anything," he said. "Night. Country's the only place where they have night left." He stared through the reflection of his own face into the night that filled his eyes with blessed darkness. "So here we are on a train going to Aisnar," Casimir said. "But we don't know that it's going to Aisnar. It might go to Peking. It might derail and we'll all be killed. And if we do come to Aisnar, what's Aisnar? Mere hearsay." "That's morbid," Casimir said, glimpsing again the walls collapsing. "No, exhilarating," his friend answered. "Takes a lot of work to hold the world together, when you look at it that way. But it's worthwhile. Building up cities, holding up the roofs by an act of fidelity. Not faith, fidelity." He gazed out the window through his reflected eyes. Casimir shared a bar of mud-like chocolate with him. They came to Aisnar. Rain fell in the gold-paved, ill-lit streets, while the autobus to Vermeer and Prevne waited for its passengers in South Square under dripping sycamores. The case rode in the back seat. A chicken with a string round its neck scratched the aisle for grain. A bushy-haired woman held the other end of the string. A drunk farm worker talked loudly to the driver as the bus groaned out of Aisnar southward into the country night. The same night, the blessed darkness. "So I says to him, I says, 'You don't know what'll happen tomorrow.'" "Listen," said Casimir, "if the universe is infinite, does that mean that everything that could possibly happen is happening somewhere at some time?" "Saturday," he says. "Saturday. I don't know. It would, but we don't know what's possible. Thank God, if we did, I'd shoot myself, eh? Come back Saturday, he says, and I says, Saturday be damned, I says. In Vermeer, rain fell on the ruins of the Tower Keep, and the drunk got off, leaving silence behind him. Stefan Fabre looked glum, said he had a sore throat, and fell into a quick, weary sleep. His head jiggled to the ruts and bumps of the foothill road as the bus ran westward, clearing a tunnel through solid black with its headlights. A tree, a great oak, bent down suddenly to shelter it. The doors opened, admitting clean air. Flashlights, boots, and caps. Brushing back his fair hair, Casimir said softly, Always happens. Only 6 miles from the border here. They felt in their breast pockets, handed over. Fabre, Stefan, domicile, 136 Tome Street, Krasnoy, student, MR 64100282A. Augustkar, Casimir, domicile 4 Sorden Street, Krasnoy, student, MR 801049444A. Where are you going? Prevna. Both of you? Business? Vacation. A week in the country. What's that? A base vial case. What's in it? A base vial. It was stood up, opened, closed again, lugged out, laid on the ground, opened again, and the huge vial stood fragile and magnificent among flashlights over the mud, boots, belt buckles, caps. Keep it off the ground, Casimir said in a sharp voice, and Stefan pushed in front of him. They fingered it, shook it. Here, Cassie, does this unscrew? No, there's no way to take it apart. The fat one slapped the great shining curve of wood, saying something about his wife, so that Stefan laughed, but the vial tilted in another's hands, a tuning peg squawked, and on the patter of rain and mutter of the bus engine idling, a booming twang uncurled, broken off short like the viol string. Stefan took hold of Casimir's arm. After the bus had started again, they sat side by side in the warm, stinking darkness. Casimir said, Sorry, Stefan. Thanks. Can you fix it? Yes, just the peg snapped. I can fix it. Damn sore throat. Stefan rubbed his head and left his hands over his eyes. Taking cold. Damn rain. We're near Prevna now. In Prevna, very fine rain drifted down one street between 2 street lamps. Behind the roofs, something loomed. Treetops? Hills? No one met them since Casimir had forgotten to write which night they were coming. Returning from the one public telephone, he joined Stefan in the base vial case at a table of the post-telephone bar. Father has the car out on a call. We can walk or wait here. Sorry. His long, fair face was discouraged, contrite. It's a couple of miles. They set off. They walked in silence up a dirt road in rain and darkness between fields. The air smelt of wet earth. Casimir began to whistle, but the rain wet his lips. He stopped. It was so dark that they walked slowly, not able to see where each step took them, whether the road was rough or plain. It was so still that they heard the multitudinous whisper of the rain on fields to left and right. They were climbing. The hill loomed ahead of them, solider darkness. Stefan stopped to turn up his wet coat collar, and because he was dizzy. As he went forward again in the chill, whispering country silence, he heard a soft, clear sound, a girl laughing behind the hill. Lights sprang up at the hill crest, sparkling, waving. "What's that?" he said, stopping, unnerved in the broken dark. A child shouted, "There they are!" The lights above them danced and descended. They were encircled by lanterns, flashlights, voices calling, faces and arms lit by flashes and vanishing again into night. Clearly, once more, right at his side, the sweet laugh rang out. "Father didn't come back and you didn't come, so we all came to meet you." "Did you bring your friend? Where is he?" "Hello, Cassie." Casimir's fair head bent to another in the gleam of a lantern. "Where's your fiddle? Didn't you bring it? It's been raining like this all week." "Left it with Mr. Praspayet's at the post telephone." "Let's go on and get it. It's lovely walking." "I'm Bendika. Are you Stefan?" She laughed as they sought each other's hands to shake in darkness. She turned her lantern round and was dark-haired, as tall as her brother, the only one of them he saw clearly before they all went back down the road, talking, laughing, flashing light beams over the road and roadside weeds, or up into the rain-thick air. He saw them all for a moment in the bar as Casimir got his bull fiddle. 2 boys, a man, tall Bendica, the young blonde one who had kissed Casimir, another still younger. All of them he saw all at once, and then they were off up the road again, and he must wonder which of the 3 girls, or was it 4, had laughed before they met. The chill rain picked at his hot face. Beside him, beaming a flashlight so they could see the road, the man said, "I'm Joachim Brett." "Enzymes," Stefan replied hoarsely. "Yes, what's your field?" "Molecular genetics." "No, too good. You work with Meter, then. Catch me up, will you? Do you see the American journals?" They talked helices for half a mile, Brett voluble, Stefan laconic, as he was still dizzy and still listened for the laugh. But all of them laughed, he could not be sure. They all fell silent a moment. Only the 2 boys ran far ahead, calling. "There's the house," tall Bendica said beside him, pointing to a yellow gleam. "Still with us, Stefan?" Casimir called from somewhere in the dark. He growled yes, resenting the silly good cheer, the running and calling and laughing, the enthusiastic, jerky Brett, the yellow windows that to all of them were home, but to him not. Inside the house they shed wet coats, spread, multiplied, regathered around a table in a high dark room, shot through with noise and lamplight, for coffee and coffee cake, borne in by Casimir's mother. She walked hurried and tranquil under a gray and dark brown coronet of braids. Base vial-shaped, mother of 7, she merged Stefan with all the other young people whom she distinguished one from another only by name. They were Valeria, Bendica, Antony, Bruna, Casimir, Joachim, Paul. They joked and chattered. The little dark girl screamed with laughter. Casimir's fair hair fell over his eyes. The 2 boys of 11 squabbled. The gaunt, smiling man sat with a guitar, and presently played, his face beaked like a crow's over the instrument. His right hand, plucking the strings, was slightly crippled or deformed. They sang, all but Stefan, who did not know the songs, had a sore throat, would not sing, sat rancorous amid the singers. Dr. Auguscar came in. He shook Casimir's hand, welcoming and effacing him, a tall king with a slender and unlikely air. "Where's your friend? Sorry I couldn't meet you. Had an emergency up the road. Appendectomy on the dining table. Like carving the Christmas goose. Get to bed, Antony. Bendica, get me a glass. Joachim? You, Fabre?" He poured out red wine and sat down with them at the great round table. They sang again. Auguscar suggested the songs. His voice led the others. He filled the room. The fair daughter flirted with him. The little dark one screeched with laughter. Bendica teased Casimir. Brett sang a love song in Swedish. It was only 11 o'clock. Dr. Auguscar had gray eyes, clear under blonde brows. Stefan met their stare. "You've got a cold." "Yes." "Then go to bed." "Diana, where does Fabre sleep?" Casimir jumped up, contrite, led Stefan upstairs and through corridors and rooms, all smelling of hay and rain. "When's breakfast?" "Oh, any time." For Casimir never knew the time of any event. "Good night, Stefan." But it was a bad night, miserable, and all through it Brett's crippled hand snapped off one great coiling string after another with a booming twang while he explained, "This is how you go after them the latest," grinning. In the morning, Stefan could not get up. Sunlit walls leaned inward over the bed, and the sky came stretching in the windows, a huge blue balloon. He lay there. He hid his pin-stiff, aching black hair under his hands and moaned. The tall, golden-gray man came in and said to him with perfect certainty, "My boy, you're sick." It was balm. Sick, He was sick. The walls and sky were all right. "A very respectable fever you're running," said the doctor, and Stephen smiled, near tears, feeling himself respectable, lapped in the broad, indifferent tenderness of the big man, who was kingly, certain, uncaring as sunlight in the sky. But in the forests and caves and small crowded rooms of his fever, no sunlight came, and after a time no water. The house stood quiet in the September sunlight and dark. That night Mrs. Auguscar, yarn, needle, sock poised one moment in her hands, lifted her braid-crowned head, listening as she had listened years ago to her first son, Casimir, crying out in sleep in his crib upstairs. "Poor child," she whispered. And Bruna raised her fair head, listening too, for the first time, hearing the solitary cry from the forests where she had never been. The house stood still around them. On the second day the boys played outdoors till rain fell and night fell. Casimir stood in the kitchen sawing on his bull fiddle, his face by the shining neck of the instrument quiet and closed, keeping right on when others came in to perch on stools and lean against the sink and talk, for after all there were 7 young people there on vacation. They could not stay silent. But under their voices the deep, weak, singing voice of Casimir's fiddle went on, wordless, like a cry from the depths of the forest, so that Bruna, suddenly past patience and dependence, solitary, not the 3rd daughter and 4th child and one of the young people, slipped away and went upstairs to see what it was like, this grave sickness, this mortality. It was not like anything. The young man slept. His face was white, his hair black on white linen, clear as printed words, but in a foreign language. She came down and told her mother she had looked in. He was sleeping quietly. True enough, but not the truth. What she had confirmed up there was that she was now ready to learn the way through the forest. She had come of age, and was now capable of dying. He was her guide, the young man who had come in out of the rain with a case of pneumonia. On the afternoon of the 5th day she went up to his room again. He was lying there getting well, weak and content, thinking about a morning 10 years ago when he had walked out with his father and grandfather past the quarries, an April morning on a dry plain awash with sunlight and blue flowers. After they had passed the Chorin Company quarries, they suddenly began to talk politics, and he understood that they had come out of town onto the empty plain in order to say things aloud, in order to let him hear what his father said. There'll always be enough ants to fill up all the ant-hills, worker ants, army ants. And the grandfather, the dry, bitter, fitful man, in his 70s, angrier and gentler than his son, vulnerable as his 13-year-old grandson. "Get out, Costa. Why don't you get out?" That was only a taunt. None of them would run away, or get away. A man, he walked with men across a barren plain, blue with flowers in brief April. They shared with him their anger, their barren, helpless obduracy, and the brief blue fire of their anger. Talking aloud under the open sky, they gave him the key to the house of manhood, the prison where they lived and he would live. But they had known other houses. He had not. Once his grandfather, Stephen Fabre, put his hand on young Stephen's shoulder while he spoke. "What would we do with freedom if we had it, Costa? What has the West done with it? Eaten it, put it in its belly. A great, wondrous belly. That's the West. With a wise head on top of it, a man's head, with a man's mind and eyes. But the rest all belly. He can't walk anymore. He sits at table, eating, thinking up machines to bring him more food, throwing food to the black and yellow rats under the table, so they won't gnaw down the walls around him. There he sits, and here we are, with nothing in our bellies but air and cancer, air and rage. We can still walk, so we're yoked to the foreign plow. When we smell food, we bray and kick. Are we men, though, Costa? I doubt it. All the time his hand lay on the boy's shoulder, tender, almost deferent, because the boy had never seen his inheritance at all, but had been born in jail, where nothing is any good, no anger, understanding, or pride. Nothing is any good except obduracy, except fidelity. Those remain, said the weight of the old man's hand on his shoulder. So when a blonde girl came into his room where he lay weak and content, he looked at her from that sun-washed, barren April plain with trust and welcome, it being irrelevant to this moment that his grandfather had died in a deportation train, and his father had been shot along with 42 other men on the plain outside town in the reprisals of 1956. "How do you feel?" she said. And he said, "Fine. Can I bring you anything?" He shook his head, the same black and white head she had seen, clear and unintelligible as Greek words on a white page. But now his eyes were open, and he spoke her language. It was the same voice that had called faintly from the black woods of fever, the neighborhood of death, a few nights ago, which now said, "I can't remember your name." He was very nice. He was a nice fellow, this Stephen Fabre. Embarrassed by lying there sick, glad to see her. "I'm Bruna. I come next after Kazi. Would you like some books? Are you getting bored yet?" "Bored? No. You don't know how good it is to lie here doing nothing. I've never done that. Your parents are so kind, and this big house, and the fields outside there. I lie here thinking, Jesus, is this me? In all this peace, in all this space, in a room to myself, doing nothing." She laughed, by which he knew her. The one who had laughed in rain and darkness before lights broke over the hill. Her fair hair was parted in the middle and waved on each side down nearly to the light, thick eyebrows. Her eyes were an indeterminate color, unclear, gray-brown or gray. He heard it now, indoors, in daylight, the tender and exultant laugh. "Oh, you beauty, you fine, proud filly foal, never broken to harness, you scared and restive, gentle girl laughing." Wanting to keep her, he asked, "Have you always lived here?" And she said, "Yes, summers," glancing at him from her indeterminate, shining eyes in the shadow of fair hair. "Where did you grow up?" "In Svaroy Campa, up north." "Your family still there?" "My sister lives there." She still asked about families. She must be very innocent, more elusive and intact even than Casimir, who placed his reality beyond the touch of any hands or asking of identity. Still, to keep her with him, he said, "I lie here thinking. I've thought more already today than in the last 3 years." "What do you think of?" "Of the Hungarian nobleman. Do you know that story? The one that was taken prisoner by the Turks and sold as a slave. It was in the 16th century. Well, a Turk bought him and yoked him to a plow like an ox, and he plowed the fields, driven with a whip. His family finally managed to buy him back, and he went home and got his sword and went back to the battlefields, and there he took prisoner the Turk that had bought him, owned him, took the Turk back to his manor, took the chains off him, had him brought outside, and the poor Turk looked around for the impaling stake, or the pitch they'd rub on him and set fire to, or the dogs, or at least the whip. But there was nothing, only the Hungarian, the man he'd bought and sold. And the Hungarian said, 'Go on back home.' Did he go? No. He stayed and turned Christian. But that's not why I think of it." "Why do you?" "I'd like to be a nobleman," Stephen Fabre said, grinning. He was a tough, hard fellow, lying there nearly defeated, but not defeated. He grinned. His eyes had a black flicker to them. At 25 he had no innocence, no confidence, no hope at all of profit. The lack of that was the black flicker, the coldness in his eyes. Yet he lay there taking what came, a small man, but hard, possessing weight, a man of substance. The girl looked at his strong, blunt hands on the blanket, and then up at the sunlit windows, thinking of his being a nobleman, thinking of the one fact she knew of him from Casimir, who seldom mentioned facts, that he had shared a tenement room in Krasnoy with 5 other students. 3 beds were all they could fit into it. The room, with 3 high windows, curtains pulled back, hummed with the silence of September afternoon in the country. A boy's voice rang out from fields far away. "Not much chance of it these days," she said in a dull, soft voice, looking down, meaning nothing. For once wholly cast down, tired, without tenderness or exultation. He would get well, would go back a week late to the city, to the 3 bedsteads and 5 roommates, shoes on the floor and rust and hairs in the wash basin, classrooms, laboratories. After that, employment as an inspector of sanitation on state farms in the north and northeast, a 2-room flat in state housing on the outskirts of a town near the state foundries, a black-haired wife who taught the 3rd grade from state-approved textbooks, 1 child, 2 legal abortions, and the hydrogen bomb. Oh, was there no way out? No way? "Are you very clever?" "I'm very good at my work." "It's science, isn't it? Biology. Research." Then the laboratories would persist. The flat became perhaps a 4-room flat in the Krasnoy suburbs. 2 children, no abortions, 2-week vacations in summer in the mountains. Then the hydrogen bomb. Or no hydrogen bomb, it made no difference. "What do you do research on?" "Certain molecules, the molecular structure of life." That was strange, the structure of life. Of course, he was talking down to her. Things are not briefly described, her father had said, when one is talking of life. So he was good at finding out the molecular structure of life, this fellow whose wordless cry she had heard faintly from congested lungs, from the dark neighborhood and approaches of his death. He had called out and, "Poor child," her mother had whispered. But it was she who had answered, had followed him, and now he brought her back to life. "Ah," she said, still not lifting her head, "I don't understand all that. I'm stupid." "Why did they name you Bruna when you're blonde?" She looked up, startled, laughed. "I was bald till I was 10 months old." She looked at him, seeing him again, and the future be damned, since all possible futures ever envisaged are rusty sinks, 2-week vacations, and bombs, or collective fraternity, or harps and houris, endlessly, sordidly dreary, all delight being in the present and its past, all truth, too, and all fidelity in the word, the flesh, the present moment. For the future, however you look at it, contains only one sure thing, and that is death. But the moment is unpredictable. There is simply no telling what will happen. Casimir came in with a bunch of red and blue flowers and said, "Mother wants to know if you'd like milk toast for supper." "Oat bread," Bruna sang, arranging the cornflowers and poppies in Stefan's water glass. They ate oats 3 times a day here, some poultry, turnips, potatoes. The little brother Antony raised lettuce, the mother cooked, the daughters swept the big house. There was no wheat flour, no beef, no milk, no housemaid. Not anymore, not since before Bruna was born. They camped here in their big old country house. They lived like gypsies, said the mother. A professor's daughter, born in the middle class, nurtured and married in the middle class, giving up order, plenty, and leisure without complaint, but not giving up the least scruple of the discriminations she had been privileged to learn. So Casimir, for all his gentleness, could still hold himself untouched. So Bruna still thought of herself as coming next after Casimir, and asked about one's family. So Stefan knew himself here, in a fortress, in a family, at home. He and Casimir and Bruna were laughing aloud together when the father came in. "Out," Dr. Auguskar said, standing heroic and absolute in the doorway, the Sun King, or a solar myth. His son and daughter, laughing and signaling, childlike to Stefan behind his back, went out. "Enough is enough," Auguskar said, ausculting, and Stefan lay guilty, smiling, childlike. The seventh day, when Stefan and Casimir should have taken bus and train back to Krasnoy, where the university was now open, was hot. Warm darkness followed, windows open, the whole house open to choruses of frogs by the river, choruses of crickets in the furrows, a southwest wind bearing odors of the forest over dry autumn hills. Between the curtains, billowing and going slack, burned 6 stars, so bright in the dry, dark sky that they might set fire to the curtains. Bruna sat on the floor by Stefan's bed. Casimir lay like a huge wheat stalk across the foot of it. Bendika, whose husband was in Krasnoy, nursed her 5-month-old firstborn in a chair by the empty fireplace. Joachim Brett sat on the windowsill, his shirt-sleeves rolled up so that the bluish figures OA 46992 were visible on his lean arm, playing his guitar to accompany an English lute song. Yet be just and constant still. Love may beget a wonder. Not unlike a summer's frost or winter's fatal thunder, he that holds his sweetheart dear until his day of dying lives of all that ever lived, most worthy the envying. Then, since he liked to sing praise and blame of love in all the languages he knew and did not know, he began to strum out Plaisir d'amour, but came to grief on the shift of key, while the baby was sat up to belch loudly, causing merriment. The baby was flung aloft by Casimir, while Bendika protested softly, "He's full, Cassie, he'll spill." "I am your uncle, I am Uncle Casimir. My pockets are full of peppermints and papal indulgences. Look at me, whelp. You don't dare vomit on your uncle, you don't dare. Go vomit on your aunt." The baby stared unwinking at Bruna and waved its hands. Its fat, silky belly showed between shirt and diaper. The girl returned its gaze as silently, as steadily. "Who are you?" said the baby. "Who are you?" said the maiden, without words, in wonder, while Stefan watched and faint chords in A sobbed joyously on Brett's guitar between the lighted room and the dark, dry night of autumn. The tall young mother carried the baby off to bed. Casimir turned off the light. Now the autumn night was in the room, and their voices spoke among the choruses of crickets and frogs on the fields, by the streams. "It was clever of you to get sick, Stefan," said Casimir, lying again across the foot of the bed, long arms white in the dusk. "Stay sick, and we can stay here all winter." "All year, for years. Did you get your fiddle fixed?" "Oh, yes, been practicing the Schubert. Pa-pa-poom-pa. When's the concert?" "Sometime in October." "Plenty of time." "Poom, poom. Swim, swim, little trout." "Ah." The long white arms sawed vaguely a viol of dusk. "Why did you choose the bass viol, Casimir?" asked Brett's voice among frogs and crickets, across marsh bottoms and furrows from the window-sill. "Because he's shy," said Bruna's voice, like a country wind. "Because he's an enemy of the feasible," said Stefan's dark, dry voice. Silence. "Because I showed extraordinary promise as a student of the cello," said Casimir's voice, "and so I was forced to consider, did I want to perform the Dvorak concerto to cheering audiences and win a People's Artist Award, or did I not? I chose to be a low buzz in the background, boom-pa-boom, and when I die, I want you to put my corpse in the fiddle case and ship it rapid express deep freeze to Pablo Casals with a label saying, 'Corpse of Great Central European Cellist.'" The hot wind blew through the dark. Casimir was done. Bruna and Stefan were ready to pass on, but Joachim Brett was not able to. He spoke of a man who had been helping people get across the border. Here in the southwest, rumors of him were thick now. A young man, Brett said, who had been jailed, had escaped, got to England and come back, set up an escape route, got over 100 people out in 10 months, and only now had been spotted and was being hunted by the secret police. "Quixotic? Traitorous? Heroic?" Brett asked. He's hiding in the attic now, Casimir said, and Stefan added, sick of milk toast. They evaded and would not judge. Betrayal and fidelity were immediate to them, could not be weighed any more than a pound of flesh, their own flesh. Only Brett, who had been born outside prison, was excited, insistent. Prevna was crawling with agents, he went. Even if you went to buy a newspaper, your identification was checked. Easier to have it tattooed on, like you, said Casimir. Move your foot, Stefan. Move your fat rump, then. All mine are German numbers, out of date. A few more wars and I'll run out of skin. Shed it, then, like a snake. No, they go right down to the bone. Shed your bones, then, Stefan said. Be a jellyfish. Be an amoeba. When they pin me down, I bud off. 2 little spineless Stefans, where they thought they had one MR 641002882A. 4 of them, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. I would entirely cover the surface of the globe, were it not for my natural enemies. The bed shook. Bruna laughed in darkness. Play the English song again, Joachim, she said. Yet be just and constant still. Love may beget a wonder. Stefan, she said in the afternoon light of the 14th day, as she sat and he lay with his head on her lap, on a green bank above the river marshes south of the house. He opened his eyes. Must we go? No. He closed his eyes again, saying, Bruna. He sat up and sat beside her, staring at her. Bruna, oh God, I wish you weren't a virgin. She laughed and watched him, wary, curious, defenseless. If only... Here, now. I've got to go away day after tomorrow. But not right under the kitchen windows, she said tenderly. The house stood 30 yards from them. He collapsed by her, burying his head in the angle of her arm, against her side, his lips on the very soft skin of her forearm. She stroked his hair and the nape of his neck. Can we get married? Do you want to get married? Yes, I want to marry you, Stefan. He lay still a while longer, then sat up again, slowly this time, and looked across the reeds and choked, sunlit river to the hills and the mountains behind them. I'll have my degree next year. I'll have my teaching certificate in a year and a half. They were silent a while. I could quit school and work. We'll have to apply for a place. The walls of the one rented room facing a courtyard, strung with sooty washing, rose up around them, indestructible. All right, he said. Only I hate to waste this. He looked from the sunlit water up to the mountains. The warm wind of evening blew past them. All right, but Bruna, do you understand that all this is new to me, that I have never waked before at dawn in a high-windowed room, and lain hearing the perfect silence, never walked out over fields in a bright October morning, never sat down at table with fair, laughing brothers and sisters, never spoken in early evening by a river with a girl who loved me, that I have known that order, peace, and tenderness must exist, but never hoped even to witness them, let alone possess them. And day after tomorrow I must go back. No, she did not understand. She was only the country silence and the blessed dark, the bright stream, the wind, the hills, the cool house, all that was hers and her. She could not understand. But she took him in, the stranger in the rainy night, who would destroy her. She sat beside him and said softly, I think it's worth it, Stefan. It's worthwhile. It is. We'll borrow, we'll beg, we'll steal, we'll filch. I'll be a great scientist, you know. I'll create life in a test tube. After a squalid early career, Fabre rose to sudden prominence. We'll go to meetings in Vienna, in Paris. The hell with life in a test tube. I'll do better than that. I'll get you pregnant within 5 minutes. Oh, you beauty, laugh, do you? I'll show you, you filly, you little trout. Oh, you darling. There, under the windows of the house, and under the mountains still in sunlight, while the boys shouted, playing tennis up beside the house, she lay soft, fair, heavy in his arms under his weight, absolutely pure, flesh and spirit, one pure will, to let him come in. Let him come in. Not now, not here. His will was mixed and obdurate. He rolled away and lay face up in the grass, a black flicker in his eyes looking at the sky. She sat with her hand on his hand. Peace had never left her. When he sat up, she looked at him as she had looked at Bendica's baby, steadily, with pondering recognition. She had no praise for him, no reservation, no judgment. Here he is. This is he. It'll be meager, Bruna. Meager and unprofitable. I expect so, she said, watching him. He stood up and brushed grass off his trousers. I love Bruna, he shouted, lifting his hand, and from the sunlit slopes across the river marshes where dusk was rising came a vague, short sound. Not her name, not his voice. You see, he said, standing over her, smiling. Echoes, even. Get up. The sun's going. Do you want me to get pneumonia again? She reached out her hand. He took it and pulled her up to him. I'll be very loyal, Bruna, he said. He was a small man, and when they stood together, she did not look up to him, but straight at him, at eye level. That's what I have to give, he said. That's all I have to give. You may get sick of it, you know. Her eyes, gray-brown or gray, unclear, watched him steadily. In silence he raised his hand to touch for a moment with reserve and tenderness her fair parted hair. They went back up to the house, past the tennis court, where Casimir on one side of the net and the two boys on the other swung, missed, leapt, and shouted. Under the oaks, Brett sat practicing a guitar tune. What language is that one? Bruna asked, standing light in the shadow, utterly happy. Brett cocked his head to answer, his misshapen right hand lying across the strings. Greek. I got it from a book. It means, "Oh, young lovers who pass beneath my window, can't you see it's raining?" She laughed aloud, standing by Stefan, who had turned to watch the three run and poise on the tennis court in rising shadow, the ball soar up from moment to moment into the level gold light. He walked into Prevna next day to buy their tickets with Casimir, who wanted to see the weekly market there. Casimir took joy in markets, fairs, auctions, the noise of people getting and selling, the barrows of white and purple turnips, racks of old shoes, mounds of print cotton, stacks of blue-coated cheese, the smell of onions, fresh lavender, sweat, dust. The road that had been long the night they came was brief in the warm morning. Still looking for that get-him-out-alive fellow, Brett says, said Casimir. Tall, frail, calm, he moseyed along beside his friend, his bare head bright in the sunlight. Bruna and I want to get married, Stefan said. You do? Yes. Casimir hesitated a moment in his long-legged amble, went on, hands in his pockets. Slowly on his face appeared a smile. Do you really? Yes. Casimir stopped, took his right hand out of his pocket, shook Stefan's. Good work, he said. Well done. He was blushing a little. Now that's something real, he said, going on, hands in his pockets. Stefan glanced at his long, quiet young face. That's absolute, Casimir said. That's real. After a while he said, that beats Schubert. Main problem is finding a place to live, of course, but if I can borrow something to get started on, Meteor still wants me for that project. We'd like to do it straight off. If it's all right with your parents, of course. Casimir listened, fascinated, to these chances and circumstances, confirming the central fact, just as he watched, fascinated, the buyers and sellers, shoes and turnips, racks and carts of a market fair that confirmed men's need of food and of communion. It'll work out, he said. You'll find a place. I expect so, said Stefan, never doubting it. He picked up a rock, tossed it up, and caught it, hurled it white through sunlight, far into the furrows to their left. If you knew how happy I am, Casimir." His friend answered, "I have some notion. Here, shake hands again." They stopped again to shake hands. "Move in with us, eh, Cassie?" "All right, get me a truckle bed." They were coming into town. A khaki-colored truck crawled down Prebna's main street between fly-blown shops. Old houses painted with garlands long faded. Over the roofs rose high yellow hills. Under lindens, the market square was dusty and sun-dappled. A few racks, a few stands and carts, a noseless man selling sugar candy, 3 dogs, cringingly, unwearyingly following a white bitch, old women in black shawls, old men in black vests, the lanky keeper of the post-telephone bar leaning in his doorway and spitting, 2 fat men dickering in a mumble over a pack of cigarettes. "Used to be more to it," Casimir said. "When I was a kid here, lots of cheese from Porto Chica, vegetables, mounds of them. Everybody turned out for it." They wandered between the stalls, content, aware of brotherhood. Stefan wanted to buy Bruna something, anything, a scarf. There were buttonless, mud-colored overalls, cracked shoes. "Buy her a cabbage," Casimir said. And Stefan bought a large red cabbage. They went into the post-telephone bar to buy their tickets to Asnar. 2 on the SW to Asnar, Mr. Praspayets. "Back to work, eh?" "Right." 3 men came up to the counter, 2 on Casimir's side, 1 on Stefan's. They handed over. Fabra, Stefan. Domicile 136 Thomas Street, Krasnoy. Student, MR 641-00282A. Augustskar, Casimir. Domicile 4 Sorden Street, Krasnoy. Student, MR 801-04944A. "Business in Asnar?" "Catching the train to Krasnoy." The men returned to a table. "In here all day, past 10 days, the innkeeper said in a thready mumble. "Kills my business. I need another 100 kroner, Mr. Casimir. Trying to shortchange me?" 2 of the men, one thick-set, the other slim, and wearing an army gun belt under his jacket, were by them again. The smiling innkeeper went blank like a television set clicked off. He watched the agents go through the young men's pockets and feel up and down their bodies. When they had gone back to the table, he handed Casimir his change, silent. They went out in silence. Casimir stopped and stood looking at the golden lindens, the golden light dappling dust, where 3 dogs still trotted abased and eager after the white bitch. A fat housewife laughed with an old cackling man, 2 boys dodged yelling among the carts, a donkey hung his gray head and twitched one ear. "Oh well," Stefan said. Casimir said nothing. "I've butted off," Stefan said. "Come on, Cassie." They set off slowly. "Right," Casimir said, straightening up a little. "It's not relevant, you know," said Stefan. "Is the innkeeper really named Praspayets?" "Evander Praspayets. Has a brother, runs the winery here. Belisarius Praspayets." Stefan grinned. Casimir smiled a little vaguely. They were at the edge of the marketplace, about to cross the street. "Damn, I forgot my cabbage in the bar," Stefan said, turning, and saw some men running across the marketplace between the carts and stalls. There was a loud clapping noise. Casimir grabbed at Stefan's shoulder for some reason, but missed, and stood there with his arms spread out, making a coughing, retching sound in his throat. His arms jerked wider, and he fell down backwards, and lay at Stefan's feet, his eyes open, his mouth open, and full of blood. Stefan stood there. He looked around. He dropped on his knees by Casimir, who did not look at him. Then he was pulled up and held by the arm. There were men around him, and one of them was waving something, a paper, saying loudly, "This is him, the traitor. This is what happens to traitors. These are his forged papers. This is him." Stefan wanted to get to Casimir, but was held back. He saw men's backs, a dog, a woman's red staring face in the background under golden trees. He thought they were helping him to stand, for his knees had given under him. But as they forced him to turn and walk, he tried to pull free, crying out, "Casimir!" He was lying on his face on a bed, which was not the bed in the high-windowed room in the Augustskar house. He knew it was not, but kept thinking it was. hearing the boys calling down on the tennis court. Then, understanding that it was his room in Krasnoy and his roommates were asleep, he lay still for a long time, despite a fierce headache. Finally he sat up and looked around at the pine plank walls, the grating in the door, the stone floor with cigarette butts and dried urine on it. The guard who brought his breakfast was the thick-set agent from the post-telephone bar and did not speak. There were pine splinters in the quicks of his nails on both his hands. He spent a long time getting them out. On the third day a different guard came, a fat, dark-jowled fellow, reeking of sweat and onions like the market under the lindens. "What town am I in?" "Prevne." The guard locked the door, offered a cigarette through the grating, held a lighted match through. "Is my friend dead? Why did they shoot him?" "Man they wanted got away," said the guard. "Need anything in there? You'll be out tomorrow." "Did they kill him?" The guard grunted yes and went off. After a while, a half-full pack of cigarettes and a box of matches dropped in through the grating near Stefan's feet, where he sat on the cot. He was released next day, seeing no one but the dark-jowled guard who led him to the door of the village lockup. He stood on the main street of Prevne, half a block down from the marketplace. Sunset was over. It was cold, the sky clear and dark above the lindens, the roofs, the hills. His ticket to Asnar was still in his pocket. He walked slowly and carefully to the marketplace and across it under dark trees to the post-telephone bar. No bus was waiting. He had no idea when they ran. He went in and sat down, hunched over, shaking with cold, at one of the 3 tables. Presently the owner came out from a back room. "When's the next bus?" He could not think of the man's name. Praspets, something like that. "Asnar, 8:20 in the morning," the man said. "To Portachica?" Stefan asked after a pause. "Local to Portachica at 10. Tonight?" 10 tonight. "Can you change this for, ticket to Portachica?" He held out his ticket for Asnar. The man took it and after a moment said, "Wait, I'll see." He went off again to the back. Stefan got change ready for a cup of coffee and sat hunched over. It was 7:10 by the white-faced alarm clock on the bar. At 7:30, when 3 big townsmen came in for a beer, he moved as far back as he could by the pool table and sat there facing the wall, only glancing round quickly now and then to check the time on the alarm clock. He was still shaking and so cold that after a while he put his head down on his arms and shut his eyes. Bruna said, "Stefan?" She had sat down at the table with him. Her hair looked pale as cotton round her face. His head still hunched forward, his arms on the table, he looked at her and then looked down. "Mr. Praspets telephoned us." "Where were you going?" He did not answer. "Did they tell you to get out of town?" He shook his head. "They just let you go?" "Come on, I brought your coat. Here, you must be cold. Come on home." She rose, and at this he sat up. He took his coat from her and said, "No, I can't." "Why not?" "Dangerous for you." "Can't face it anyway." "Can't face us?" "Come on, I want to get out of here. We're driving back to Krasnoy tomorrow. We were waiting for you. Come on, Stefan." He got up and followed her out. It was night now. They set off across the street and up the country road. Bruna, holding a flashlight, beamed before them. She took his arm. They walked in silence. Around them were dark fields, stars. "Do you know what they did with—" "They took him off in the truck, we were told." "I don't—" "When everybody in the town knew who he was—" He felt her shrug. They kept walking. The road was long again, as when he and Casimir had walked it the first time without light. They came to the hill where the lights had appeared, the laughter and calling all round them in the rain. "Come faster, Stefan," the girl beside him said timidly. "You're cold." He had to stop soon, and breaking away from her went blind to the roadside, seeking anything, a fence post or tree, anything to lean against till he could stop crying. But there was nothing. He stood there in the darkness, and she stood near him. At last he turned, and they went on together. Rocks and weeds showed white in the ragged circle of light from her flashlight. As they crossed the hill crest, she said with the same timidity and stubbornness, "I told Mother we want to marry. When we heard they had you in jail here, I told her. Not Father, yet. This was what he couldn't stand. He can't take it. But Mother's all right, and so I told her. I'd like to be married quite soon, if you would, Stephen." He walked beside her, silent. "Right," he said, finally. "No good letting go, is there?" The lights of the house below them were yellow through the trees. Above them, stars, and a few thin clouds drifted through the sky. No good at all. 1962. On die Musik. On die Musik first appeared in the Western Humanities Review, Volume 15, Number 3, Summer 1961. "A person asking to see you, sir. Mr. Guin." Otto Igorin nodded. This being his only free afternoon in Voronoi, it was inevitable that some young hopeful would find him out and waste it. He knew from the way his man said "person" that it was no one important. Still, he had been buried so long in managing his wife's concert tour that it was refreshing to receive a postulant of his own. "Show him in," he said, turning again to the letter he was writing, and did not look up till the visitor was well into the room and had had time to be impressed by the large bald head of Otto Igorin, engrossed in writing a letter. That first impression, Otto knew, would keep all but the brashest ones down. This one did not look brash. A short, shabby man, leading a small boy by the hand, and stammering about the great liberty, valuable time, great privilege. "Well, well," said the impresario, moderately genial, since, if not put at ease, the timid often wasted more time than the brash. "Playing chords since he could sit up, and the Appassionata since he was 3. Or do you write your own sonatas, eh, my man?" The child stared at him with cold, dark eyes. The man stammered and halted. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Igorin. I wouldn't have. My wife's not well. I take the boy out Sunday afternoon so she doesn't have to look after him." It was really painful to see him going red, then pale, then red. "He'll be no trouble," he blundered on. "What is it about, then, Mr. Guin?" asked Otto rather dryly. "I write music," Guin said, and Otto saw then what he had missed in supposing the child to be yet another prodigy, the small roll of music paper under the visitor's arm. "All right, good. Let me see it, please," he said, putting out his hand. This was the point he dreaded with the shy ones, but Guin did not explain for 20 minutes what he had tried to do and why and how, all the time clutching his compositions and sweating. He gave the roll of music to Igorin without a word, and at Igorin's gesture sat down on the stiff hotel sofa, the little boy beside him, both of them nervous, submissive, with their strange, steady, dark eyes. "You see, Mr. Guin, this is all that matters, after all, eh? This music you bring me. You bring it to me to look at. I want to look at it. So please excuse me while I do so." It was his usual speech, after he had pried the manuscript away from a shy, talkative one. This one merely nodded. "It's 4 songs and part of a mass," he said in his barely audible voice. Otto frowned. He had been saying lately that he had had no idea how many idiots wrote songs until he married a singer. The first he glanced at relieved his suspicions, being a duet for tenor and baritone, and he remembered to smooth the frown off his forehead. The last of the 4 caught his attention, a setting of a Goethe lyric. He moved very slightly as he sat at the desk, a mere twitch towards the piano, instantly repressed. No use raising hopes. To play a note of their stuff was to convince them at once that they were Beethoven and would be produced in the capital by Otto Igorin within the month. But it was a real bit of writing, that tune with the clever, yearning, quiet little accompaniment. He went on to the Mass, or rather 3 fragments of a Mass, a Kyrie, Benedictus, and Sanctus. The writing was neat, rapid, and crowded. Music paper is not cheap, thought Otto, glancing at his visitor's shoes. At the same time, he was hearing a solo tenor voice over a queer racket from organ, trombones, and double basses. Benedictus qui venit in nomine Domini. Very queer stuff. But no, there now, just when it's about to drive you mad, it all turns to crystal. So simply you'd swear it was crystal all along. And the tenor, the poor devil singing double piano way up there, find me the tenor who can do that and fight off the trombones, too. The Sanctus, now splendid, the trumpet really splendid. Otto looked up. He had been tapping the side of his hand on the desk, nodding, grinning, muttering. That had blown it. "Come here," he said angrily. "What's your name? What's this?" "Ladislaus Gaia. That's the second trumpet." "Why isn't it marked? Here, take it, play it." They went through the Sanctus 5 times. Plein, 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 Otto blared. A trumpet. "All right, why do your basses come in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, boom! In come the basses like elephants. Where does that get you?" "Back to the Sanctus. Listen, here's the organ under the tenors." And the piano roared under Gaia's husky tenor. "Sabaoth, then the cellos and the elephants, 4. Sanctus, Sanctus, Sanctus." He sat back from the piano. Otto took his eyes from the score. The room was silent. Otto set straight a drooping red rose in the bouquet on the top of the hired piano. "And where do you expect to have this mass sung?" The composer was silent. Women's chorus, double men's chorus, full orchestra, brass choir, organ. Well. Let me see those songs again. Is this all you've written of the Mass? The Credo isn't orchestrated yet. I suppose you'll throw in double timpani for that. All right, here, where is it? The Goethe. Let me play. He played through the song twice, then sat twiddling out one of the queer, half-spoken phrases of the accompaniment. "It's first-rate, you know," he said. "Absolutely first-rate." "What the devil, are you a pianist? What are you?" "A clerk." "A clerk? What kind of clerk? This is your hobby, eh? Your amusement in spare time?" "No, this is what I—" Otto looked up at the man, short and shabby, white with excitement, inarticulate. "I want to know something about you, Gaia. You barge in. I write music. You show me a little music. Very good. Very good, this song, the Sanctus, the Benedictus, too. That's real work. I want to read it again. But I've been shown good writing before. Have you been performed? How old are you?" 30. "What else have you written?" "Nothing else of any size." "At 30? 4 songs and half a mass? I haven't much time to work." "This is nonsense. Nonsense. You don't write this kind of thing without practice. Where did you study?" "Here at the Schola Cantorum, till I was 19. "With whom? Berdicke? Chi?" "Chi and Madame Besserin." "Never heard of her. And this is all you'll show me?" "The rest isn't good, or isn't finished. How old were you when you wrote this song?" Gaia hesitated. 20, I think. 10 years ago. "What have you been doing since? You want to write music, eh? Well, write it. What else can I say? This is good. Absolutely good. And so is that racket with the trombones. You can write music. But, my dear man, what can I do about it? Can I produce 4 songs and half a mass by an unknown student of Vasilis Chi? No. You want encouragement, I know. Well, that I give. I encourage you. I encourage you to write more music. Why don't you?" "I realize this is very little," Gaia brought out stiffly. His face was contorted. One hand was fiddling and pulling at the knot of his tie. Otto was sorry for him and unnerved by him. "Very little." "Why not make it more?" he said, genial. Gaia looked down at the piano keys, put his hand on them. He was shaking. "You see," he began, then turned away with a jerk, stooping, hiding his face with his hands, and broke into sobs. Otto sat like a stone on the piano bench. The small boy, forgotten all this time, sitting with his gray-stockinged legs hanging over the edge of the sofa, slipped down and ran to his father. Of course, he was blubbering too, but he kept pulling at his father's coat, trying to get at his hand, whispering, "Papa, don't. Papa, please don't." Gaia knelt and put his arm around the child. "Sorry, Vasily. Don't worry, it's all right." But he was not yet in control of himself. Otto rose with some majesty and called in his wife's maid. "Take the laddie. Go give him candy. Make him happy, eh?" The girl, a calm Swiss, who knew all Central Europeans were mad, nodded, ignoring the weeping man, and said, "Come, what's your name?" The child held on to his father. "Go with her, Vasily," Gaia said. The child let her take his hand and went out with her. "You have a fine little boy," said Otto. "Now, sit down, Gaia. Brandy? A little, eh?" He opened and shut desk drawers, puffed and grunted to himself, put a glass in Gaia's hand, sat down again at the desk. "I can't," Gaia began, worn out, at rock bottom. "No, you can't. Neither can I. These things happen. You were more surprised than I, perhaps. But listen now, Ladislas Gaia. I have no time for the woes of all the world. I have a great many cares of my own, and I'm very busy. But since we've come so far, I'd like to know what makes you break down like this." Gaia shook his head. With the submissiveness that had vanished only when they were going through his score, he answered Otto's questions. He had had to quit the music school when his father died. He now supported his mother, his wife, his 3 children, on his pay as clerk for a plant that made ball bearings and other small steel parts. He had worked there 11 years. 4 evenings a week he gave piano lessons, for which they let him use a practice room at the Schola Cantorum. Otto did not find much to say for a while. "The good Lord has seen fit to give you bad luck," he remarked. Gaia did not reply. Indeed, good or bad luck seemed hardly adequate to describe this kind of solid, persevering mismanagement of the world, from which Ladislas Gaia and most other men suffered, and Otto Igorin, for no clear reason, did not. "Why did you come to see me, Gaia?" "I had to. I knew what you'd have to say, that I haven't written enough. But when I heard you were to be here, I swore to myself I'd see you. I had to. They know me at the Schola, but they're busy with their students, of course. Since Chi died, there's no one who... I had to see you. Not for encouragement, but to see a man who lives for music, who arranges half the concerts in the country, who stands for success," said Otto Igorin. "Yes, I know. I wanted to be a composer. When I was 20 in Vienna, I used to go look at the house where Mozart lived. I used to go stare at Beethoven's tomb in the cemetery. I called on Mahler, on Richard Strauss. Every composer who came to Vienna, I soaked myself in their success, the dead and the living. They had written music, and it was played. Even then, you see, I knew I was not a real composer, and I needed their reality to make life mean anything at all. That's not your problem. You need only to be reminded that there is music, eh? That not everyone makes steel ball bearings." Gaia nodded. "Is there no one else?" Otto asked abruptly, "to take care of Mama?" "My sister married a Czech fellow. They live in Prague, and she's bedridden, my mother." "Yes. And there would still be the wife with the nervous disorder, and the kids, eh, and the bills, and the steel ball bearings plant." "Well, Gaia, I don't know. You know, there was Schubert. I often wonder about Schubert. It's not just you that makes me think of him. Why did God create Franz Schubert? To expiate some other man's sins? Also, why did he kill the man off the moment he reached the level of the last quintet? But Schubert didn't wonder why God had created him. To write music, of course. Du holde Kunst, ich danke dir. Incredible. The little, sickly, ugly crackpot with glasses, scribbling his music like any other crackpot, never hearing it played. Du holde Kunst. How would you say it? Thou gracious art, thou kindly art. As if any art were kindly, gracious, gentle. Have you ever thought of throwing it over, Gaia? Not the music, the rest. He met the gaze of the strange, cold, dark eyes and refused to be ashamed, to apologize. Gaia had said that he, Otto Egorin, lived for music. He did. He might be a good bourgeois. He might be very sorry for a poor devil who needed nothing in God's world but a little cash in order to be a good composer. But he would not apologize to the poor devil's sick mother and sick wife and 3 brats. If you live for music, you live for music. I'm not made so. Then you're not made to write music. You thought differently when you were reading my Sanctus. Du lieber Herrgott! Otto exploded. He was a great patriot, but his mother and his upbringing had been Viennese, and in moments of real emotion he reverted to German. All right. Did it ever occur to you, my dear young man, that you incur a certain responsibility in writing something like that Sanctus? That you become answerable? That music has no arthritis, no nervous disorders, no hungry potbelly, and papa, papa, I want this, I want that. But all the same, she depends on you alone. Other men can feed brats and keep sick women, but no other man can write your music. Yes, I know that. But you're not quite sure anyone would undertake to feed the brats and keep the women. Probably they wouldn't. Doch. You're too gentle, Gaia. Otto strode up and down the room on his bandy legs, snorting and grimacing. When I finish the Mass, may I send it to you? Yes, of course. I shall be pleased to see it. When will it be? 10 years from now? Gaia. Who the devil's Gaia? Where did I meet him? This is good. A young fellow. He shows promise. And you'll be 40, getting tired, ready for a little arthritis or nervous disorder yourself. Certainly. Send me your Mass. You have great talent, Gaia. You have great courage, but you're too gentle. You must not try to write a big work like this Mass. You can't serve 2 masters. Write songs, short pieces, something you can think of while you work at this God-forsaken steel plant and write down at night when the rest of the family's out of the way for 5 minutes. Write them on anything, unpaid bills, whatever, and send them to me. Don't think you have to pay 2.5 kroner a sheet for this fine paper. You can't afford fine paper. When they're printed, is time to think of that. Send me songs. Not 10 years from now, but a month from now. And if they're as good as this Goethe song, I'll give you a section on my wife's program in Krasnoy in December. Write little songs, not impossible masses. Hugo Wolf, you know. Hugo Wolf wrote only songs, eh? He thought that Gaia, overcome with gratitude, was going to break down again, and though apprehensive, he felt pleased with himself, wise, generous. He had made the poor fellow happy, and might get something from him, too. The accompaniment to the Goethe song was still running in his head, spare, dry, sorrowful, beautiful. Then Gaia began to speak, and Otto realized, slowly, but without real surprise, that it was not gratitude at all. The Mass is what I've got to write, what I have in me. The songs come, sometimes a lot of them together, but I've never been able to write them at will. It has to be a good day. But the Mass and a symphony I've been working on, they have size and weight, you see. They carry themselves along over the weeks, and I can always work on them when I have time. I know the Mass is ambitious, but I know all I want to say in it. It will be good. I've learned how to do what I must do, you see. I've begun it. I have to finish it. Otto had stopped in his pacing back and forth, and was watching him with an expression both of incredulity and long-suffering familiarity. Bah, he said. What the devil do you come to me for? And burst into tears, and then tell me thanks very much for your suggestion, but I shall continue to attempt the impossible. The arrogance, the unreasonableness. No, I can endure all that, but the stupidity, the absolute stupidity of artists, I cannot stand it any longer. Abashed, submissive, Gaia sat there in his shabby suit. Everything about him was shabby, pinched, overstrained, and underfed, ground down and worn thin, and Otto knew he could shout at him for 2 hours and promise him introductions, publication, performances. He would never be heard. Gaia would only say in his inaudible stammer, "I have to write the Mass first." "You read German, eh?" "Yes." "All right. After the Mass is finished, then write songs. In German. Or French, if you like it. People are used to it. They won't listen in Vienna or Paris to a lot of songs in a language like ours. Or Romanian or Danish or what have you. It's a mere curiosity, like folk songs. We want your music heard, so write for the big countries, and remember, most singers are idiots, all right?" "You're very kind, Mr. Igorin," Gaia said, not submissively this time, but with a curious formal dignity. He knew that Otto was yielding to his stubborn unreason, as he would to that of a famous artist, humoring him, getting round him, when he could as well have stepped on him like a beetle. He knew, in fact, that Otto was defeated. "If you'll put the elephants aside for a very little while, for a few evenings, in order to write something which might conceivably be published, be heard, you see," Otto was saying, still ironic, exasperated, and deferent, when the door swung open and his wife made an entrance. She swept Gaia's little son in with her. The Swiss maid followed. The room all at once was full of men, women, children, voices, perfume, jewelry. "Otto, look what I found with Anne Elise. Did you ever see such an enchanter? Look at the eyes, the great, dark, solemn eyes. His name is Vasily. He likes chocolates. Such an enchanter, such a little man. Did you ever see such a child? How do you do? So glad. You're Vasily's? Yes, of course you are. The eyes. Oh, Christ, what a ghastly hole this town is. I want to leave on the first train after the concert, Otto. I don't care if it's 3 a.m. I can feel myself beginning to look like all those huge, empty stone houses across the river, all eyes, staring, 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 like skulls. Why don't they tear them down if nobody lives in them? Never again. Never again. To hell with the provinces and encouraging national art. I can't sing in every graveyard in the country, Otto. Annalise, draw my bath, please. I'm simply filthy. I must be gray as buckwheat. Are you the management from Sorg? I've already talked to them on the telephone, said Otto, knowing that Gaia would be unable to answer. Mr. Gaia is a composer. He writes masses. He did not say songs, for that would catch Igorina's attention. He was paying Gaia back a little, giving him an object lesson in practicality. Igorina, uninterested in masses, talked on. An unceasing flood of words poured from her for 24 hours before each concert, and stopped only when she walked out on the stage, tall, magnificent, smiling, to sing. After she had sung, she would be quiet, ruminating. She was, Otto said, the most beautiful musical instrument in the world. He had married her because it was the only way to keep her from going on the light opera stage. Stubborn, stupid, and sensitive in proportion to her talent, she dreaded failure, and wanted to succeed the sure way. So Otto had married her and made her succeed the hard way, as a leader singer. In October she would take her first opera role, Strauss's Arabella. That probably meant she would talk for 6 straight weeks beforehand. Otto could bear it. She was very beautiful and generally good-humored, and anyway, one need not listen. She did not care whether one listened, so long as one was there, an audience. She talked on. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. The telephone rang. She began to talk on the telephone. Gaia had not said a word. The child stood beside him, grave as ever. Igorina had forgotten all about Vasily after making her entrance with him, and had been swearing like a sergeant. Gaia stood up. Relieved, Otto took him to the door, gave him 2 passes to Igorina's recital tomorrow night, shrugged off his thanks. We're not sold out, you know. This is a dead town for music. Behind them, Igorina's voice flooded magnificently on. Her laugh broke out like the jet of a great fountain. Jesus, what do I care what that little Jew says? She sang out. And again the great golden laugh. Gaia, said Otto Igorin, you know, there's one other thing. This is not a good world for music either. This world, now in 1938. You're not the only man who wonders, what's the good? Who needs music? Who wants it? Who, indeed? When Europe is crawling with armies like a corpse with maggots, when Russia uses symphonies to glorify the latest boiler factory in the Urals, when the function of music has been all summed up in Putzi playing the piano to soothe the leader's nerves. By the time your Mass is finished, you know, all the churches may be blown into little pieces, and your men's chorus will be wearing uniforms and also being blown into little pieces. If not, send it to me. I shall be interested. But I'm not hopeful. I am on the losing side with you. So is she, my Igorina there, believe it or not. She will never believe it, but music is no good. No use, Gaia. Not any more. Write your songs, write your Mass. It does no harm. I shall go on arranging concerts. It does no harm, but it won't save us. Ladislas Gaia and his son walked from the hotel to the old bridge over the Ras. Their home was in the old city, the bleak, jumbled quarter on the north side of the river. What Foronoi had in the way of wealth and modernity lay south of the river in the new city. It was a warm, bright day, late spring. They stopped on the bridge to look at the arches reflecting in the dark water, each with its reflection forming a perfect circle. A barge came through loaded with wadded crates, and Vasily, held up by his father so he could see over the stone railing, spat down on one of the crates. "Shame on you," Ladislas Gaia said without heat. He was happy. He did not care if he had blubbered like a baby in front of Otto Igorin, the great impresario. He did not care if he was tired, and this was one of his wife's bad days, and he was already late. He did not care about anything at all except the child's small, firm hand in his, and the way the wind out here on the bridge between city and city carried away all sound and left one bathed in warm, silent sunlight, and the fact that Otto Igorin knew what he was, a musician. So far, in this one recognition by one man, he was strong and he was free. It went no further than that, his strength and freedom, but it was enough. The trumpet tune of his Sanctus sang in his head. "Papa, why did the big lady have things in her ears and ask if I liked chocolate? Do people not like chocolate?" "They were jewels, Vasily. I don't know." The trumpet sang on. If only he and the little fellow could stay here a while, in the sunlight and silence, between city and city, between moment and moment. They went on, into the old city, past the wharves, past the abandoned houses built of stone, up the hill, into the courtyard of their tenement. Vasily broke loose, disappearing into a crowd of children, brawling, screaming, swarming in the court. Ladislas Gaia called after him, gave it up, climbed the dark stairs, and went down a dark hall on the third floor, let himself in the dark kitchen, the first room of their three-room flat. His wife was peeling potatoes at the kitchen table. She wore a dirty white wrapper, dirty pink chenille mules on her bare feet. "It's 6 o'clock, Ladis," she said, without looking round at him. "I was in the new city. Why'd you drag the child so far? Where is he? Where are Tanya and Givana?" "I called and called them. I'm sure they're not in the court. Why'd you go so far with the child?" "I went to—" "My back aches worse than ever. It's the heat. Why is summer so hot here? Let me do that. No, I'll finish. I wish you'd clean those gas vents in the oven, Ladis. I must have asked you 50 times. Now I can't get it lighted at all. It's filthy dirty, and I can't go scraping at it with my back like it is. All right, let me change my shirt. Listen here, Ladis. Ladis, is Vasily down there in the court in his good clothes? Go down and get him right away. How do you think we can afford to get his good clothes cleaned every time he puts them on, Ladis? Go down and get him. Can you never think of these things? He's probably filthy dirty already, playing with those big roughnecks around the well. I'm going. Give me time, will you?" In September, the east wind of autumn rose, blowing past the empty stone houses and down the bright, troubled river, blowing scant litter about the city streets, blowing fine dust into people's eyes and throats as they went home from work. Ladislas Gaia passed a street orator, a little girl crying loudly as she ran down the steep street, a newspaper kiosk where the headline said, "Mr. Neville Chamberlain in Munich," a big stalled automobile around which a crowd had gathered, a group of young fellows watching a fist fight, a couple of women talking earnestly to each other across the street, one standing on the curb and the other hanging half out of a tenement window, wearing a blue and scarlet satin wrapper. He saw and heard it all, and saw and heard nothing. He was very tired. He got home. His young daughters were playing in the court, in the well of shadow 4 stories deep. He saw them in the swarm of girls, shrilling around an areaway, but did not stop. He went up the dark stairs, down the hall, into the kitchen. His wife had been stronger lately, as the weather began to cool, but now she was in a vile temper and ready to weep. Little Vasily had been caught with older boys torturing a cat, pouring kerosene over it. They planned to set it afire. He's no good. He's a little beast. How could a child want to do a horrible thing like that? Vasily was locked in the middle room, screaming with rage. Ladislas Gaius sat down at the kitchen table and put his head in his hands. He felt sick. His wife went on about the child, the other children in the court. That Mrs. Rassa sticking her head in here without even knocking and saying, "Did I know what my little Vasily was up to?" As if her brats were something to be proud of, with their dirty faces and pink eyes like a lot of rabbits. Are you going to do anything about it, Ladis? Are you just going to sit there? Do you think I can handle him? Is that the kind of son you want? What can I do about it? Are we going to have anything to eat tonight? I've got a piano lesson at 8, you know. For God's sake, let me sit down a minute. Let me have some peace. Peace? You want peace? What do you care if the child turns into a brute like all the others here? All right, what do I care either if that's what you want? She slapped about the kitchen in her pink mules, getting supper. Little children are cruel, he said. They don't know what it means. They find out. She shrugged. Vasily was sobbing now behind the door. He knew his father was home. Presently Ladislas Gaius went into that room, sat with the child in the half-dark. In the third room, where the grandmother lay in bed, dance music blared from the radio. Ladislas had bought it second-hand for her. It was her sole amusement, and she never talked now of anything but what she heard on the radio. Vasily clung to his father, not crying any more, worn out. "You mustn't do anything like that with the other boys, Vasily," the father murmured at last. "The poor beast is weaker than you. It can't help itself." The child was silent. All cruelty, all misery, all darkness present and to come hung around them in the dark room. Trombones blared a waltz in the next room. He clung to his father, silent. In the thick blaring of the trombones, thick as sweet cough syrup, Gaius heard for a moment the deep, clear thunder of his Sanctus, like thunder between the stars, over the edge of the universe, one moment of it, as if the roof of the building had been taken off, and he looked up into the complete, enduring darkness. One moment only. The announcer talked, a smooth, excited gabble. When Gaius went back to the kitchen, he said to his wife over the shrill voices of the 2 girls, "The English Prime Minister is in Munich with Hitler." She did not answer, only set the food down in front of him, soup and potatoes. She was still overwrought and angry. "Eat and don't talk, you shameless," she snapped at Vasily, who had forgotten it all, and was squabbling with his sisters. As Gaius walked down the hill, across the bridge over the Ras in late dusk, a tune he had written was in his head. It was the last of 7 poems he had set, all in a burst, in August. He kept wondering if that was enough to copy out and send to Otto-Igorin in Krasnoy. But the last verse of the poem bothered him now, the one that meant, "It is thou in thy mercy that breakest down over our heads all we build, that we may see the sky, and so I do not complain." He had muffed that last line. It should go thus. Gaius sang it to himself, sang the whole verse over, heard the accompaniment. There it was, that was it. Pray God his pupil would be late, so that he could work it out on the piano at the Scola before the lesson. But it was he who was late. When the lesson was over, his head was full of Clementi exercises. And though the melody was set now, he could not get the accompaniment clear. As he had heard it on the bridge, it had been purer, more certain. He tried the verse, the whole song, over and over, but the janitor was through cleaning and wanted to close the building. He started home. The wind was strong and cold now, the sky empty, the river black as oil under the arches of the bridge. He stopped there on the bridge a while, but could not hear the music he had heard. Back at home, he sat down at the kitchen table with the manuscript of the song, but with the weaker version before his eyes, and no piano at hand, he lost even the mood of the accompaniment he wanted. It was all out of reach. He knew he was too tired to work, but nonetheless tried, doggedly, angrily, to hear and to write down. He sat half an hour motionless, never moving his hand. At the other end of the table, his wife was mending Tanya's dress, listening to some program of talk on the grandmother's radio. He put his hands over his ears. She said something about music, but he did not listen. The total impossibility of writing was a choking weight in him, like a big chunk of rock in his chest. Nothing would ever change, he thought. And in the next moment he felt a relaxation within him, lightness, openness, and certainty, utter certainty. He thought it was his own song, then, raising his head, understood that he was actually hearing this tune. He did not have to write it. It had been written long ago. No one need suffer for it any more. Lehmann was singing it. Du holde Kunst, ich danke dir. He sat still a long time. Music will not save us, Otto Egorin had said. Not you, or me, or her, the big golden-voiced woman who had no children and wanted none. Not Lehmann, who sang the song. Not Schubert, who had written it and was 100 years dead. What good is music? None, Gaia thought. And that is the point. To the world and its states and armies and factories and leaders, music says, "You are irrelevant." And, arrogant and gentle as a god, to the suffering man it says only, "Listen." For being saved is not the point. Music saves nothing. Merciful, uncaring, it denies and breaks down all the shelters, the houses men build for themselves, that they may see the sky. Gaia put away the scribbled, ruled sheets of paper, the little volume of poetry, the pen and ink. He stretched and yawned. "Good night," he said in his soft voice, and went off to bed. 1938. The house. The sunlight of any October lay yellow across her way, and hundreds of dry, golden afternoons rustled under her steps. Only their great age kept the sycamores from being importunate. For blocks she was pursued by the familiarity of shadows, bricks, and balconies. Fountains spoke to her as if she had not been away at all. 8 years she had been gone, and this stupid city had never noticed her absence. Its sunlight and the sound of its many waters hung about her like the walls of her own house, her home. Confused and offended, she passed the house at 18 Reen Street, without a glance at its door or garden wall, though something, not her eyes, saw that door and gate were locked. After that the city began to let her be. Within a block or two it did not know her. The fountains talked to someone else. Now she was differently confused, recognizing none of these crossings, not one doorstep or window of the shops and houses. She had to ask her way ignominiously of street signs and house numbers, and when she found the place she sought, a tenement with several entrances, she had to enter and inquire at open doors. Rumpled beds, family quarrels, and partly buttoned dressing gowns sent her up to a 4th-floor room, where her knock was answered only by a penciled card tacked on the door. F. L. Pannon, it said. She looked in. A dormer room, jammed with the hefty sofas and tables of a dismantled house, a stranger's room, sunny, stuffy, defenseless. Across from her was a curtained doorway. She said, "Anybody here?" and was answered from behind the curtain by someone half awake. "Hold on a moment." She held on. He came across the room, himself, as wholly himself as the stones and sunlight of the city after these 8 years, the reality of her wretched dreams in which he and she stopped at inns on roads leading up into gray mountains and could not find, down cold corridors, each other's room. The original of all the facsimiles who, in Krasnoy on winter evenings, crossed a street with his walk, or looked round with his turn of the head. Himself. "Sorry, I was asleep. I'm Maria." He stood still, and his coat hung on him as on a coat rack. Seeing that, she saw that his hair had gone a kind of dull gray, that his hair was gray. He was thin, gray, changed. She would not have known him if she passed him on the street. They shook hands. "Sit down, Maria," he said. And they both sat, in large, shabby chairs. Across the bare floor between them lay a bar of Aesnar's unalloyed, inimitable autumn sunlight. "I have the alcove, but the Pannons let me use this room while they're out. They both work the day shift at the GPR. "That's where you work, too. Evening shift? I was going to leave a note. Usually I'd be on the way to work by this time. I've had some days off. Flu." She should have expected him not to ask any questions. He disliked answering them, and seldom asked them. It was his self-respect that prevented him, a self-respect so entire that it included all other men and women, accepted them as responsible, exempted them from question. How had he survived so long in this world of the public confessional? "I have a 2-week holiday," she said. "I work in Krasnoy, teaching, in the primary schools." It confused her to see his smile on the face of a man she did not know. "I'm divorced from Gibbon." He looked down at the sunlight on the floor. She answered the next question he did not ask. 4 years ago. Then she took out her cigarettes in self-defense, but she summoned up courage, before laying the smoke screen, to offer him one, reaching out to him across the sunlight. "Smoke?" "Yes, thanks." He looked at the cigarette, smelled it, and leaned forward happily to the flame of her match. He inhaled the smoke and burst into a cough, a hacking, whacking cough, a series of explosions like heavy artillery, the most noise she had ever heard him make in his life. All through it he held on to the cigarette, and when he had got his breath back he took another draw, not inhaling. "You shouldn't smoke," she said helplessly. "Haven't been," he said. Sweat stood out on his forehead, even in his hair, which she now saw was only partly gray. Soon he put the cigarette out with care and stowed the unsmoked end in his shirt pocket. This he did with grace and ease, but then he looked at her with apology. She had not been with him during the years when he learned to save cigarette butts, and so might be embarrassed. And she tried to look impassive, knowing how he disliked causing embarrassment. The stranger's room, the furniture of some other house, stood silently around them. "Maria, what did you come here for?" The question, which would have been any other man's, was not his, nor the voice, only the eyes, clear, frank, and obdurate. "To see you. To talk to you, I mean, Pierre. It got so that I had to. I'm lonely. I mean, more than that, I'm alone. By myself. Outside. There's nobody in Krasnoy that I can say anything to. They don't need me. I used to think, while we were married, that if I were by myself, on my own, I'd find a lot of interesting people, friends, and be on the inside. You know what I mean? But that was all wrong. You had friends then, and I expect you do now. You have a place to stand on when you meet people. I never did. I never made friends. I never have reached another person except you. I suppose I didn't really want to reach anybody, but now I do." She stopped, and with the same horror with which she had heard him cough, heard herself sob loudly. "I can't stand it very much longer. Everything is falling apart. I've lost my nerve." She went on as fast as she could. "Are people here buying salt? You can't get salt anymore in Krasnoy. People buy it all and save it. They say if you wrap yourself in a sheet soaked in salt water, it will cure radiation burns. Is that true? I don't know. Is everyone here scared? But it's not just the bombs. There are the other things they talk about, germ warfare, and how there are too many people and more all the time, so soon we'll all be like rats in a box. and nobody seems to really hope for anything good anymore. And then you get older, and you think about dying. And in a time like this, it seems so mean and pointless, living and dying both. It's like being alone at night in the wind. It just blows right through me. I try to hold myself up and have some dignity, you know, but I can't believe in it anymore. I feel like an ant in a swarm. I can't do it alone. To spare her or himself, he had gone to stand at the window, and with his back still turned, he spoke gently. "Nobody can," he said. "But you can't turn back, my dear. Nobody can do that either." "I'm not trying to turn back. Truly, I'm not. I'm just trying to meet you, now. Here, don't you see? Here, where we are now. Because you're the only person I ever have met. All the others are on different roads. They live in other houses. Didn't you ever think I'd have to come back to you?" "I never once thought it. But I never left you, Pierre. I only ran away because I knew I belonged to you, and I thought the only way I'd ever be myself was to get free of you." Myself, a lot of good myself was. All I did was run like a stupid bitch till I got to the end of my leash. "Well, leashes have two ends," he said, leaning forward as if to gaze through the glass at a rooftop, a cloud, a remote gray mountain peak. I let go. She tried to smooth her hair, which escaped in fierce tendrils from the knotted braids, red blonde. Her voice was still shaky, but she said with dignity, "I wasn't talking about love, Pierre." "Then I don't understand. I meant loyalty. Taking somebody in as part of your own life. Either you do or you don't. We did. I was disloyal. You let me go. But you aren't capable of disloyalty." He came back to the chair facing her and sat down. Now she had the courage to look at him, and made sure that his face had not in fact changed. It had been eroded, erased, by sickness or hard times, not change, only loss. "Look, my dear." That word was most comfortable to Maria, though she knew it was only the expression of his general kindliness. "Look, my dear, no matter how you put it, you're trying to go back. There's nothing left to go back to, in any sense." And he looked at her with that kindness, as if he wished he could soften the facts. "What happened? Will you tell me?" "Not now, if you don't want. Sometime. I talked to Moshe, but I didn't want to ask questions about you. I came here thinking you still lived in the house in Reen Street, and all the rest. Well, during the Pentor government, we published some works that got the house into trouble when the REP came back into force. Bernoy, if you remember him, Bernoy and I were tried that fall. We were in prison up north. They let me out 2 years ago. But of course I can't work for the state now in a responsible position, and that cuts out working for the house." He still called it the house, the publishing firm Corre and Sons, which his family had owned and run from 1813 to 1946. When the firm was nationalized, he had been kept on as manager. That had been his position when Maria met him and married him, and when she left him, and she had never imagined the chance of his losing it. He took the cigarette end out of his shirt pocket, took up a matchbox from a table, then hesitated. "Well, what it amounts to is that where I am now isn't where I was during our marriage. I'm nowhere in particular, you see, and we're well out of it. Loyalty really isn't relevant at this point." He lit the cigarette and very cautiously got a mouthful of smoke. The table lamp had a purple, ball-fringed shade to it, something left over from another world. Maria fiddled with this, tugging at the dusty purple balls, as if counting them under the shade. Her face was knotted in a frown. "Well, but where does loyalty count except in a tight place? You sound as if you'd given up, Pierre." Silence gave assent. "I haven't been in trouble or in jail, and I have a job and a room to myself. I'm much better off, but look at me, like a lost dog. You can at least respect yourself, no matter what they've taken from you, but what I've lost is just that, self-respect." "You," he said, suddenly white with anger, "you took away my self-respect 8 years ago." This was not true. But she did not blame him for believing it. She persisted. "All right, then neither of us has any. There's nothing to prevent our meeting." Silence gave no assent. Maria counted off 9 cotton balls, then another 9. "What I mean, I ought to say it, Pierre, is that I want to see if we can meet again, if I can come to you. Not come back, just come. I could be some help to you, as things are. I was just coming begging, but I didn't know. I can get transferred to a school here. At least we might find a couple of rooms, and when you're ill, it's a help to have somebody to look after things. It would be a better arrangement than this for both of us. It would be more sensible." Maria's face began to contract with tears again. She could not keep from crying and got up to go. Her sleeve caught in the ball-fringed shade and pulled the lamp down with a smash. "Oh, I'm sorry I came. I'm sorry," she cried, picking up the lamp, struggling to refit the shade. He took it from her. "The bulb broke, see? The shade clamps onto the bulb. Don't cry, Maria. We'll have to get a new bulb for it. Please, my dear, it's all right. I'll go get the new bulb. Then I'll go." "I didn't say go." He moved back from her. "I didn't say come, either. I don't know what to say. You go off with that bastard Gibbon Pelle, divorce me, and then come back to tell me loyalty's the only thing that counts. Does it? Did mine? You told me then that fidelity is a bourgeois pretense invented by married people who haven't the courage to live free. I didn't say that. I repeated it. Couldn't you tell I learned it from Gibbon? I don't care where you learned it. You said it to me." He gasped for breath. He looked down at the lampshade askew over the socket and after a minute said, "All right, wait." He sat down and neither spoke. A golden beam slid imperceptibly up through the air of the room as the sun's end of it slid down towards the quiet ploughlands west of Asnar. She saw his face through a dust of gold. He had been a handsome man when they married, 14 years ago. A handsome, happy man, proud and kind, very good at his work. There had been a splendor to him, a wholeness. That was gone. There was no more room in the world for whole people. They took up too much space. What she had done to him was only a part of the general program for cutting him and people like him down to size, for chopping and paring and breaking up, so that in the texture of life nothing large, nothing hard, nothing grand should remain. A gilt-framed mirror hung over the clothes chest, and she went to it to repair her braids. It reflected the brown air of a parlor long ago dispersed, the walls torn down, but in the mirror the blinds were still drawn. Her face was there only as a blur among many silvery plaques of blindness. She looked behind the curtain and saw a kerosene stove, a cot, a couple of packing boxes serving as pantry and bureau. She looked at the cot and thought of the oaken bedstead in the house in Reen Street, white sheets open and the white coverlet thrown back. On hot mornings of summer, waking to the sound of fountains through windows left open to moonlight and now radiant with sunlight, the white curtains blowing a little. Summers of marriage. Oof, she sighed, squeezed so flat between past and present that she could not breathe. There should be some place to go, some direction to things, shouldn't there? Pierre, what happened to Bernouilli? Typhus. In jail. I remember him with that girl, the one who dropped her pearls in the wine, but they were imitation pearls. Nina Farbe. Did they ever marry? No, he married the eldest Acosta girl. She lives over on the east side now. I see her now and then. They had 2 boys. He stood up, rubbing his face, and now came past her to get a necktie and comb from the box by his bed. He made himself neat, peering into the mirror that refused to see him. Listen, Pierre. I want to tell you something. A while after we married, Gibbon told me that one reason he'd wanted to marry me was he knew I couldn't have children. I don't know, he said a lot of things like that. They didn't mean much, but it made me think. It made me see that perhaps that's really what made me leave you. When I found out I couldn't have children, after the miscarriage, you know, it didn't seem so bad. But I kept on feeling lighter and lighter, as if there was nothing to me. I didn't weigh anything, and it didn't matter what I did. But you were real. What you did still mattered. Only I didn't matter at all. I wish you'd told me that. I didn't know it then. Come, let's go on. I'll go. It's cold. Is there a shop near? I want to get out. They went down the rattling stairs. At the first breath outside, he gasped like a diver into a mountain lake and fired off a short volley of his coughs, but then went on all right. They walked fast because it was cold, and because the cold and the golden light and blocks of blue shadow exhilarated them. "How is so-and-so?" she asked of various old acquaintances, and he told her. He had not slipped out of the net of friendship, acquaintance, alliance by blood, marriage, work, or temperament, woven over 130 years by his family and their house, secured by his status in a provincial city, and enlarged by his own sociable character. She had thought of herself as one born for few, passionate friendships, out of place at the polite and cheerful dinner tables and firesides of his life. Now she thought she had not been out of place, only envious. She had begrudged him to his friends. She had envied the gifts he gave them, his courtesy, his kindness, his affection. She had envied him his competence and pleasure in the act of living. They went into a hardware shop, and he asked for a 40-watt light bulb. While the man was finding it and filling out the government sales forms for it, Maria got the money ready. Pierre had already put money on the counter. "I broke it," she said in an undertone. "You're a visitor. It's my lamp." "No, it's not. It's the Pannons." "Here you are," he said gracefully, and the man took his money. Cheered by this victory, he asked as they left the shop, "Did you come by Reen Street?" "Yes." He smiled. His face was vivid, the low sun shining full on it. "Did you look at the house?" "No." "I knew you hadn't." The reddish light kindled him like a match. "Come along, let's go look at it. It hasn't changed at all. Would you like to? If you don't, please say so. I couldn't go past it when I first got back." They were now walking back together the way she had come alone. "That, of course," he went on quite light-heartedly, "is my reef, my undoing. Yours is isolation, mine's owning. Love of place, love of one place. People are not really important to me, you know, as they are to you, but after a while I saw the trick, the point, just as you did. It's the same thing. Loyalty. I mean, ownership and loyalty don't actually depend on each other. You lose the place, but you keep the loyalty. Now I like to go by the house. They used it for a government office for a while, printing forms or something. I'm not sure what it's used for now." They were soon walking on the dry leaves of sycamores between the walls of gardens and the calm, ornate fronts of old houses. The wind of the autumn evening smelled very sweet. They stopped and looked at the house at 18 Reen Street. A gold stucco front, an iron balcony over the door that opened straight onto the street, a high, beautiful window to either side of the door, and 3 windows above. A crabapple tree leaned over the wall of the garden. In spring, the windows of the east bedrooms opened on the froth and spume of its flowering. In the square before the house, a fountain played in a shallow basin, and, standing near the gate in the wall, they heard the small babbling reply of the little naiad fountain in the garden. When the windows were open in summer, the murmur of water filled the house. Against the locked door, the locked gate, the drawn blinds, she remembered open windows filled with moonlight, sunlight, leaves, the sound of water and of voices. "Property is theft," Pierre Corre said dreamily, looking at his house. "It looks empty. All the blinds are drawn." "Yes, it does." "Well, come along." After a block or two, she said, "Nothing leads anywhere. We come and stand in the street like tourists. Your family built it. You were born in it. We lived in it years and years. Not just our years, all the years. All broken off. It's all in pieces." While they walked, separated sometimes by a hurrying man or an old woman pushing a barrow load of firewood, as the narrow streets of Asnar filled up with people coming from work, she kept talking to him. "It's not just human isolation, loneliness, that I can't stand any more. It's that nothing holds together. Everything is broken off, broken up. People, years, events, all in pieces, fragments, not linked together. Nothing weighs anything anymore. You start from nothing, and so it doesn't matter which way you go, but it must matter." Avoiding a pushcart of onions, he said either, "It should," or "It doesn't." "It does. It must. That's why I'm back here. We had a way to go, isn't that true? That's what marriage is. It means making a journey together, night and day. I was afraid of going ahead. I thought I'd get lost. My precious self, you know. So I ran off. But I couldn't. There was nowhere else to go. There's only one way. At 21, I married you, and here it is 14 years and 2 divorces later, and I'm still your wife. I always was. Everything I ever did since I was 20 has been done for you, or to you, or with you, or against you. Nobody else counted except in comparison, or relation, or opposition to you. You're the house to which I come home, whether the doors are open or locked. He walked along beside her, silent. "Can I stay here, Pierre?" His voice hardly freed itself from the jumble of voices and noises in the street. There are no doors, no house left. His face was tired and angry. He did not look at her. They reached his tenement and climbed the stairs and came into the Pennins' flat. "We could find something better than this," she said with timidity. "Some privacy." The room was dusky, the window a square of void evening sky without color. He sat down on the sofa. She put the new bulb in the socket, fixed the ball-fringed shade on it, switched it on and off again. Pierre's body, as he sat awkwardly relaxed, stripped of all grace and of the substance that holds a man down, heavy on the earth, was like a shadow among the shadows. She sat down on the floor beside him. After a while she took his hand. They sat in silence, and the silence between them was heavy, was present. It had a long past and a future. It was like a long road walked at evening. People came heavy-footed into the room, switching on the lamp, speaking, staring. An ugly, innocent-looking couple in their 20s, he lank, she pregnant. Maria jumped up, smoothing her braids. Pierre got up. "The Pennins, Maria," he said. "Martin, Anna, this is Maria Corey, my wife." 1965. The Lady of Moge. They met once when they were both 19, and again when they were 23. That they met only once after that, and long after, was Andre's fault. It was not the kind of fault one would have expected of him, seeing him at 19 years old, a boy poised above his destiny like a hawk. One saw the eyes, the hawk eyes, clear, unblinking, fierce. Only when they were closed in sleep did anyone ever see his face, beautiful and passive, the face of the hero. For heroes do not make history, that is the historian's job, but passive, let themselves be borne along, swept up to the crest of the tide of change, of chance, of war. She was Isabella Oriana Mogescar, daughter of the Counts of Helle and the Princes of Moge. She was a princess, and lived in a castle on a hill above the Molson River. Young Andre Kalinskar was coming to seek her hand in marriage. The Kalinskar family coach rolled for half an hour through the domains of Moge, came through a walled town and up a steep, fortified hill, passed under a gateway 6 feet thick, and stopped before the castle. The high wall was made splendid by an infinite tracery of red vines, for it was autumn. The chestnut trees of the forecourt were flawless gold. Over the golden trees, over the towers, stood the faint, clear, windy sky of late October. Andre looked about him with interest. He did not blink. In the windowless ground-floor hall of the castle, among saddles and muskets and hunting, riding, fighting gear, the 2 old companions-at-arms, Andre's father and Prince Mogescar, embraced. Upstairs, where windows looked out to the river, and the rooms were furnished with the comforts of peace, the Princess Isabella greeted them. Reddish fair, with a long, calm, comely face and gray-blue eyes, autumn as a young girl, she was tall, taller than Andre. When he straightened from his bow to her, he straightened farther than usual, but the difference remained at least an inch. They were 18 at table that night, guests, dependents, and the Mogescars, Isabella, her father, and her 2 brothers. George, a cheerful 15-year-old, talked hunting with Andra. The older brother and heir, Brant, glanced at him a couple of times, listened to him once, and then turned his fair head away, satisfied. His sister would not stoop to this Callan-Scar fellow. Andra set his teeth, and in order not to look at Brant, looked at his mother, who was talking with the Princess Isabella. He saw them both glance at him, as if they had been speaking of him. In his mother's eyes he saw, as usual, pride and irony. In the girl's, what? Not scorn, not approval. She simply saw him. She saw him clearly. It was exhilarating. He felt for the first time that esteem might be a motive quite as powerful as desire. Late the next afternoon, leaving his father and his host to fight old battles, he went up to the roof of the castle and stood near the round tower to look out over the Molson and the hills in the dying, windy, golden light. She came to him through the wind, across the stone. She spoke without greeting, as to a friend. "I've been wanting to talk with you." Her beauty, like the golden weather, cheered his heart, made him both bold and calm. "And I with you, Princess." "I think you're a generous man," she said. There was a pleasant, husky tone, almost guttural, in her light voice. He bowed a little, and compliments pranced through his mind, but something prompted him to say only, "Why?" "It's quite plain to see," she replied, impatient. "May I speak to you as one man to another?" "As one man?" "Dom Andra, when I first met you yesterday, I thought, I have met a friend at last. Was I right?" Did she plead or challenge? He was moved. He said, "You were right." "Then may I ask you, my friend, not to try to marry me. I don't intend to marry." There was a long silence. "I shall do as you wish, Princess." "And without arguing," cried the girl, all at once a light, a flame. "Oh, I knew you were a friend. Please, Dom Andra, don't feel sad or foolish. I refused the others without even thinking about it. With you, I had to think. You see, if I refuse to marry, my father will send me to the convent. So I can't refuse to marry. I can only refuse each suitor, you see?" He did, though if she had given him time to think, he would have thought that she must in the end accept either marriage or the convent, being, after all, a girl. But she did not give him time to think. "So the suitors keep coming. And it's like Princess Rania in the tale, you know, with her 3 questions, and all the young men's heads stuck on poles around the palace. It is so cruel and wearisome." She sighed, and leaning on the parapet beside Andra, looked out over the golden world, smiling, inexplicable, comradely. "I wish you'd ask me the 3 questions," he said, wistful. "I have no questions. I have nothing to ask. Nothing to ask that I could give you, to be sure." "You've already given me what I asked of you. Not to ask me." He nodded. He would not seek her reasons. His rebuffed pride and a sense of her vulnerability forbade it, and so in her sweet perversity she gave them to him. "What I want, Dom Andra, is to be left alone, to live my life, my own life, at least till I've found out. The one thing I have questions to ask of is myself. To live my own life, to find out my own way. Am I too weak to do that? I was born in this castle. My people have been lords here for a long time. One gets used to it. Look at the walls. You can see why Moge has been attacked, but never taken. One's life could be so splendid. God knows what might happen. Isn't it true, Dom Andra? One mustn't choose too soon. If I marry, I know what will happen, what I'll do, what I'll be. And I don't want to know. I want nothing except my freedom. I think, Andra said with a sense of discovery. "Most women marry to get their freedom." "Then they want less than I do. There's something inside me, in my heart, a brightness and a heaviness. How can I describe it? Something that exists and does not yet exist, which is mine to carry, and not mine to give up to any man." Did she speak, Andra wondered, of her virginity or of her destiny? She was very strange, but it was a princely and a touching strangeness. In all she said, however arrogant and naive, she was most estimable, and though desire was forbidden, she had reached straight into him, to his tenderness, the first woman who had ever done so. She stood there quite alone within him, as she stood beside him and alone. "Does your brother know your mind?" "Brant? No. My father is gentle. Brant is not. When my father dies, Brant will force me to marry." "Then you have no one—" "I have you," she said, smiling, "which means that I have to send you away. But a friend is a friend, near or far." "Near or far, call to me, if you need a friend, Princess. I will come." He spoke with a sudden dignity of passion, vowing to her, as a man when very young will vow himself entirely to the rarest and most imperiled thing he has beheld. She looked at him, shaken from her gentle, careless pride, and he took her hand, having earned the right. Beyond them the river ran red under the sunset. "I will," she said. "I was never grateful to a man before, Dom Andra." He left her, full of exaltation, but when he got to his room he sat down, feeling suddenly very tired, and blinking often, as if on the point of tears. That was their first meeting, in the wind and golden light, on the top of the world, at 19. The Kalinskars went back home. 4 years passed, in the second of which, 1640, began the civil struggle for succession known as the War of the Three Kings. Like most petty noble families, the Kalinskars sided with Duke Gibbon Sobenskar in his claim to the throne. Andra took arms in his troops. By 1643, when they were fighting town by town down through the Molson province to Krasnoy, Andra was a field captain. To him, while Sobenskar pushed on to the capital to be crowned, was entrusted the siege of the last stronghold of the Loyalists east of the river, the town and castle of Moge. So on a June day Andra lay, chin on folded arms, on the rough grass of a hilltop, gazing across a valley at the slate roofs of the town, the walls rising from a surf of chestnut leaves, the round tower, the shining river beyond. "Captain, where do you want the culverins placed?" The old prince was dead, and Brant Mogeskar had been killed in March, in the east. Had King Gullhelm sent troops across the river to the defense of his defenders, his rival might not be riding now to Krasnoy to be crowned. But no help had come, and the Mogeskars were besieged now in their own castle. Surrender they would not. Andra's lieutenant, who had arrived some days before him with the light troops, had requested a parley with George Mogeskar, but he had not even seen the prince. He had been received by the princess, he said, a handsome girl, but hard as iron. She had refused to parley. "Mogeskar does not bargain. If you lay siege, we shall hold the castle. If you follow the pretender, we shall wait here for the king." Andra lay gazing at the tawny walls. "Well, Sotin, the problem's this. Do we take the town first, or the castle?" But that was not the problem at all. The problem was much crueler than that. Lieutenant Sotin sat down by him and puffed out his round cheeks. "Castle," he said. "Lose weeks taking that town, and then still have the castle to breach." "Breach that? With the guns we've got? Once we're in the town, they'll accept terms in the castle." "Captain, that woman in there isn't going to accept any terms." "How do you know?" "I've seen her." "So have I," said Andra. "We'll set the culverins there, at the south wall of the town. We'll begin bombardment tomorrow at dawn. We were asked to take the fort as it stands. It'll have to be at the cost of the town. They give us no choice." He spoke grimly, but was in his heart elated. He would give her every chance, the chance to withdraw from the hopeless fight, and the chance also to prove herself, to use the courage she had felt heavy and shining in her breast, like a sword lying secret in its sheath. He had been a worthy suitor, a man of her own mettle, and had been rejected. Fair enough. She did not want a lover, but an enemy, and he would be a worthy, an estimable one. He wondered if she yet knew his name, if someone had said, "Field Captain Calenskar is leading them," and she had replied in her lordly, gentle, unheeding way, "Andra Calenskar?" Frowning, perhaps, to learn that he had joined the Duke against the king, and yet not displeased, not sorry to have him as her foe. They took the town, at the cost of 3 weeks and many lives. Later, when Calenskar was marshal of the royal army, he would say, when drunk, "I can take any town. I took Moge." The walls were ingeniously fortified, the castle arsenal seemed inexhaustible, and the defenders fought with terrible spirit and patience. They withstood shelling and assaults, put out fires barehanded, ate air, in the last extremity fought face to face, house after house, from the town gate up to the castle's scarp, and when taken prisoner they said, "It's her." He had not seen her yet. He had feared to see her in the thick of that carnage in the narrow, ruined streets. From them, at evening, he kept looking up to the battlements 100 feet above, the smoking cannon emplacements, the round tower tawny red in sunset, the untouched castle. "Wonder how we could get a match into the powder store," said Lieutenant Soton, puffing his cheeks out cheerfully. His captain turned on him, his hawk eyes red and swollen with smoke and weariness. "I'm taking Moge as it stands." "Blow up the best fort in the country, would you? Because you're tired of fighting?" "By God, I'll teach you respect, Lieutenant." Respect for what? For whom? Soton wondered, but held his tongue. As far as he was concerned, Calenskar was the finest officer in the army, and he was quite content to follow him, into madness or wherever. They were all mad with the fighting, with fatigue, with the glaring, grilling heat and dust of summer. They bombarded and made assaults at all hours to keep the defenders from rest. In the dark of early morning, Andra was leading a troop up to a partial breach they had made by mining the outer wall, when a foray from the castle met them. They fought with swords there in the darkness under the wall. It was a confused and ineffectual scrap, and Andra was calling his men together to retreat, when he became aware that he had dropped his sword. He groped for it. For some reason his hands would not grasp, but slid stupidly among clods and rocks. Something cold and grainy pressed against his face. The earth. He opened his eyes very wide, and saw darkness. 2 cows grazed in the inner courtyard, the last of the great herds of Moge. At 5 in the morning a cup of milk was brought to the princess in her room, as usual, and a little while later the captain of the fort came, as usual, to give her the night's news. The news was the same as ever, and Isabella paid little heed. She was calculating when King Gullhelm's forces might arrive, if her messenger had got to him. It could not be sooner than 10 days. 10 days was a long time. It was only 3 days now since the town had fallen, and that seemed quite remote. An event from last year, from history. However, they could hold out 10 days, even 2 weeks if they had to. Surely the king would send them help. "They'll send a messenger to ask about him," Brio was saying. "Him?" She turned her heavy look on the captain. "The field captain." "What field captain?" "I was telling you, Princess, the foray took him prisoner this morning." "A prisoner?" "Bring him here at once." "He's got a saber cut on the head, Princess." "Can he speak?" "I'll go to him. What's his name?" "Calenskar." She followed Bria through gilt bedrooms where muskets were stacked on the beds, down a long parquetred corridor that crunched underfoot with crystal from the shattered candle sconces, to the ballroom on the east side, now a hospital. Oaken bedsteads, pillared and canopied, their curtains open and awry, stood about on the sweep of floor like stray ships in a harbor after storm. The prisoner was asleep. She sat down by him and looked at his face, a dark face, serene, passive. Something within her grieved. Not her will, which was resolute, but she was tired, mortally tired and grieved, as she sat looking at her enemy. He moved a little and opened his eyes. She recognized him then. After a long time she said, "Dom Andra." He smiled a little and said something inaudible. "The surgeon says your wound is not serious. Have you been leading the siege?" "Yes," he said quite clearly. "From the start?" "Yes." She looked up at the shuttered windows, which let in only a dim hint of the hot July sunlight. "You're our first prisoner. What news of the country?" Given Sovenskar was crowned in Krasnoy on the 1st. Gullhelm is still in Asnar. "You don't bring good news, Captain," she said softly, with indifference. She glanced round the other beds down the great room and motioned Bria to stand back. It irked her that they could not speak alone, but she found nothing to say. "Are you alone here, Princess?" He had asked her a question like that the other time, up on the rooftop in the sunset. "Brant is dead," she answered. "I know. But the younger brother, I hunted with him in the marshes that time. George is here now. He was at the defense of Castra. A mortar blew up. It blinded him. Did you lead the siege at Castra too?" "No, I fought there." She met his eyes only for a moment. "I'm sorry for this," she said. "For George, for myself, for you, who swore to be my friend." "Are you?" "I'm not. I've done what I could. I've served your glory. You know that even my own soldiers sing songs about you, about the Lady of Moge, like an archangel on the castle walls. In Krasnoy they talk about you. They sing the songs. Now they can say that you took me prisoner, too. They talk of you with wonder. Your enemies rejoice in you. You've won your freedom. You have been yourself." He spoke quickly, but when he stopped and shut his eyes a moment to rest, his face looked still again, youthful. Isabella sat for a minute saying nothing, then suddenly got up and went out of the room with the hurrying, awkward gait of a girl in distress, graceless in her heavy, powder-stained dress. Andra found that she was gone, replaced by the old captain of the fort, who stood looking down at him with hatred and curiosity. "I admire her as much as you do," he said to Bria. More even than you here in the castle, more than anyone, for 4 years. But Bria, too, was gone. "Get me some water to drink," he said furiously, and then lay silent, staring at the ceiling. A roar and shudder, what was it? Then 3 dull thuds, deep and shocking, like the pain in the root of a tooth. Then another roar, shaking the bed. He understood finally that this was the bombardment heard from inside. Sotin was carrying out orders. "Stop it," he said, as the hideous racket went on and on. "Stop it, I need to sleep. Stop it, Sotin, cease firing." When he woke, free of delirium, it was night. A person was sitting near the head of his bed. Between him and the chair, a candle burned. Beyond the yellow globe of light about the candle flame, he could see a man's hand and sleeve. "Who's there?" he asked uneasily. The man rose and showed him in the full light of the candle a face destroyed. Nothing was left of the features but mouth and chin. These were delicate, the mouth and chin of a boy of about 19. The rest was newly healed scar. "I'm George Mogaskar. Can you understand me?" "Yes," Andra replied from a constricted throat. "Can you sit up to write? I can hold the paper for you." "What should I write?" They both spoke very low. "I wish to surrender my castle," Mogaskar said. "But I wish my sister to be gone, out of here, to go free. After that, I shall give up the fort to you. Do you agree?" Wait. Write your lieutenant. Tell him that I will surrender on this one condition. I know Sovenskar wants this fort. Tell him that if she is detained, I shall blow the fort and you and myself and her into dust. You see, I have nothing much to lose, myself." The boy's voice was level but a little husky. He spoke slowly and with absolute definiteness. The condition is just Andra said. Mogaskar brought an inkwell into the light, felt for its top, dipped the pen, gave pen and paper to Andra, who had managed to get himself half sitting up. When the pen had been scratching on the paper for a minute, Mogaskar said, "I remember you, Calenskar. We went hunting in the long marsh. You were a good shot." Andra glanced at him. He kept expecting the boy to lift off that unspeakable mask and show his face. "When will the princess leave? Shall my lieutenant give her escort across the river?" "Tomorrow night at 11. 4 men of ours will go with her. 1 will come back to warrant her escape. It seems the grace of God that you led this siege, Calenskar. I remember you. I trust you." His voice was like hers, light and arrogant, with that same husky note. "You can trust your lieutenant, I hope, to keep this secret." Andra rubbed his head, which ached. The words he had written jiggled and writhed on the paper. "Secret? You wish these terms to be kept? You want her escape to be made secretly? Do you think I wish it said that I sold her courage to buy my safety? Do you think she'd go if she knew what I am giving for her freedom? She thinks she's going to beg aid from King Gullhelm while I hold out here. Prince, she will never forgive. It's not her forgiveness I want, but her life. She's the last of us. If she stays here, she'll see to it that when you finally take the castle, she is killed. I am trading Moge Castle and her trust in me against her life." "I'm sorry, Prince," Andra said. His voice quavered with tears. "I didn't understand. My head's not very clear." He dipped the pen in the inkwell the blind man held, wrote another sentence, then blew on the paper, folded it, put it in the prince's hand. "May I see her before she goes?" "I don't think she'll come to you, Calenskar. She is afraid of you. She doesn't know that it's I who will betray her." Mogaskar put out his hand into his unbroken darkness. Andra took it. He watched the tall, lean, boyish figure go hesitatingly off into the dark. The candle burned on at the bedside, the only light in the high, long room. Andra lay staring at the golden, pulsing sphere of light around the flame. 2 days later, Moge Castle was surrendered to its besiegers, while its lady, unknowing and hopeful, rode on across the neutral lands westward to Aesnar. And they met the third and last time only by chance. Andra had not availed himself of Prince George Mogaskar's invitation to stop at the castle on his way to the border war in 47. To avoid the sight of his first notable victory, to refuse a proud and grateful ex-enemy was unlike him, suggesting either fear or a bad conscience, in neither of which did he much indulge himself. Nonetheless, he did not go to Moge. It was 37 years later, at a winter ball in Count Alexis Heliskar's house in Krasnoy, that somebody took his arm and said, "Princess, let me present Marshal Calenskar, the Princess Isabella Proyedskar." He made his usual deep bow, straightened up, and straightened up still more, for the woman was taller than he by an inch at least. Her gray hair was piled into the complex rings and puffs of the current fashion. The panels of her gown were embroidered with arabesques of seed pearls. Out of a broad, pale face, her blue-gray eyes looked straight at him, an inexplicable, comradely gaze. She was smiling. "I know, Dom Andra," she said. "Princess," he muttered, appalled. She had got heavy. She was a big woman now, imposing, firmly planted. As for him, he was skin and bone, and lame in the right leg. "My youngest daughter, Oriana." The girl of 17 or 18 curtsied, looking curiously at the hero, the man who in 3 wars, in 30 years of fighting, had forced a broken country back into one piece, and earned himself a simple and unquestionable fame. "What a skinny little old man," said the girl's eyes. "Your brother, Princess." "George died many years ago, Dom Andra. My cousin Enrica is Lord of Moge now. But tell me, are you married? I know of you only what all the world knows. It's been so long, Dom Andra. Twice this child's age. Her voice was maternal, plaintive. The arrogance, the lightness were gone, even the huskiness of passion and of fear. She did not fear him now. She did not fear anything. Married, a mother, a grandmother, her day over, a sheath with the sword drawn, a castle taken, no man's enemy. I married, Princess. My wife died in childbirth while I was in the field, many years ago. He spoke harshly. She replied, banal, plaintive, "Ah, but how sad life is, Dom Andra." "You wouldn't have said that on the walls of Moge," he said, still more harshly, for it galled his heart to see her like this. She looked at him with her blue-gray eyes, impassive, simply seeing him. "No," she said, "that's true. And if I had been allowed to die on the walls of Moge, I should have died believing that life held great terror and great joy." "It does, Princess," said Andra Kalinskar, lifting his dark face to her, a man unabated and unfulfilled. She only smiled and said in her level, maternal voice, "For you, perhaps." Other guests came up, and she spoke to them, smiling. Andra stood aside, looking ill and glum, thinking how right he had been never to go back to Moge. He had been able to believe himself an honest man. He had remembered, faithfully, joyfully, for 40 years, the red vines of October, the hot blue evenings of midsummer in the siege. And now he knew that he had betrayed all that, and lost the thing worth having, after all. Passive, heroic, he had given himself wholly to his life, but the gift he had owed her, the soldier's one gift, was death, and he had withheld it. He had refused her. And now, at 60, after all the days, wars, years, countrysides of his life, now he had to turn back and see that he had lost it all, had fought for nothing, that there was no princess in the castle. 1640. Imaginary countries. Imaginary countries first appeared in the Harvard Advocate. "We can't drive to the river on Sunday," the Baron said, "because we're leaving on Friday." The two little ones gazed at him across the breakfast table. Zita said, "Marmalade, please." But Paul, a year older, found in a remote, disused part of his memory a darker dining room from the windows of which one saw rain falling. "Back to the city?" he asked. His father nodded. And at the nod, the sunlit hill outside these windows changed entirely, facing north now instead of south. That day red and yellow ran through the woods like fire, grapes swelled fat on the heavy vines, and the clear, fierce, fenced fields of August stretched themselves out, patient and unboundaried, into the haze of September. Next day Paul knew the moment he woke that it was autumn, and Wednesday. "This is Wednesday," he told Zita. "Tomorrow's Thursday, and then Friday, when we leave." "I'm not going to," she replied with indifference, and went off to the little woods to work on her unicorn trap. It was made of an egg crate and many little bits of cloth, with various kinds of bait. She had been making it ever since they found the tracks, and Paul doubted if she would catch even a squirrel in it. He, aware of time and season, ran full speed to the high cliff to finish the tunnel there before they had to go back to the city. Inside the house, the Baroness's voice dipped like a swallow down the attic stairs. "Oh, Rosa, where is the blue trunk, then?" And Rosa, not answering, she followed her voice, pursuing it and Rosa and the lost trunk downstairs and ever farther hallways to a joyful reunion at the cellar door. Then from his study the Baron heard Thomas and the trunk come grunting upward step by step, while Rosa and the Baroness began to empty the children's closets, carrying off little loads of shirts and dresses like delicate, methodical thieves. "What are you doing?" Zita asked sternly, having come back for a coat-hanger in which the unicorn might entangle his hoof. "Packing," said the maid. "Not my things," Zita ordered, and departed. Rosa continued rifling her closet. In his study the Baron read on, undisturbed except by a sense of regret, which rose perhaps from the sound of his wife's sweet, distant voice, perhaps from the quality of the sunlight falling across his desk from the uncurtained window. In another room, his older son Stanislaus put a microscope, a tennis racket, and a box full of rocks with their labels coming unstuck into his suitcase, then gave it up. A notebook in his pocket, he went down the cool red halls and stairs, out the door into the vast and sudden sunlight of the yard. Joseph, reading under the 4 elms, said, "Where are you off to? It's hot." There was no time for stopping and talking. "Back soon," Stanislaus replied politely, and went on, up the road in dust and sunlight, past the high cliff where his half-brother Paul was digging. He stopped to survey the engineering. Roads metalled with white clay zigzagged over the cliff face. The Citroën and the Rolls were parked near a bridge spanning an erosion gully. A tunnel had been pierced and was in process of enlargement. "Good tunnel," Stanislaus said. Radiant and filthy, the engineer replied, "It'll be ready to drive through this evening. You want to come to the ceremony?" Stanislaus nodded and went on. His road led up a long, high hill slope, but he soon turned from it, and leaping the ditch, entered his kingdom and the kingdom of the trees. Within a few steps all dust and bright light were gone, leaves overhead and underfoot, an air like green water through which birds swam, and the dark trunks rose, lifting their burdens, their crowns, towards the other element, the sky. Stanislaus went first to the oak and stretched his arms out, straining to reach a quarter of the way around the trunk. His chest and cheek were pressed against the harsh, scored bark. The smell of it, and its shelf fungi and moss, was in his nostrils, and the darkness of it in his eyes. It was a bigger thing than he could ever hold. It was very old, and alive, and did not know that he was there. Smiling, he went on quietly, a notebook full of maps in his pocket, among the trees, towards yet uncharted regions of his land. Joseph Braun, who had spent the summer assisting his professor with documentation of the history of the 10 provinces in the early Middle Ages, sat uneasily reading in the shade of elms. Country wind blew across the pages, across his lips. He looked up from the Latin chronicle of a battle lost 900 years ago to the roofs of the house called Asgard. Square as a box, with a sediment of porches, sheds, and stables, and square to the compass, the house stood in its flat yard. After a while, in all directions, the fields rose up slowly, turning into hills, and behind them were higher hills, and behind them sky. It was like a white box in a blue and yellow bowl, and Joseph, fresh from college, and intent upon the Jesuit seminary he would enter in the fall, ready to read documents and make abstracts and copy references, had been embarrassed to find that the Baron's family called the place after the home of the northern gods. But this no longer troubled him. So much had happened here that he had not expected, and so little seemed to have been finished. The history was years from completion. In 3 months he had never found out where Stanislaus went, alone, up the road. They were leaving on Friday. Now or never. He got up and followed the boy. The road passed a 10-foot bank, halfway up which clung the little boy Paul, digging in the dirt with his fingers, making a noise in his throat. Rum. A couple of toy cars lay at the foot of the bank. Joseph followed the road on up the hill, and presently began expecting to reach the top, from which he would see where Stanislaus had gone. A farm came into sight and went out of sight. The road climbed. A lark went up singing, as if very near the sun. But there was no top. The only way to go downhill on this road was to turn around. He did so. As he neared the woods above Asgard, a boy leapt out onto the road, quick as a hawk's shadow. Joseph called his name, and they met in the white glare of dust. "Where have you been?" asked Joseph, sweating. "In the great woods," Stanislaus answered. "That grove there." Behind him the trees gathered thick and dark. "Is it cool in there?" Joseph asked wistfully. "What do you do in there?" "Oh, I map trails, just for the fun of it. It's bigger than it looks." Stanislaus hesitated, then added, "You haven't been in it? You might like to see the oak." Joseph followed him over the ditch and through the close green air to the oak. It was the biggest tree he had ever seen. He had not seen very many. "I suppose it's very old," he said, looking up, puzzled, at the reach of branches, galaxy after galaxy of green leaves without end. "Oh, a century or 2, or 3, or 6, said the boy. "See if you can reach around it." Joseph spread out his arms and strained, trying vainly to keep his cheek off the rough bark. "It takes 4 men to reach around it," Stanislaus said. "I call it Yggdrasil, you know. Only, of course, Yggdrasil was an ash, not an oak. Want to see Loki's grove?" The road and the hot white sunlight were gone entirely. The young man followed his guide farther into the maze and game of names, which was also a real forest. Trees, still air, earth. Under tall gray alders, above a dry stream bed, they discussed the tale of the death of Baldur, and Stanislaus pointed out to Joseph the dark clots high in the boughs of lesser oaks, of mistletoe. They left the woods and went down the road towards Asgard. Joseph walked along stiffly in the dark suit he had bought for his last year at the university, in his pocket a book in a dead language. Sweat ran down his face. He felt very happy. Though he had no maps and was rather late arriving, at least he had walked once through the forest. They passed Paul, still burrowing, ignoring the clang of the iron triangle down at the house, which signaled meals, fires, lost children, and other noteworthy events. "Come on, lunch," Stanislaus ordered. Paul slid down the bank, and they proceeded, 7, 14, and 21, sedately to the house. That afternoon Joseph helped the professor pack books, 2 trunks full of books, a small library of medieval history. Joseph liked to read books, not pack them. The professor had asked him, not Thomas. "Lend me a hand with the books, will you?" It was not the kind of work he had expected to do here. He sorted and lifted and stowed away load after load of resentment in insatiable iron trunks, while the professor worked with energy and interest, swaddling incunabula like babies, handling each volume with affection and dispatch. Kneeling with keys, he said, "Thanks, Joseph, that's that," and lowering the brass catch bars, locked away their summer's work. "Done with. That's that." Joseph had done so much here that he had not expected to do, and now nothing was left to do. Disconsolate, he wandered back to the shade of the elms, but the professor's wife, with whom he had not expected to fall in love, was sitting there. "I stole your chair," she said amiably. "Sit on the grass." It was more dirt than grass, but they called it grass, and he obeyed. "Rosa and I are worn out," she said, "and I can't bear to think of tomorrow. It's the worst. The next to last day, linens and silver and turning dishes upside down, and putting out mouse traps, and there's always a doll lost and found after everybody searched for hours under a pile of laundry, and then sweeping the house and locking it all up, and I hate every bit of it. I hate to close this house." Her voice was light and plaintive as a bird's calling in the woods, careless whether anybody heard its plaintiveness, careless of its plaintiveness. "I hope you've liked it here," she said. "Very much, Baroness. I hope so. I know Severin has worked you very hard, and we're so disorganized. We and the children and the visitors, we always seem to scatter so and only meet in passing. I hope it hasn't been distracting." It was true. All summer, in tides and cycles, the house had been full or half full of visitors, friends of the children, friends of the Baroness, friends, colleagues, and neighbors of the Baron, duck hunters who slept in the disused stable, since the spare bedrooms were full of Polish medieval historians, ladies with broods of children, the smallest of whom fell inevitably into the pond about this time of the afternoon. No wonder it was so still, so autumnal now, the rooms vacant, the pond smooth, the hills empty of dispersing laughter. "I have enjoyed knowing the children," Joseph said. "Particularly Stanislaus." Then he went red as a beet, for Stanislaus alone was not her child. She smiled and said with timidity, "Stanislaus is very nice. And 14. 14 is such a fearful age, when you find out so fast what you're capable of being, but also what a toll the world expects." He handles it very gracefully. Paul and Zita now, when they get that age, they'll lump through it and be tiresome, but Stanislaus learned loss so young. "When will you enter the seminary?" she asked, moving from the boy to him in one reach of thought. "Next month," he answered, looking down, and she asked, "Then you're quite certain it's the life you want to lead?" After a pause, and still not looking at her face, though the white of her dress and the green and gold of leaves above her filled his eyes, he said, "Why do you ask, Baroness?" "Because the idea of celibacy terrifies me," she replied. And he wanted to stretch out on the ground, flecked with elm leaves, like thin oval coins of gold, and die. "Sterility," she said. "You see, sterility is what I fear. I dread. It is my enemy. I know we have other enemies, but I hate it most because it makes life less than death, and its allies are horrible. Hunger, sickness, deformation, and perversion, and ambition, and the wish to be secure. What on earth are the children doing down there?" Paul had asked Stanislaus at lunch if they could play Ragnarok once more. Stanislaus had consented, and so was now a frost giant, storming with roars the ramparts of Asgard, represented by a drainage ditch behind the pond. Odin hurled lightning from the walls, and Thor— "Stanislaus!" called the mother, rising slender and in white from her chair beside the young man. "Don't let Zita use the hammer, please." "I'm Thor! I'm Thor! I've got to have a hammer!" Zita screamed. Stanislaus intervened briefly, then made ready to storm the ramparts again, with Zita now at his side on all fours. "She's Fenris the Wolf now," he called up to the mother, his voice ringing through the hot afternoon with the faintest edge of laughter. Grim and stern, one eye shut, Paul gripped his staff and faced the advancing armies of hell and the frozen lands. "I'm going to find some lemonade for everybody," the Baroness said, and left Joseph to sink at last face down on the earth, surrendering to the awful sweetness and anguish she had awakened in him, and would it ever sleep again? While down by the pond Odin strove with the icy army on the sunlit battlements of heaven. Next day only the walls of the house were left standing. Inside it was only a litter of boxes and open drawers, and hurrying people carrying things. Thomas and Zita escaped, he being slow-witted amid turmoil, and the only year-round occupant of Asgard, to clean up the yard out of harm's way, and she to the little woods all afternoon. At 5, Paul shrilled from his window, "The car! The car! It's coming!" An enormous black taxi built in 1923 groaned into the yard, feeling its way, its blind, protruding headlamps flashing in the western sun. Boxes, valises, the blue trunk and the 2 iron trunks were loaded into it by Thomas, Stanislaus, Joseph, and the taxi driver from the village, under the agile and efficient supervision of Baron Severin Igidiskar, holder of the fallen chair of medieval studies at the University of Krasnoy. "And you'll get us back together with all this at the station tomorrow at 8, right?" The taxi driver, who had done so each September for 7 years, nodded. The taxi, laden with the material impediments of 7 people, lumbered away, changing gears down the road in the weary, sunny stillness of late afternoon, in which the house stood intact once more, room after empty room. The Baron now also escaped. Lighting a pipe, he strolled slowly but softly, like one escaping, past the pond and past Thomas's chicken coops, along a fence overgrown with ripe wild grasses, bowing their heavy sunlit heads, down to the grove of weeping birch called the Little Woods. "Zita," he said, pausing in the faint, hot shade, shaken by the ceaseless trilling of crickets in the fields around the grove. No answer. In a cloud of blue pipe smoke he paused again beside an egg crate decorated with many little bits of figured cloth and colored paper. On the mossy, much-trodden ground in front of it lay a wooden coat-hanger. In one of the compartments of the crate was an eggshell painted gold, in another a bit of quartz, in another a bread crust. Nearby a small girl lay sound asleep with her shoes off, her rump higher than her head. The Baron sat down on the moss near her, relit his pipe, and contemplated the egg crate. Presently he tickled the soles of the child's feet. She snorted. When she began to wake, he took her onto his lap. "What is that?" "A trap for catching a unicorn." She brushed hair and leaf mold off her face and arranged herself more comfortably on him. "Caught any?" "No." "Seen any?" "Paul and I found some tracks." "Split-hoofed ones, eh?" She nodded. Delicately, through twilight in the Baron's imagination, walked their neighbor's young white pig, silver between birch trunks. "Only young girls can catch them, they say," he murmured. And then they sat still for a long time. "Time for dinner," he said. "All the tablecloths and knives and forks are packed. How shall we eat?" "With our fingers." She leapt up, sprang away. "Shoes," he ordered, and laboriously she fitted her small, cool, dirty feet into leather sandals, and then shouting, "Come on, Papa," was off. Quick and yet reluctant, seeming not to follow, and yet never far behind her, he came on between the long, vague shadows of the birch trees, along the fence, past the chicken coops and the shining pond, into captivity. They all sat on the ground under the 4 elms. There was cold ham, pickles, cold fried eggplant with salt, hard bread, and hard red wine. Elm leaves, like thin coins, stuck to the bread. The pure, void, windy sky of after sunset reflected in the pond and in the wine. Stanislaus and Paul had a wrestling match, and dirt flew over the remains of the ham. The Baroness and Rosa, lamenting, dusted the ham. The boys went off to run cars through the tunnel in High Cliff and discuss what ruin the winter rains might cause. For it would rain. All the 9 months they were gone from Asgard, rain would beat on the roads and hills, and the tunnel would collapse. Stanislaus lifted his head a moment, thinking of the oak in winter, when he had never seen it, the roots of the tree that upheld the world, drinking dark rain underground. Zita rode clear round the house twice on the shoulders of the unicorn, screaming loudly for pure joy, for eating outside on the ground with fingers, for the first star seen, only from the corner of the eye, over the high fields faint in twilight. Screaming louder with rage, she was taken to bed by Rosa and instantly fell asleep. One by one the stars came out, meeting the eye straight on. One by one the young people went to bed. Thomas, with the last half-bottle, sang long and hoarsely in the Dorian mode in his room above the stable. Only the Baron and his wife remained out in the autumn darkness under leaves and stars. "I don't want to leave," she murmured. "Nor I. Let's send the books and clothes on back to town and stay here without them." "Forever," he said. But they could not. In the observance of season lies order, which was their realm. They sat on for a while, longer, close, side by side, as lovers of 20. Then, rising, he said, "Come along, it's late, Freya." They went through darkness to the house and entered. In coats and hats, everyone ate bread and drank hot milk and coffee out on the porch in the brilliant early morning. "The car, it's coming!" Paul shouted, dropping his bread in the dirt. Grinding and changing gears, headlamps sightlessly flashing, the taxi came. It was there. Zita stared at it, the enemy within the walls, and began to cry. Faithful to the last to the lost cause of summer, she was carried into the taxi head first, screaming, "I won't go! I don't want to go!" Grinding and changing gears, the taxi started. Stanislaus's head stuck out of the right front window, the Baroness's head out of the left rear, and Zita's red, desolate, and furious face was pressed against the oval back window, so that those three saw Thomas waving goodbye under the white walls of Asgard in the sunlight in the bowl of hills. Paul had no access to a window, but he was already thinking of the train. He saw at the end of the smoke and the shining tracks the light of candles in a high, dark dining room, the stare of a rocking horse in an attic corner, leaves wet with rain overhead on the way to school, and a gray street shortened by a cold, foggy dusk, through which shone, remote and festive, the first streetlight of December. But all this happened a long time ago, nearly 40 years ago. I do not know if it happens now, even in imaginary countries. 1935. End of Orsinian Tales, a collection of short stories by Ursula K. Guin, narrated by Richard Braun in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, September 1977. For special distribution, as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harper & Row.
End of book.